3 million years ago, Earth sees humanity's first steps. It's the dawn of an era where a legend is about to be born among the stars and the dust. Among the common primates, Mu stands out. He's casually riding a mammoth while looking way more evolved and confident than anyone else in his prehistoric tribe. This guy lives for the hunt. Despite the constant dangers of the ancient world, Mu simply refuses to die, defying the natural order with his sheer stubbornness. Time flies, and while his entire species eventually goes extinct, Mu remains. He sits alone among the bleached skulls, outlasting everything he once knew in the wasteland. Eons sweep past him without leaving a single scratch. He sprints through history, evolving from a primitive spearman to a legendary cloaked warrior accompanied by a small dragon. His life becomes a blur of endless battles. Whether it's hunting giant tigers or clashing with armies, Mu is always in the middle of a brutal, bloody fight. Fighting is his only thrill. He thrives on the adrenaline, his demonic grin proving that visceral combat is the only thing that makes his eternal life feel real. 3 million years of non-stop violence transform his body into absolute perfection. Through raw physical power alone, the man finally ascends and becomes a literal god. Now Mu is the top-ranked god of Earth. He sits on his divine throne in the heavens, but there's one major problem. He is bored out of his mind. In a fit of restless energy, he starts literally kicking the planet below. The impact sends massive, visible shock waves rippling through the atmosphere of the world he protects. This cosmic temper tantrum shakes the divine realm to its core. The sanctuary of the gods trembles as Mu's boredom manifests as physical destruction across the stars. The chaos spills over into other worlds like Amur. Angels and demons panic as the very fabric of their reality starts to crack and tear from Mu's antics. Lucifer, the second-ranked god, watches the disaster unfold with a massive, tired sigh. He's clearly dealt with Mu's dramatic power flexes and chaotic behavior way too many times. Mu laments that he's already crushed everyone worth fighting. He hasn't had a real challenge in over 1,000 years, and the peace is slowly driving him crazy. Suddenly, a brilliant idea hits him. If he's too strong to enjoy a battle, the solution is simple. He just needs to weaken himself to find some fun. He decides to borrow the fragile body of a human on Earth. Without missing a beat, he shouts for his secretary, Yongyong, to help him start the process. A massive shadow looms as Yongyong descends from the heavens. The great dragon arrives to find his master is up to yet another one of his crazy, impulsive schemes. This is the Supreme God's secretary, a majestic dragon who usually keeps things running. He looks powerful, but today he's essentially playing the role of a glorified babysitter. Mu tells him to watch the shop while he's gone. Yongyong activates absolute binding to suppress his own divine power. Purple magic circles flare as chains manifest and wrap tightly around the Mu. Yongyong freaks out immediately, demanding an explanation. There's a big meeting of the gods coming up, but Mu is already checked out and ignoring his duties as usual. Mu drags himself away like a delinquent skipping class. Yongyong is left crying, questioning why he was even born if his only purpose is dealing with this god's behavior. As a result, Mu flexes his suppressed muscles, preparing to launch his soul. He offers Yongyong a fight if the dragon keeps complaining about the lack of communication. Yongyong quickly changes his tune and wishes him a safe trip. Without another word, Mu's massive hand reaches out toward the tiny blue planet, ready to dive in. He scans a sea of human prayers to find a suitable host. Most people are just begging God for an excuse to skip work or for school to fail. One specific angry soul catches his eye. Mu decides to grant this human's desperate wish as a little bonus for letting him hijack the body for his vacation. Yongyong watches in stunned silence as his boss prepares to jump. He wonders if he should mention how dangerous this is, but Mu is already in the zone. Mu warns him to protect his empty physical shell. If the divine body dies while his soul is away, the god's soul will perish along with it. He just smirks at the danger and tells the dragon he'll be right back. Then, his soul erupts into a blinding flash of light as he leaves heaven. Meanwhile, on a phone screen, a hero defeats a demon king. It's the classic ending to a fantasy story about a guy getting lucky with cheat abilities. The hero celebrates his victory and his harem, but the end text on the screen signals the finish of this escapist webtoon fantasy for the bored reader. The reader is Li Hu, a 17-year-old human who's tired of his life. He envies the fictional hero's power and the lucky ending he'll never have himself. He tosses his phone aside, watching it tumble through the air. It was a fun distraction, but it doesn't change his own miserable, painful reality on the roof. Standing on the edge of a rooftop, Li Hu prepares for the end. Covered in bandages and bruises, he decides he can finally die without any more regrets. He says goodbye and jumps into the night. As he falls, he sends one last bitter message to any god that might actually be listening to his suffering. He screams a final insult, daring God to send him to another world if they're so upset about his decision to end it all right now. Then he hits the ground with a sickening thud. His body breaks and blood splatters across his shattered phone, marking the brutal end of his bullied life. Suddenly, his broken hand twitches against the pavement. A terrifying cough rips through the silence as a new soul force restarts the heart in that mangled, human body. Mu's essence merges with the dying student in a flash of power. The god looks around in confusion, realizing the body he borrowed is currently a bloody mess. Li Hu's eyes snap open with divine light. He finds himself standing in the spirit realm, staring up at a massive, very confused Yongyong who is waiting there. Yongyong stares in disbelief while Mu explains biological basics. He points out that organs like the heart are involuntary muscles, moving without any conscious effort from normal humans, but he is far from a normal human. After 3 million years of physical training, Mu reached the absolute pinnacle of human understanding. He consciously controls every single blood vessel and muscle, leaving nothing to chance as he masters this fragile, new mortal shell. Reality hits hard as Li Hu's broken body gushes blood. Without missing a beat, Mu's soul forces the mangled heart to pump again, manually restarting the life cycle amidst a gruesome crimson pool on the pavement. He meticulously repairs the cardiac tissue and constricts the blood vessels to stop the leak. Mu realizes it's been ages since he's bled this much, finding the fragile human state surprisingly nostalgic and quite fun. A wicked grin spreads across his face because he knows he picked the right host. He decides to sift through the boy's memories to understand his new, miserable life and what he needs to do. Mu begins the trek toward Li Hu's home base, but the slow human pace quickly tests his patience. He finds the walking speed pathetic and decides to spice things up a bit to reach home faster. Suddenly, he flips into a frantic handstand walk, racing through the schoolyard like a possessed acrobat. He eventually arrives at the dingy apartment Li Hu called home, leaving a trail of total confusion behind him. After hours of digging through the brain's archives, the truth becomes clear. Li Hu lived a lonely existence, with his only male relative living far away, leaving the boy entirely isolated in this small, cramped room. In simple terms, the kid's life was absolutely miserable. Mu notes that Li Hu's daily routine involved attending a place called school, which seems to be the primary root of all his daily problems. Memories of brutal bullying flood his mind, showing Li Hu getting choked and beaten daily. A specific jerk always picked a fight, making every single day a living nightmare for the poor, weak high schooler. This is perfect news for a battle-hungry god. Mu realizes school is a gold mine for conflict and throws a practice punch, eager to jump straight into the next violent encounter with these human punks. However, his stolen body suddenly screams in protest. Visualizing the internal strain, Mu notices his muscles glowing red with intense fatigue as the physical toll of his recent stunts finally catches up to his frame. He collapses from his handstand, clutching his aching arms. It turns out that using muscles that haven't moved in years leads to something he hasn't felt in eons: genuine, painful, and very annoying muscle soreness. Instead of being annoyed, Mu looks absolutely ecstatic. The burning sensation in his fibers is exhilarating, a physical reminder that he's finally back in the game and feeling truly alive after millions of years of boredom. The next morning, police tape surrounds the area where Li Hu supposedly fell. Students gossip and wonder why there's so much blood, unaware that the victim is already back on his feet and ready. Mu nonchalantly strolls toward the entrance, whistling a tune while ignoring the investigators. He walks right past the crowd, his mind focused entirely on the fun awaiting him inside the classroom once the bell rings. He kicks the door open and marches into class, looking like a total mess. His face is battered and his expression is wild, instantly drawing the shocked and terrified gazes of every single student present. The resident bully looks up from his phone, annoyed by the loud interruption. He insults Li Hu for his disheveled appearance, completely unaware that he's currently addressing the strongest god in the entire divine realm. Mu stares him down with a bruised, predatory gaze. He ignores the petty insults and continues his steady, limping advance toward the back of the room, his presence feeling far heavier than it ever was. As the bully sits back in his chair, the atmosphere in the room shifts. Mu follows his own set of divine rules when it comes to combat, and this classroom is about to become a ring. To Mew, a fight only truly begins when every party involved has the will to kill. He remains patient, always waiting for the perfect moment to unleash his suppressed godly wrath on those who deserve it. The key lies in the opponent's intent. He waits for a preemptive attack to confirm the bully's desire for violence, standing still while the jerk prepares to throw a heavy, uncoordinated punch at his face. Finally, the moment arrives. Mew stands there with blood dripping from his mouth and a terrifying smile on his face, relishing the fact that the provocation is finally about to bear fruit in this fight. The bully is weirded out by the lack of glasses and the creepy laughter. He asks if this is really the same loser he beats up every day, feeling a sudden, unexpected chill down his spine. He mocks Li Hu for selling his glasses before delivering a sharp strike to his face. Mu takes the hit directly, his head snapping back as the impact echoes loudly through the now silent classroom. The jerk laughs, asking if he's planning to commit murder at a nursing home now that he's blind. Blood spatters across the floor, but Mu's creepy, wide grin doesn't fade for even a single second. The muscle soreness flares up again, making Mu's movement stiff and painful. He realizes that even simple actions are a struggle in this weak shell, but he welcomes the challenge of fighting with such limitations. A teacher screams at them to stop, but the chaos is already in full swing. The other students watch in horror as the class loser stands his ground against the school's most feared predator. The entire room erupts as a full-blown fight breaks out between the desks. Mew and the bully face off, the air thick with tension despite the teacher's useless shouting from the front of the class. Infuriated by the lack of fear, the bully charges forward like a madman. He swings a wild fist at Mew, desperate to put this crazy bastard back in his place once and for all today. Mew analyzes the attack with a cold, calculating eye. He knows a healthy body would have dodged effortlessly, but he's forced to improvise due to the current physical limitations of this weak, untrained teenage body. He braces himself as the third and fourth punches come flying in. Despite the damage he's taking, Mu's focus remains unshakable, his mind already 3 steps ahead of the angry amateur brawler's next move. Another heavy blow connects with his face, sending more blood flying. The bully screams at him to stop messing around, frustrated that the loser isn't going down like he usually does after a few hits. Mew realizes he can't rely on magic or his divine strength here. With his limbs screaming in pain, he has to find a more creative way to end this pathetic little skirmish using human biology. He waits for the bully's fist to get close before slamming his own forehead into the incoming punch. The sound of bone meeting bone rings out sharply as Mew uses his head as a weapon. The bully howls in agony as his thin finger bones shatter against Mew's dense skull. Mew just chuckles, knowing that a human hand can never overcome a properly braced head in a direct physical collision. Without giving him a second to recover, Mew lunges forward with a low, swift movement. He closes the distance in an instant, his eyes glowing with a terrifying predatory light that freezes the bully. He drives his fist deep into the bully's solar plexus, hitting the ultimate human weak point perfectly. The air leaves the jerk's lungs instantly, leaving him gasping and completely vulnerable to a finishing strike. Mew follows up with a brutal upward palm strike, connecting squarely with the bully's chin. The force of the blow snaps the jerk's head back, effectively ending any thoughts of a comeback in this fight. As a result, the once arrogant bully falls to his knees in total defeat. Muntan's over him, looking bored as he realizes that even weakened, humans are absolutely no match for a god. Bully guy hits the floor like a sack of bricks. Classmates freeze, phones out, capturing the absolute shock of the class loser suddenly becoming a monster. Whispers fill the room as they wonder how the guy beaten yesterday is standing tall today. Mu ignores the gossip, his gaze sharp and entirely detached. As the adrenaline fades, a heavy silence takes over. Mew notes that once a fight ends, a specific sensation creeps in that only reveals itself then. In that instant, every hit he took starts pulsing with regular, rhythmic pain. The sticky, bitter taste of blood seeps into his mouth, grounding him. Without missing a beat, Mew swallows the blood, looking remarkably calm. He's actually enjoying the physical feedback of this weak, mortal body for the first time. Suddenly, a terrifying grin splits his face. The pain isn't a burden, it's proof he's alive. This raw struggle is exactly what he's been craving. He glares at his victim before crouching down with a chillingly calm expression. He leans in close and offers a simple thanks for the fun. Then, Mew does the unthinkable, biting down hard on the bully's ear. Blood sprays as he tears a piece away, proving he's far from a normal student. Mew spits the flesh onto the floor with total indifference. The class gasps in horror, realizing Li Hu hasn't just changed, he's become something completely unhinged. Students freak out. asking if he really just bit the guy's ear off. Mu just smirks, wiping his mouth while the room erupts into pure chaos. It turns out Mu likes leaving a permanent mark on those who give him a good time. The bully is now a permanent souvenir of his victory. This is Mu's play, his twisted way of expressing gratitude to strong toys. In the divine realm, this mark is a legendary symbol of his power. However, the meaning shifts on Earth. While gods see it as an honor, humans see it as a nightmare. The atmosphere in the school changes forever. Rumors of the second-year bloodbath spread through the halls instantly. Students whisper about the strange turn of events, their faces pale with disbelief and growing fear. They hear the bully didn't just lose, he got neutered by the kid he used to pick on. The legend of the new Lihu grows. Outside, a cat yawns as the ambulance finally arrives to haul away the mangled bully. The school windows are packed with students watching the grim scene. Mu watches from the window, calling the ambulance a nice house call. He waves a casual goodbye to his toy, already looking forward to their next meeting. Suddenly, a teacher drags Mu to the office, screaming about his sanity. Mu doesn't look bothered, his gaze still holding that same predatory divine edge. The teacher waves a clipboard, losing his mind over the assault. Without missing a beat, Mu just flushes red and dares the man to hit him. The teacher freezes, creeped out by the kid's eager smile. Realizing he can't handle this, he gives up and demands Mu bring his parents instead. Mu gets kicked out early to avoid more drama. He limps through the streets, grinning because leaving school early means he can finally return to base. Recovery is the priority now. He admits this weak body needs serious work if he wants to keep fighting and enjoying these mortal games on Earth. He stares at his trembling hand, frustrated by his physical limits. He realizes that having access to mana would make this whole experience much more efficient. Mana is the universal power beyond humans, known as Kai or chakra. It's the essential life force present everywhere in nature that fuels every god. In other worlds, it turns humans into hunters or wizards. It's the key to supernatural skills, but Earth is a total dead zone for it. As a result, Mu's attempts to use magic fail instantly. A small spark fizzles out in his palm, confirming he's stuck playing by human rules. He accepts that he must fight without his usual divine senses. Exhausted, he finally makes it home and collapses onto his mattress to rest and recover. While the human body sleeps, Mu's consciousness returns to the divine realm. He wakes up in his original form, his eyes snapping open with power. He finds Yongyong strangling a soul that's trying to escape. Meh watches the struggle for a moment before casually demanding that the dragon hand it over. The soul thinks he's getting a free pass to another world. He imagines becoming overpowered with a dragon by his side, completely unaware of his fate. Mu finds the kid's ambition strange and reaches out. In that instant, he snatches the spirit up in a massive glowing fist, silencing the boy's delusions. Mu ignores the screaming and begins walking toward the edge of his domain. He's decided to personally drop this human off in a brand new world. The destination is Lucifer's domain, a wasteland of jagged peaks and red skies. This realm belongs to the second-ranked god, a place defined by war. Mu's giant footfalls shake the ground as he enters the dark territory. Nearby, Lucifer stands with his back turned, sensing the arrival of his rival. Lucifer turns his head, sensing the intrusion before anyone speaks. He immediately shuts Mu down with a firm no, sensing the chaos that always follows him. Mu doesn't take no for an answer and tells him to open the gate. Lucifer turns fully, demanding to know why Mu thinks he's in charge. Mu just grins, stating it's because he's simply stronger than everyone else. He licks his lips, daring Lucifer to hit him if he has a problem. Lucifer trembles with fury, hating Mu's reliance on brute strength. Mu just tells him to move aside, completely dismissing the second-ranked god's authority and pride. Lucifer warns that a barrier activates if a non-ruler interferes. Mu ignores the warning and punches the shimmering portal, shattering the divine rules with one hit. The barrier explodes into shards, leaving Lucifer stunned and speechless. Mocks him for blindly following rules and steps through the ruins, completely bored by it. Mu stands over the tiny soul of Lihu, pointing toward a swirling blue portal. He casually orders the kid to hop in, while the teenager looks absolutely terrified of the giant glowing hand behind him. However, when the kid asks about taking the dragon along, Mu shuts that down fast. Yongyong is his personal secretary, so the brat needs to go find his own pet in the next world. Suddenly, Mu just tosses him through the rift. He sighs at how kids these days expect everything handed to them without any effort, while Yongyong watches the soul disappear into the abyss of another dimension. As a result, the scene shifts to the other side where Lucifer waits. Mew dismissively waves goodbye, telling the fallen god to handle the new arrival, leaving Lucifer trembling in a fit of silent rage. It turns out Lucifer has quite the resume. Originally ruling the planet El-Muir as the first demon king, he sat at the pinnacle of existence, growing so arrogant that he eventually challenged God himself. Without missing a beat, he lunges forward, manifesting a blade of pure energy. His determination to overthrow the divine order reflects in his eyes as he prepares to deliver a strike that could shatter worlds. In that instant, a colossal sword of light descends from the heavens. Lucifer pours every ounce of his demonic power into the attack, aiming to pierce the very heart of the transcendent being above him. Then, he actually pulls it off and kills God. By taking the throne for himself, he rises to the absolute top of the food chain, crushing any other gods who dared to stand in his way. Little did he know his reign as the absolute ruler would be short-lived. He stood invincible and supreme, a legendary figure whose power was supposedly unparalleled across all the known realms of existence. He was a catastrophic and mythological force, existing as something infinite and transcendent. His shadow loomed over everyone, making him the ultimate nightmare until a certain redhead decided to show up and ruin everything. Everything changed when Mu appeared. The once mighty Lucifer finds himself battered and broken on the floor, his pride shattered alongside his body after realizing he's nowhere near the top ranker's level of pure strength. Lucifer seethes with hatred, cursing the lowly human as Mu casually walks away. Meanwhile, poor Yongyong complains about his aching back while literally carrying the muscular god on his tiny dragon shoulders like a pack mule. In that instant, Lucifer is reduced to a floating, one-eyed orb of spite, vowing murder. Meanwhile, back on Earth, the battered bully guy is also seething in a hospital bed, nursing his bruised ego and face. He's definitely not taking the loss well, trembling with fury while scrolling through his phone. He decides to call in a favor from someone way more dangerous, looking for a guy named Sheol to handle things. The scene shifts to a gym where Kang Sheol is absolutely destroying a heavy bag. Every punch lands with a thunderous crack, showing off the raw power that made him a youth division middleweight boxing champion. Without missing a beat, the middleweight champ stops his training, looking bored despite his intense workout. He's the real deal with a national title, but he seems like he's just waiting for a proper challenge. Suddenly, his phone rings, drawing his attention away from the sweat and leather. Nearby, his buddy Guak Chol picks up his own device, wondering who would be brave enough to bother them during a training session. Recap Sheol answers with a cool demeanor, showing off his 2 years of boxing experience. He's got 14 sparring sessions under his belt, and looks like he's ready to crack some skulls for the right price. The bully guy begs for help over the line, using Guak's broken phone screen as an excuse to lure him in. Guak just smirks, his eyes glinting with a predatory light as he listens to the pathetic request. Back at school, the classroom is buzzing with gossip. The door slides open and the bully guy walks in, heavily bandaged and looking like he survived a car wreck, instantly becoming the center of attention. The students whisper behind their hands, shocked to see the class terror looking so pathetic. They wonder how a guy who spent every day bullying others could end up looking like a mummy overnight. Enraged by the mocking stares, the bully guy slams his bag down and screams. He's tired of being the joke of the school, but the fear he used to inspire has completely vanished into thin air. He challenges the whole room to a fight, but everyone just looks at him like he's crazy. Meanwhile, the class president watches the pathetic display with a look of pure, unadulterated disgust behind her glasses. She finally snaps, telling him to either sit down and shut up or just get out. Her authoritative tone cuts through his tantrum, making it clear that his reign of terror is officially over. The bully guy loses it and raises a chair to strike her, but a massive shadow looms in the doorway. The homeroom teacher arrives just in time, his muscular frame instantly defusing the explosive situation in the room. He asks why the class president is standing, completely ignoring the bandaged lunatic with the chair. She quickly sits back down, acting like nothing happened while the bully guy cowers back into his seat. After class, the teacher pulls her aside with a specific request. He's worried because Li Hu hasn't been seen since the big fight, and he wants her to go check on the kid's apartment. He promises a glowing recommendation letter if she does this one favor for him. She agrees, though she clearly finds the whole situation annoying, crossing her arms as she prepares to deal with the troublemaker. She eventually makes it to Li Hu's apartment and knocks on the door. When no one answers her repeated calls, she notices the door is actually unlocked and decides to let herself in to investigate. As she steps inside, her heart drops into her stomach. She finds Li Hu lying motionless on the floor among the cockroaches, looking like he's completely given up on life or even worse. She lets out a blood-curdling scream, convinced she's just discovered a fresh corpse in the middle of the room. Her eyes go wide with terror as she stares at his pale, unmoving face. The scene shifts to a large regional emergency center under a clear blue sky. It turns out the corpse was just an exhausted god, and now he's tucked away safely in a sterile hospital ward. Mew, still inhabiting Li Hu's body, lies perfectly still under the covers. He's hooked up to machines, looking surprisingly peaceful for someone who just finished a brutal high school brawl the day before. Suddenly, his eyes snap open as his consciousness returns from the divine realm. He looks around the hospital room with a confused expression, realizing he's definitely not in his own domain anymore. In that instant, a sharp pain shoots through his body, making him flinch. He realizes that even though he's a god, this human shell is still incredibly fragile and feels every single bruise he earned. He notices a tube connected to his wrist, watching something liquid flow directly into his veins. It's a strange sight for a being used to magic, but he stays calm while analyzing the situation. He realizes the drip is filled with nutrients that are rapidly helping his body recover. It's not quite the same as divine healing magic, but the effect is actually pretty decent for primitive technology. He decides that Earth might have some cool things after all and lets out a creepy little laugh. The class president, sitting nearby, watches him with wide eyes, wondering if he's finally lost his mind. She tells him the teacher wants him back at school as soon as possible before getting up to leave. Mew watches her go, suddenly realizing she's the perfect person to help him gather more information. Before she can escape, he stops her with a serious look. He needs to know more about this world, and he decides that she's going to be his primary source for all things Earth-related. Still in the hospital, Mo nonchalantly asks the class president where he can find a place to train his new body. She just shoots him a look that screams he's completely out of his mind. Without missing a beat, she stares at his disheveled, sweaty state. Silence fills the room until she bluntly assumes the only reason he's asking about public spots is because he's completely broke. As a result, Mew heads to a local park filled with outdoor exercise machines. He starts banging out pull-ups with ease while someone's shadow looms over the pavement behind him. Mew breaks a sweat, feeling the burn in his school uniform. He wonders if this place is legit, considering these machines look way more professional than the brutal methods he used 4 millennia ago. He briefly remembers rolling massive boulders and climbing deadly cliffs. However, back in reality, he struggles to figure out a leg press machine, wondering if Earthlings are actually tougher than he initially thought. Suddenly, a small rock thuds against Mew's back, interrupting his focus. He stops mid-movement, staring at the pebble on the ground while trying to process what kind of training involves getting pelted with stones. In that instant, he turns to see the bandaged bully guy standing there with a smug-looking guac-chail. The bully screams that he's been hunting Mew down across the entire neighborhood. Mew calmly kneels to pick up the rock, asking who the culprit is. Guac-chail admits it with a bored expression while the bully brags that his cousin just finished thrashing some seniors. Without warning, Mew lunges forward and buries his fist directly into the bully's face. The guy collapses instantly, clutching his nose and howling in absolute agony as the park's silence suddenly shatters. Then, Mew's face twists into a terrifyingly wide grin. His eyes glow with a faint, predatory light as he welcomes the idea of a preemptive strike, looking completely ready for more blood. Meanwhile, in the divine realm, the gods' regular meeting begins with a nervous Yongyong standing at the table. He stutteringly tries to start the session on behalf of his absent master, Mul. However, Lucifer isn't having it. He glares at the dragon secretary from across the table with eyes full of pure malice, demanding to know what exactly Mew thinks he's doing by skipping out. Suddenly, Yongyong waves his hands in a panic, swearing he's just there to deliver a message and vanish. He fumbles with a piece of paper, desperate to escape the oppressive aura of the room. In that instant, he reads Mew's typical boring message: "Just report if anyone strong shows up." Lucifer loses it and slams his fist onto the table, sending cracks spiderwebbing across the white surface. Lucifer fumes, calling the meeting a pointless routine and venting his rage over Mew's disrespect. The other lower-ranked gods watch in silence, terrified by the second-ranked god's explosive and violent temper. As a result, the tension spikes as an angel and a blue-haired archer observe the scene. Lucifer rants that the entire purpose of their gathering is to maintain world stability, which Mew ignores. The third-ranked archer finds Mew's absence disappointing. Lucifer stands up, shouting that world maintenance has become nothing more than a toy for Mu's reckless whims and personal entertainment. Then Lucifer brings up the disaster of planet Cyclops from 1,000 years ago. The ninth-ranked god of Cyclops gulps nervously, remembering the absolute chaos that unfolded under Mu's reckless watch. The events shift to a memory of planet Cyclops, a dark red world hanging in the void. A massive shadowy presence looms over the planet, signaling the beginning of its total destruction. A horrific void creature named Shoggoth emerges, its massive maw filled with rows of jagged teeth and glowing red eyes. It prepares to feast on the entire planet like a piece of fruit. The monster takes a massive bite out of the world. Suddenly, Moya's original form dives through space with a maniacal laugh, clearly more interested in the fight than saving the actual planet. Mu's face is flush with excitement as he plunges into the fray. Lucifer recalls how they could have minimized the damage, but Mu's messy intervention allowed the creature to devour the planet. Without missing a beat, Lucifer digs his claws into the table, declaring Mu unfit for divinity. He can no longer stand watching the first-ranked god wreak havoc across the universe for fun. Back at the table, Yongyong trembles with sweat dripping down his snout. He internally begs for Mu to come back quickly, feeling like he's trapped in a death trap with these angry gods. The scene returns to Earth, where the bully is rolling on the ground, swearing and crying. He points at Mu, screaming that his cousin is a pro boxer, and Mu is dead meat. Guak Cheol steps forward, acknowledging that Mu has fast hands. He asks what sport Mu trains in, but Mu just smiles and says he doesn't do sports, he just fights. Guaxiel laughs in his face, mocking him for having middle school syndrome. However, he doesn't let his guard down and settles into a professional boxing stance, ready to end the joke. In that instant, Guaxiel lunges with a lightning-fast jab. He delivers a solid blow that connects right with Mu's forehead, expecting the student to go down hard and stay there. Then, Guaxiel freezes, his fist still pressed against Mu's head. His expression shifts from confidence to sheer confusion as Mu doesn't even flinch or move back from the impact. He realizes Mu was staring directly at his fist until the very last second. He wonders what kind of monster he's dealing with, as the kid didn't even try to blink. It turns out Mu deliberately took the hit. He stands there with a bloodthirsty, wide-eyed grin, clearly enjoying the sensation of the boxer's fist colliding with his own skull. Blood trickles from Mu's forehead, but he just licks it off his lip with a crazed look. He casually asks if hand-to-hand combat is the boxer's specialty, sounding entirely too calm. Guaxiel breaks into a cold sweat as Mu begins to mimic his exact boxing stance. Mu asks if this is how it's supposed to be done, mocking a professional's technique. Yahello thinks Mu is just a pathetic copycat and swings again. Without missing a beat, Mu counters with a punch of his own, moving with terrifying precision and massive speed. The force of Mu's counterpunch is incredible, sending a shockwave through Guaxiel's body. The boxer reels back, clutching his throbbing arm in shock at the insane power behind the hit. Mu admires his own arm, explaining that he flexed his muscles at the exact instant of impact. He looks satisfied, testing the limits of the human body he's currently inhabiting. As a result, his arm screams in pain from the tension, but he brushes it off. He watches his muscles ripple under the skin, completely obsessed with the raw physical sensation. Mu admits it feels good because he couldn't get this kind of impact from gods. Back in the day, his opponents would just explode the moment he touched them, which was boring. Suddenly, Mu pulls off his tie and starts wrapping it around his hand like a makeshift ancient bandage. He decides he needs to protect this fragile body if he wants to keep fighting. The bully screams about fighting clean. Meanwhile, Guaxiel lunges forward as Mu casually lies flat on his back on the ground, looking up with a smirk as if he's inviting attack. Mu throws a sharp punch, but Guaxiel mocks his amateur guard. The boxer thinks he has the upper hand, unaware he's dealing with a bored god testing out a brand new body. To Mu, the boxer's movements are fast but painfully simple. By reading the ripple of every muscle, he predicts exactly where the next strike will land before it even begins to travel. Guaxiel lunges with everything he's got, but Mu leans back with impossible timing. The punch whistles through empty air as Mu stares him down with cold, calculating and predatory eyes. The boxer tries a flashy bug cut, but Mu isn't impressed by the theatrics. He ducks the wide swing and counters with a heavy blow that catches Guaxiel completely off guard. Guaxiel freezes, the wind knocked out of him as he clutches his gut in total agony. He can't believe a scrawny student just delivered a hit that felt like a sledgehammer. Mew just smirks at their identical expressions of shock and pain. Watching the professional boxer and the local bully react with the same terrified face is honestly the highlight of his day. Without missing a beat, Mu delivers a final, crushing punch that sends the boxer hitting the pavement. The bully stands there trembling, his last bit of hope for backup completely shattered. The atmosphere turns heavy as Mu focuses his dark, glowing gaze on the remaining bully. He wears a terrifying grin, asking if they should finally finish what they started earlier this morning. Terrified and covered in cold sweat, the bully tries to back away from the monster in front of him. Mu steps forward slowly, enjoying the absolute raw fear in the boy's eyes. Mu casually offers an out, asking if he's even going to fight or just admit defeat. He's looking for some entertainment, but the bully is clearly losing his nerve and sanity. The bully starts to surrender, but Mu isn't interested in mercy today. He catches him mid-sentence with a brutal punch to the face, silencing any plea for forgiveness with a sharp crack. The beatdown continues as Mu rains down strikes, leaving the bully's face a swollen, unrecognizable mess. He's making sure this guy remembers exactly who he messed with for a very long time. Crying and barely conscious, the bully tries to admit defeat again through broken, pathetic sobs. Mu just delivers another impact, showing no intention of stopping the one-sided punishment just yet. Mu stands over the broken mess of a human, looking absolutely delighted. He finds it hilarious that the guy is so tenacious, even if he's mostly just serving as a divine punching bag. Spitting on the ground, Mu leaves the two defeated guys rotting in the dirt. He walks away with a bloodied face and a wild smile, clearly satisfied with his first real Earth scrap. Later, Mu sits alone in a dingy room, finally feeling the adrenaline wear off. He enjoys the rush of battle, but the reality of his current mortal situation is starting to sink in. He stares at his bruised arms, annoyed by how easily this human shell breaks. Even a small scuffle like that was enough to tear his muscles and leave him looking battered and weak. He needs to find a way to maintain his strength without the flow getting interrupted. He remembers an item he mentioned to Yongyong back in the Divine Realm before he left home. Mu closes his eyes and tries to tap into his original power to return. He concentrates hard, waiting for the familiar sensation of divine energy to whisk him away from the planet. Seconds pass and nothing happens, leaving him staring at the cracked walls in confusion. He realizes his connection is blocked, wondering why his own godly transit isn't working as it should. Flashback to the Divine Realm, where Mu tells a disgruntled Lucifer he's heading out. The domain of Elmir is massive, but Mu has his sights set on something much more interesting. Yongyong asks about his trip while Mu hops onto the dragon's back. He complains that his human body is pathetic, feeling like it could fall apart at any moment under his weight. Mu orders his secretary to fetch a recovery magic orb from Lucifer's domain. These items hold immense power and are usually only found on mana-rich planets, far beyond the reach of Earth. On Earth, these artifacts are legendary, obtainable only through a god's rare whim. Most humans go their entire lives without ever seeing a single speck of the mana these items contain. Historically, anyone who possessed such power was worshipped as a literal god. Yongyong promises to have it ready for Mu's next trip, while Mu prepares to dive back down to the surface. Mu jumps off his dragon, ignoring Yongyong's concerns about a regular meeting. He's tired of the constant nagging and wants to get back to his business on the mortal plane immediately. He hands over a crumpled note and points toward Earth with total, arrogant confidence. Yongyong can only watch as his master prepares to leave the Divine Realm yet again for a student. Mu dives headfirst toward the blue planet, leaving his divine body behind. Little does he know, his absence is creating a massive power vacuum that his many rivals are starting to notice. Back in the realm, Lucifer notices that Mu's primary body is now an empty shell. He smirks, realizing his greatest rival has left himself completely vulnerable for the first time in eons. Lucifer sees this as the perfect chance to strike while Mu is distracted on Earth. He turns toward a nervous Yongyong, knowing the dragon is the only thing standing in his way. This is a once-in-a-thousand-years opportunity for Lucifer to execute his life taxidermy. He prepares a powerful spell, his eyes glowing with a sinister and overwhelming dark purple light. Beams of pure divine energy erupt from the magic circle, targeting the dragon's secretary. Lucifer isn't holding back, intending to wipe out Mu's support system in one decisive, brutal move. The onslaught is relentless as the purple rays rain down on Yongyong. The ground cracks under the pressure of the second-rank god's wrath as the divine ambush officially begins. Without missing a beat, Yongyong maneuvers through the beams, his eyes narrowing in fury. He demands to know what Lucifer thinks he's doing by attacking so openly in the divine halls. The dragon asks if this is a formal declaration of war against the Earth God. His own eyes flare with a dangerous red glow, sensing the betrayal unfolding right before him. Lucifer doesn't deny it, declaring his intent to strip Mu of his godhood once and for all. He looms over the area, officially announcing that the war has begun in Mu's absence. Yongyong doesn't back down. Gathering massive amounts of energy in his dragon maw, he prepares a compressed breath attack, ready to defend his master's domain with everything he has left. A colossal beam of fire and light erupts from the dragon, aiming straight for Lucifer. The raw power of the blast lights up the entire hall with blinding, hot intensity. Lucifer casually swipes the massive energy beam aside with a single hand, sending it hurtling into space. He looks completely bored as the dragon's strongest attack misses its mark entirely. The deflected blast explodes against a nearby celestial body, creating a massive fireball. Meanwhile, an archer god watches the chaos with a sigh, sensing the activation of a defensive aura. Divine sparks fly across the meeting hall as the atmosphere in the realm turns lethal. Yongyong stares down the floating traitor, Lucifer, who looks down on everyone from his high perch. Without missing a beat, Yongyong releases his polymorph, his body surging with raw, glowing red power. The secretary transforms into a massive dragon, but Lucifer just stands there, completely unimpressed by the scale. As things heat up, a mermaid goddess watches the drama unfold with a bored, detached expression. She finds the meeting environment toxic and decides she has no interest in staying for the chaos. Suddenly, purple spears pin Yongyong to the floor, prompting the goddess to bail on the scene immediately. Lucifer stops her in her tracks, demanding to know where she stands on the upcoming expulsion vote. She chooses to stay neutral, letting Lucifer smirk as he challenges anyone else to oppose his plan. Floating over the wounded dragon, Lucifer prepares his next move, while Yongyong questions his chances of winning. Lucifer just laughs, mocking the fact that Mu chose a fragile human body and became incredibly weak. It turns out Lucifer knew about the body swap all along, mocking the pair for their total negligence. Despite being skewered, Yongyong lunges forward, refusing to let the traitor do whatever he pleases. The dragon snaps at the floating god, fueled by pure rage and loyalty to his absent master. However, Lucifer effortlessly dances around the beast, leaving Yongyong bleeding out on the cold floor. He tells the dragon to stay still, revealing he needs him alive to reach the mortal plane. Lucifer plans to hunt down the weakened Mu. Yongyong just laughs manically, finding the god's arrogance hilarious. As the dragon laughs through the pain, the scene shifts to Guok Cheol getting grilled by his coach. The coach kicks him out until his arm heals, leaving Guok Cheol fuming and blaming his defeat. Then Guok Cheol spots the gym's ace, Kang Cheol, and instantly sees a fresh opportunity for revenge. Kang Cheol notices the cast, while Guok Cheol realizes this middleweight champ is his perfect weapon. He puts on a pathetic face, plotting to use his friend to handle the monster high school student. He spins a fake sob story about a bullied younger brother to tug at the champion's heartstrings. Faking tears, he claims he got jumped by some brats while trying to talk to them nicely. Kang Cheol isn't totally buying it, telling him sparring is much more productive than street fighting. Guok Cheol panics, wondering if his crocodile tears were a bit too obvious for the stoic boxer. Kang Cheol finally asks for a name, while Mu sits alone, wondering why he can't return home. He realizes the only reason he hasn't returned is that something went wrong with his original body. He trusts Yongyong's strength, but wonders if the other gods finally teamed up to attack him. Realizing he can't sit around, Mu stands up, ready to handle business despite his current human form. He punches his mattress in a fit of rage, itching for the feeling of a real fight. The frustration boils over as he pummels his bed, desperate to vent his lingering godly energy. He decides to focus on what he can control, training this weak human vessel into something lethal. The next day, he hits the park, performing insane, high-speed acrobatics on the pull-up bars. He pushes himself until his muscles scream, absolutely loving the burn of actual physical exertion. He cackles like a villain while hanging upside down, making the local residents question his sanity. A sudden shout startles him, sending the god of the divine realm crashing flat onto the pavement. He looks up to find the class president glaring down at him, demanding he explain his absence. They sit together, though Mu argues that school is useless for someone busy building a war machine. He tells her his only goal is to get stronger to fight better, looking completely serious. Mu rambles about how his untrained muscles need more training to build stamina. The class president watches him, wondering how she'll ever get this fight-obsessed lunatic back to a normal school life. Then, she drops some cold logic, telling him training is pointless without targets. She explains that hiding in a park won't bring him any opponents. He needs to actually go out and find conflict. Without missing a beat, she demands he show up to school tomorrow and leave her alone. As she walks off, Mew actually stops to consider her words, realizing her plan makes a lot of sense. Mew figures his previous victims won't return, so he decides to head to school for fresh prey. Suddenly, a dark silhouette appears behind him, whispering the name of his host, Li Hu. It's the masked vigilante, Kang Cheol, holding a tonfa and ready for business. Mew turns around and spots the weapon, his face splitting into a menacing grin as he welcomes the unexpected challenge. In that instant, Mew clenches his fist in pure excitement. He's starting to think Earth is the absolute best place because strong opponents just keep showing up right when he's getting bored. However, we jump back to see why this masked guy is so intense. Years ago, a young Kang Cheol was a boxing prodigy, while his sister was a rising star in ballet. While Kang Cheol cheered for his sister's success, a shadowed figure watched from the back. It turns out she had gained a dangerous stalker who was becoming increasingly unhinged with every performance. The stalker's room was a shrine of obsession, covered in secret photos. Eventually, his fixation reached a breaking point, and he decided to move from just watching to taking action in the shadows. One night, the creep finally crossed the line, cornering her in a dark alley. He lunged at her, but Kang Chol was already moving to protect his sister from the impending threat. Suddenly, Kang Chol intercepted the attack and leveled the predator. However, because he acted too quickly, the law deemed the punishment insufficient, and the perpetrator was soon back on the streets. As a result, the stalker's obsession turned lethal. He returned with a massive kitchen knife, lurking in the dark for a second chance to ruin the ballerina's life once and for all. Kang Cheol prevented the crime again, but he wasn't fast enough this time. A struggle ensued and the blade clattered to the ground, but the damage to his sister's career was already done. The swan's wings were broken, ending her ballet dreams forever. From that moment on, Kang Chol abandoned his faith in the law and decided to deliver his own brutal brand of justice. Without missing a beat, he resolved to do what the police couldn't. He rained down crushing blows, his fists becoming stained with the blood of the man who ruined his sister. Then, he began his life as a secret vigilante, hunting the city's underbelly every night. He patrolled the alleys, looking for any punk even thinking about committing a crime so he could intervene. He ensured that potential criminals paid their price in advance, leaving them broken in the trash. For Kang Shul, every strike wasn't just a fight. It was a final, unavoidable judgment. He stands tall as a symbol of cold retribution, gripping his tonfa with veins bulging. Little did he know, his next target would be a literal god inhabiting a weak student's body. Back in the present, Kang Xiu lands a heavy blow right on Mu's jaw. The impact sends a shockwave through Mu's head, but the god in a teenager's body barely flinches as he takes the hit. Mu wipes the blood from his nose, realizing it was just a light punch to test his reflexes. He doesn't care about the pain because the guy attacked first, giving him a reason. Mu is just happy he can fight again so soon. Kang Cheol asks why he's going around beating people up, wondering if he's just another aspiring gangster who needs to be punished. However, Mu just gives a cocky smirk and beckons him forward. He tells the vigilante he isn't a fan of small talk, which makes Kang Chol's temper redline as he gets serious. Then the masked man lunges forward with incredible speed. Mu loosens his tie and squares up, ready to see what this self-proclaimed judge can actually do in a real life-or-death brawl. Kang Cheol unleashes a rapid-fire barrage of japs that would blind a normal person. Mu dodges every single one with a smug look, moving his head just inches away from the whistling fists. Realizing Mu is dodging well, Kang Cheol changes tactics to block his field of vision. He throws a devastating hook that explodes through the air, trying to catch the student off guard. Suddenly, Mu brings his arm up just in time to block the strike. Kang Cheol is genuinely surprised, noting that Mu's defensive instincts are just as sharp as his evasion. Despite his frame, Mu taunts him to keep it up, but Kang Chol finds an opening and hammers him. A heavy blow connects with Mu's head, finally rattling the god who thought he was untouchable. Without missing a beat, Kang Cheol follows up with a powerful downward strike. He slams Mu toward the pavement, showing no mercy to the boy who dared to smile during judgment. Mu realizes this guy isn't just swinging wildly, he's targeting the exact spots where Mu's arm was already bruised. Kang Cheol is a calculated fighter who exploits every single weakness he finds. Then, another heavy punch lands squarely on Mu's guard. The force is beginning to take a toll on his human vessel, forcing him to grit his teeth against the mounting damage. Kang Cheol notices the arm is failing and taunts him, asking if he's done. He stands tall, looking down at the battered student who's struggling to keep his defensive stance steady. He declares that there is no mercy in his judgment, even if his opponent is wounded. However, instead of surrendering, Mew starts laughing hysterically, shivering with pure, unadulterated adrenaline. Kang Cheol stares in confusion, wondering why this kid is cackling while his body is breaking. His anger flares again as he realizes Mew is actually enjoying the sensation of being thrashed. Internally, Mew admits he can't beat this guy right now with just brute force. His human body is too weak, and he realizes he's reached the limit of what simple fun provides. As a result, he decides he can't throw away this chance to win. He realizes that simply enjoying the fight isn't enough to secure a victory against a professional like Kang Cheol. He tells himself to stay calm, be cautious, and wipe that smile off his face. To win this, he needs to tap into the tactical mind of a first-rank god. In that instant, a memory of a past defeat flashes through his mind. Even as a god, Mu didn't always win, once finding himself humbled before a truly colossal and terrifying demonic power. While he enjoyed the thrill of that battle, he hated the feeling of losing. He remembers kneeling in the rubble, realizing that wanting to win is the only thing that actually matters. Then, he calmed his emotions and carefully analyzed his opponent's every move. He learned that victory comes to those who can see through the chaos and find the single winning path. Back in the park, Mew whips his jacket into the air to create a diversion. He narrows his eyes, ready to dismantle the Vigilante's perfect boxing rhythm with a calculated counterattack. Flashback reveals Mew's secret to winning. The more he uses strategy, the deadlier he becomes. In that instant, he squares up against a massive horned demon, knowing tactical focus beats raw power every single time. As a result, Mew transforms into a blur of absolute destruction, overwhelming his monstrous foe with concentrated strikes. He dominates the battlefield as his strength scales directly with his calm, calculated mind. To peak his power, Mew suppresses his emotions, turning himself into a cold, calculating machine of war. However, even with his heart of ice, the sheer thrill of a good fight remains hard to bury. Suddenly, a manic grin slips through his composure because he just loves the violence too much. Then, switching back to the present, Mew realizes he must stifle that joy again to beat Kang Cheol. Without missing a beat, Mew forces his face into a pathetic, weeping mess to lower the Vigilante's guard. He looks totally broken, appearing like a sullen loser who has completely given up on the fight. Kang Cheol pauses, staring at the bizarre sight of his opponent suddenly turning into a crying mess. He genuinely thinks the kid has lost his mind, unable to process the total shift in Mew's personality. However, the Vigilante doesn't care for the theatrics and lunges forward with a roar. He assumes Mu is just fooling around and decides it is time to end the nonsense with a final, crushing strike. In that instant, Mew's fake tears mask his calculated evasion as he leans back just as the fist flies. Without missing a beat, he slips under the blow while his pathetic expression remains perfectly intact. Then, Mew uses his low position to unleash a cheap but effective tactical move against the serious fighter. He kicks a cloud of dirt directly into the air, aiming to blind his aggressive, masked opponent. Suddenly, a screen of dust erupts between them, forcing Kang Cheol to bring up his arm in a desperate block. Mew's move is dirty, but it successfully disrupts the Vigilante's overwhelming momentum for a second. As a result, Kang Cheol scoffs at the predictable, low-tier criminal tactics, easily brushing off the debris. Little does he know, Mew has already used that brief distraction to reposition himself like a ghost. Without missing a beat, Mew continues his pathetic acting, taunting the Vigilante to keep the attacks coming. This calculated disrespect sends Kang Cheol into a blind rage, exactly as the fallen god intended. Then, the Vigilante unleashes a furious haymaker, but Mew glides through the air with a smug, fake-crying face. He reads every muscle twitch, making the champion look like he is shadowboxing against thin air. In that instant, the tonfa whistles past Mew's head, narrowly missing its mark as the tension reaches a breaking point. Mew stays perfectly calm, observing how his opponent's fury makes his movements far more predictable. Mew realizes Kang Cheol is fixated on a chin shot and knows this rigid boxing style might finally fail. He reflects on how bare-knuckle brawling in his old world was a completely different, wilder beast. However, he notes a key difference between this guy and the last two jokers he fought. While Guok Cheol was reckless, this masked Vigilante has a defensive edge that makes him much tougher to crack. Suddenly, the narrative explains that modern fighters are far more defensive because they have stable ground. In the old world, the uneven ground was the biggest variable that kept every fighter on edge. In that instant, we see how jagged rocks and debris once made vigorous movement a death trap. However, the evolution of flat pavement and rubber footwear allowed modern fighters to become much more aggressive. As a result, modern aggression is high, but Mu knows exactly where every strike is headed. He waits for the perfect moment, knowing that anticipating the target makes guiding the enemy's movements child's play. Without missing a beat, Mu begins puppet mastering the fight, using his movement to bait Kang Cheol's feet. He plays a high-stakes game of chess, using the Vigilante's own aggressive footwear against him. Suddenly, Mu dances through a flurry of blows, purposely making the champion move more and more. By increasing the enemy's mobility, he raises the chances of his carefully placed environmental traps finally triggering. Then, Kang Cheol slips on a stray rock just as Mu predicted, creating a brief, fatal opening. Without missing a beat, Mu lunges forward, aiming his fist directly at a vulnerable, exposed, vital spot. In that instant, Mu delivers a counterstrike while maintaining that creepy, pathetic grin. Kang Cheol's eyes widen in shock as he realizes he has been led straight into a trap by a supposed victim. However, Mu's human vessel reaches its limit, his arms screaming in pain from the impact. The strike cracks Kang Cheol's goggles, but the physical strain on Mu's weak body is starting to show. As a result, Mu bursts into hysterical laughter, mocking the vigilante for actually missing his chance to win. He loves the chaos, even as his own body begins to fail under the godly pressure. Suddenly, the momentum shifts and Mu hits the dirt, gasping for breath as his strength finally evaporates. Kang Cheol stands over him, disgusted, asking if getting beaten into a pulp is actually fun. Then, the vigilante looms over his fallen foe, gripping his tonfa with a cold, murderous intent. He is done with the laughing and promises to make sure Mu never smiles again after this next blow. In that instant, Mu stares up from the ground, internally admitting his first loss in a human body. He wonders how long it has been since he actually tasted the bitter flavor of defeat. It turns out it has been nearly 4 millennia since anyone managed to put him down like this. Suddenly, a heavy impact rattles his vision as the vigilante delivers another brutal lesson in reality. Without missing a beat, the scene pulls back to show them isolated in the dark park. Suddenly, Kang Cheol's instincts flare up as he senses another presence lurking nearby, wondering if someone else watched. Then, a frantic shout for their master pierces the air, catching the vigilante completely by surprise. Kang Cheol freezes, his eyes darting toward the woods as he realizes they are not alone in the dark. Suddenly, a blue cloak flutters in the wind as a mysterious figure retreats into the shadows. Without missing a beat, the perspective shifts, revealing the arrival of a very familiar, very scaly secretary. In that instant, a massive green leg steps into view, marking the arrival of the dragon, Yongyong. Mu looks on from the ground, recognizing his loyal subordinate has finally tracked him down. Mu's eyes widen as he confirms the identity of the lizard standing before him in the human world. It is definitely Yongyong, and he looks ready to handle business for his fallen godly master. Meanwhile, in the divine realm, Lucifer towers over a trapped red-haired Mu held by glowing purple chains. The power dynamic is clear as Lucifer gloats over his rival's current state of absolute imprisonment. As a result, Lucifer mocks Mu, explaining that he can no longer return to his original godly body. The space is completely severed, meaning Mu's soul is effectively exiled in the human world forever. Then, Lucifer turns his gaze toward the horizon, declaring his intent to finally crack Earth's barrier open. With Mu out of the way, the path to conquering the human world is finally clear. Without missing a beat, Lucifer looks up at a buff, gargantuan version of Yongyong standing behind him. He offers the dragon the title of Earth's god if he agrees to cooperate with the takeover. Suddenly, the massive dragon mutters something under his breath that Lucifer cannot quite catch. The demon lord gets annoyed, demanding the beast speak up since he cannot hear over his huge, scaly frame. In that instant, Yongyong asks if a severed space truly means no attacks can ever get through. Lucifer smugly confirms his absolute defense, completely unaware that he might have just given away his weakness. Lucifer assumes his defenses are impenetrable, but his smugness vanishes when a strange purple energy begins to swirl. Suddenly, he senses a presence that shouldn't be there, disrupting his arrogant peace. In that instant, a massive, buffed-up Yongyong appears directly behind the second-rank's god. The dragon gathers an insane amount of magical energy between his claws, preparing a point-blank blast that looks absolutely lethal. However, Lucifer's eyes widen in genuine terror as the lizard actually pulls the trigger. A massive explosion erupts, rocking the divine realm as the lunatic dragon chooses total chaos over caution. Without missing a beat, the resulting beam of light pierces through the clouds and shoots off into the distance. The sheer scale of the attack is ridiculous, looking like a literal pillar of divine destruction. As a result, a tiny charred silhouette falls through the darkening sky after the magical discharge clears. The once mighty dragon is now just a smoking lizard tumbling toward the unknown world below. It turns out that Yongyong used every last drop of his strength for that one hit. Drained and desperate, he knows he needs to find his master to report the dire situation immediately. Meanwhile, back in the divine realm, Lucifer is absolutely fuming at the lizard's audacity. He screams in rage as he tries to maintain his dignity, while his surroundings crumble from the dragon's desperate strike. Then his face contorts into a terrifying mask of wrinkles and demonic fury. He vows to hunt them down, promising to grind both the meddling lizard and Mu into literal dust for this insult. In a fit of peak pettiness, Lucifer launches a spear of purple energy downward toward the falling dragon. He's intent on finishing the job and making sure Mu's secretary never reaches the human world. The beam tracks Yongyong as he frantically wiggles through the air, eventually smashing into the divine throne. The impact shatters the space itself, creating a rift that sucks everything nearby into the void. Suddenly, the scene shifts to Earth's atmosphere, where a portal rips open among the clouds. Tiny Yongyong comes flying out like a green comet, screaming as he plummets toward the city below. He plummets directly toward the park where Kang Xiol is standing over the beaten Li Hu. Without warning, the dragon lands squarely on the middleweight champion's face, ending his victory lap early. As a result, Kang Xiol gets clocked by the falling lizard, while Yongyong starts sobbing uncontrollably. The little dragon apologizes profusely, traumatized by the narrow escape and the master's battered human state. Mu, still occupying Li Hu's body, stares up in a daze as his secretary clings to him. The realization hits him instantly that bastard Lucifer finally made his move and cut him off completely. At that moment, Mu's expression shifts from shock to a cold, dark fury. The realization of the betrayal sinks in, and his face settles into a look of pure, unadulterated hatred for his former peer. Then, he suddenly starts grinning like a total psychopath despite being covered in bruises. He decides he needs to get stronger immediately because he's more than ready to fight back with his body. Little did he know, his current vessel is still in rough shape as his arm begins to shake violently. The pain flares up, reminding him that human muscles have very real limits. Mu ignores the pain and asks if the dragon brought the necessary items from the divine realm. Yongyong perks up, remembering the magic orb he managed to smuggle through the dimensional rift. Without missing a beat, the tiny dragon starts gagging and heaving in a very ungodlike manner. He struggles for a second before finally vomiting up a glowing red treasure for his master. It's a dragon bloodstone infused with a one-time healing spell for emergencies. Yongyong regrets only bringing one. Seeing how pathetic and fragile Mu's current human body has become after the fight, Mu grabs the stone and confidently claims that this single dose should be enough to fix him. The red gem glows with intense power as he prepares to absorb the divine essence within. As he activates it, green energy surges through his arm, instantly knitting the torn muscles back together. The healing is fast and aggressive, far beyond anything a normal human could ever experience. However, Mu notices something else. His muscles feel hypersensitive and more responsive than before. He wonders if this was more than a simple heal and actually a body enhancement spell. Yongyong smugly admits he put extra effort into it by infusing his own magic. Mu realizes the stone still has some juice left since his human body didn't need much mana. Mu tries to give the remaining energy back to his exhausted secretary for his own recovery. But Yongyong, being a loyal subordinate, insists on keeping it for his master's future use. The dragon swallows the stone back down for safekeeping, looking quite satisfied with himself. The scene then transitions to another lizard doing the exact same thing in a quiet bedroom. It turns out to be the class president's pet gecko, Dooley, who is getting pampered as usual. She wishes her pet could talk so they could hang out and chat every single day. She says her goodbyes before heading off to school, leaving the lizard behind in its tank. Meanwhile, the perspective shifts to the classroom where students are settling in for the morning. In that instant, we see the nameless bully, now a bandaged-up mess who has traded bullying for books. He decides that studying is a much safer hobby than messing with crazy students. Suddenly, the classroom door slides open and Mu walks in looking completely healed and refreshed. The former bully trembles at his desk, terrified of the guy who turned him into a nerd. Mew approaches the class president with a terrifyingly wide grin, asking if she's up for a match. She's completely taken aback, noting that he actually bothered to show up for school today. He's clearly hunting for someone to fight, wearing a look of pure predatory excitement. The class president starts sweating, wondering if this guy's about to do something weird and violent. She nervously wishes him luck as he stares out the window with a dark intensity. Meanwhile, downstairs on the school grounds, Daljun is catching up with Kang Cheol about recent rumors. Without missing a beat, Daljun asks if you heard about the second-year neutralization. She explains how a formerly bullied kid suddenly snapped and started brutally taking down everyone in his way. It turns out the kid even ripped off a bully's ear, earning him a fearsome reputation among the students. Daljun thinks it's absolutely crazy, while Kang Cheol listens with a growing sense of dread. In that instant, Kang Cheol realizes the kid they're talking about fits the description of the lunatic he fought. He starts to suspect that he might have accidentally targeted the wrong person. He feels a bit guilty about hitting the kid for no reason, even if it was just a little. Meanwhile, Mew stands nearby, looking completely bored by the lack of action at school. Mew complains that everyone is just scribbling with their fingers instead of throwing hands. He decides he might as well head to the Sands Arena to get some real training in. As Kang Cheol walks past, Mew's eyes lock onto his retreating figure with sudden, sharp interest. Something about the way the guy moves catches the first-rank god's highly trained eye. He analyzes the size and placement of the muscles, and the realization hits him like a truck. It's the same guy from yesterday, and Mew's face twists into a terrifyingly happy grin. Kang Cheol senses something and turns back. Suddenly, he sees Mu in Li Hu's body charging toward him with a terrifying, manic grin that screams pure trouble, closing the distance between them in a flash. Without missing a beat, Kang Cheol bolts in terror, leaving Daljun completely baffled as the high-speed chase erupts through the hallways. He wonders why this total psycho is hunting him down so relentlessly today. Then, fear grips him as he realizes Mew might have seen through his disguise from their fight. Despite the expensive goggles and mask he wore to hide his face, he suspects he's been caught. In that instant, Kang Cheol pushes his legs to the limit, desperate to avoid a police report. He spots a quick turn and dives into an alleyway, hoping to finally lose the blue-haired monster. However, Mew rounds the corner only to find a dead end. He stands there looking absolutely robbed, wondering exactly where his prey vanished to in such a short amount of time while scanning the empty street. Suddenly, Yongyong pops his head out of Mu's collar, sensing his master's frustration. The little secretary is just as eager to find the rude punk who dared to challenge the first-ranked god the day before. As a result, Yongyong jumps down and starts sniffing the ground like a bloodhound. He swears he can still smell that strong male scent from their previous encounter and begins tracking the trail forward. Without missing a beat, the tiny dragon follows the scent right into a white sneaker. He freezes mid-sniff, looking up with a cold sweat as he realizes he's just bumped into someone very unexpected. It turns out to be the class president standing right over him. She looks down at the strange green creature with a stoic face, catching the duo red-handed in the middle of their tracking mission. Then the atmosphere shifts completely as her face turns bright red. She stares back with an intense blush, seemingly overwhelmed by the sudden and bizarre interaction with Mew and his tiny, scaly companion. Yongyong tries to wave the class president away, but she isn't taking no for an answer. Suddenly, a hand lunges toward the tiny dragon before he can even react to the intrusion. In that instant, she scoops him up like a plushie. Yongyong panics, screaming and demanding to know if this human even realizes who she is dealing with right now. However, his pride takes a hit as he realizes he cannot use magic to escape. The class president just stares in awe, wondering if talking lizards are actually a real thing. Without missing a beat, she decides he is even cuter than her pet gecko, Dooley. Yongyong seizes a gap and bolts, scurrying across the pavement toward the safety of his master. Then, the little guy hides behind Mew's leg, sobbing about his lost power. Mew glances back just as the class president catches up, looking completely fascinated by the creature. She asks if the lizard is his friend, and Mew keeps it casual. He confirms they are friends, adding with a sharp, observant look that he is a very obedient one. As a result, the class president feels a sudden wave of jealousy. Mew just stares her down, the tension rising between them in the middle of the street. Suddenly, Mew grabs Yongyong by the scruff and holds him out like a prize. He offers to let her borrow the secretary, a predatory grin spreading across his face. Yongyong and the girl share a look of total confusion at the offer. Fast forward to later, and the events shift to the class president's bedroom with the dragon in tow. Yongyong sulks on the floor while she wonders if he is still mad. It turns out Mew used his secretary as a bargaining chip to get her help. Little did she know, Mew is searching for someone specific. He promised her lizard custody in exchange for her assistance, and she agreed without a second thought. Then Mu tosses the tiny secretary into the air. Yongyong spins through the sky and lands right on top of the class president's head with a soft, perfectly timed thud. Mew tells him to stay put and come back later on his own. Yongyong watches his master walk away, terrified and wondering where exactly his master is headed. While Mu heads to the Sansujang, Yongyong tries to regain his dignity. He clears his throat and formally introduces himself as the high-ranking secretary who assists the master. He demands her full cooperation as per Mu's instructions. The class president just sits there, completely mesmerized by the tiny talking dragon sitting on her floor. Suddenly, her heart throbs with excitement at the weirdness. She leans in close, asking if Master actually refers to Li Hu. Her eyes sparkling with intense curiosity, she confidently promises to help, reminding him that she is the class president. Yongyong listens as she brags about being the top-ranked student in their entire grade. Yongyong figures Mu picked her for her leadership skills. But then a thought hits him: if she is the leader, does that mean his master is not the boss? However, she mentions Li Hu's rank is actually pretty low. Yongyong's world shatters instantly as he processes this impossible information about his master's social status. In that instant, Yongyong screams in total denial. He refuses to believe the strongest being in existence is anything less than a king among these mere humans. He imagines Mu as a terrifying shadow ruling over the entire planet. To Yongyong, his master must be the legendary Earth leader, nothing less than a god. As a result, he vows to help Mu reclaim his rightful throne. She agrees, but on one condition. The little dragon has to visit her house often. Yongyong flashes a devious grin, thinking he is a tactical genius. He plans to use her to gather intel while she thinks she is just making a friend. He gazes out the window heroically, promising to restore Mu's title. Meanwhile, the real Mu is busy pushing his human body to the absolute limit in a park. At that moment, Mu is performing a one-handed handstand on top of a jungle gym. The sun sets behind him as he trains relentlessly to strengthen this vessel. He flips off the bars and lands perfectly on his feet. He flexes his hands, noting that his physical condition has finally started to improve significantly. Mu senses a physical enhancement effect as his muscles recover even stronger. He is pushing himself harder, feeling his power surging back into his limbs. He wipes the sweat away with a satisfied smirk. The training is finally paying off, and he looks ready to deliver a crushing blow to anyone in his way. Then his expression shifts to one of focused observation. He looks around the quiet park, wondering if his target is going to show up tonight. He figures he will run into the guy eventually, since they attend school together. Without missing a beat, he starts heading home for the night. As he walks down the street, Mu stops dead in his tracks. He catches a familiar scent in the air, the unmistakable smell of fresh sweat nearby. Meanwhile, back at the house, the class president is busy shopping online. She adds clothes and bags to her cart while Yongyong watches from her shoulder. Yongyong sniffs her, catching a trace of Mu's scent. He thanks her for the help and decides it is finally time to head back to his master. In that instant, he leaps out the window and navigates the rooftops. He moves with surprising agility for a tiny dragon, blending into the night shadows. Suddenly, he spots Mu walking below and drops down to join him. He lands right on Mu's shoulder, looking very proud of his successful mission. Yongyong brags about winning over the class president and securing her loyalty. He is convinced she will be a useful subordinate for the master moving forward. Suddenly, Yongyong's nose twitches again. He stops talking and sniffs the air intensely, catching a distinct smell that puts him on high alert. The events shift to a nearby alley, where a hooded figure stands. A thief cringes on the ground, terrified of the vigilante who just caught him. The criminal tries to threaten him, but Kang Sheol doesn't care. He delivers a bone-crushing strike, noting that criminal scum sure talk a lot. Mu watches from the shadows, his eyes glowing with predatory intent. He stares at the back of Kang Sheol and whispers that he has finally found his target. Yongyong points excitedly toward the alley, sensing the target. There stands the masked vigilante, Kang Sheol, completely unaware he's being hunted by a bored god who just wants a decent workout. Suddenly, Yongyong gets distracted by the heavenly scent of soup nearby. Mu ignores the lizard's hunger, locking his gaze on the hooded figure while Kang Chihol feels a cold sweat run down his neck. Mu takes a casual step forward, closing the distance. Seeing a student approach, Kang Chihol tries to play it cool, pleading for a peaceful resolution and claiming the whole situation is just a big misunderstanding. Without missing a beat, Mu lunges forward with terrifying speed. However, Conchol's instincts kick in, and he immediately drops into a professional boxing stance, realizing this kid is far from a normal high schooler. In that instant, Mu's face twists into a predatory grin as he closes the gap. Kang Cheol braces himself, his eyes wide with shock behind his cracked goggles. As the overwhelming pressure of a god intensifies, they square off in the narrow alley, tension thick enough to cut with a knife. Mu looks absolutely delighted to finally find someone who might actually put up a fight against his enhanced physical vessel. Mu stops, waiting for a move that never comes. As a result, Kang Cheol grows confused, wondering why this psycho student has no intention of launching a preemptive attack despite clearly having the upper hand. Suddenly, a random thug creeps up behind Kang Cheol, brandishing a heavy baton. He thinks he's found an easy opening to take down the famous vigilante once and for all during the distraction. Then, the thug swings the weapon with a murderous scream. Without missing a beat, Kang Cheol maneuvers out of the way. But the attack isn't aimed at him, it's headed straight for the innocent Mu. The baton whistles through the air with crushing force. Kang Cheol panics, realizing that if he dodges, the unarmed student behind him is going to get his skull caved in by the heavy metal bar. However, Mu doesn't move an inch to defend himself. He just stands there with a blank stare, watching the baton descend while Kang Cheol's heart hammers against his ribs in pure, unadulterated desperation. Suddenly, the baton slams into Mu's head with a sickening crack. Instead of collapsing, Mu remains perfectly upright, his expression chillingly calm despite taking a direct, full-force hit to his temple. In that instant, Mu's grin returns, wider and more terrifying than ever. He's thrilled to finally feel an impact, and he celebrates by delivering a brutal kick that sends the thug's internals screaming in pain. As a result, the baton spins wildly into the air. Mu catches the weapon with effortless grace while the thug doubles over, gasping for air after the god's heavy strike shattered his momentum. Mu looms over the pathetic bully, the baton now firmly in his hands. The thug's eyes bulge in terror as he realizes he's no longer the predator in this dark and narrow alleyway. Then Mu delivers a savage blow that echoes through the street. He laughs like a maniac while the thug screams, completely overwhelmed by the sheer, unbridled violence of a god in a human body. Without missing a beat, Mu pummels the man into the pavement. Every strike is precise and punishing, leaving the bully begging for a mercy that Mu simply doesn't feel like giving tonight. The thug stands trembling, barely conscious and clutching his shattered pride. Mu watches him with a cold, piercing gaze, the fleeting adrenaline of the moment already starting to fade away into boredom. Suddenly, Mu's expression goes flat. He realizes the excitement is gone and sighs in disappointment, finding the whole lopsided encounter to be nothing more than a tedious waste of his divine time. He reminisces about his first days on Earth, when every impact felt like a game. However, if the fights remain this one-sided, they're no different from the dull, infinite eternity he experienced before. Mu turns back, hoping the masked guy is still ready for round two. In his mind, only someone like that vigilante can offer the stimulation he's been craving since descending to this world. Then, he looks around and realizes the alley is eerily quiet. Kang Cheol has vanished into thin air, leaving Mu standing alone with a useless baton and a broken thug on the floor. It turns out that while Mu was busy playing with his new toy, Kang Cheol didn't stick around. He bolted the second he saw Mu's terrifying, sadistic smile and inhuman durability. As a result, Kang Cheol is blocks away, sprinting for his life. He's completely freaked out by the student's insane strength and that creepy, blushing face he made while getting hit. Meanwhile, Yongyong is still sniffing for food when Kang Cheol accidentally tramples the tiny dragon. The poor secretary gets flattened in a literal hit-and-run by the fleeing middleweight champion. Kang Cho disappears into the night, leaving a dazed Yongyong face down on the concrete. The unexpected traffic accident was the final humiliating straw in a night of total chaotic failure. Later, Kang Cheol finally makes it home and catches his breath. He strips off his gear, haunted by the memory of Mu's blushing face and wondering if the kid actually enjoys getting hurt. Suddenly, his sister Kang Hyuna bursts in, announcing her arrival as a prosecutor. She's riding a high after locking up criminals all day, looking far more energetic than her exhausted brother. Without missing a beat, she delivers a sharp slap to his back, telling him to move. However, Kang Cheol doesn't even flinch, which immediately makes the seasoned prosecutor highly suspicious of his condition. He ignores her energy, simply asking for ramen without any eggs. Little did she know, Kang Cheol is mentally drained from his narrow escape from the red-haired god's terrifying presence. In that instant, he reflects on his past. Boxing used to be about the sport and the thrill, but now every single punch he throws is fueled by a deep, lingering sense of anger. As a result, he sits in the quiet kitchen, staring at his reflection in the boiling water. The weight of his secret life as Iljume is clearly taking its toll on his sanity. The next morning, the sun shines over the school as Mu walks through the gates. Students part like the Red Sea, unsettled by the kid with a literal dragon on his shoulder. Yongyong apologizes for his hunger yesterday, but the surrounding students are too busy gossiping. They wonder if the strange green creature is some kind of illegal mutated Komodo dragon. Mu's sharp eyes scan the courtyard, ignoring the whispers. Suddenly, he spots a familiar face in the crowd. The class president is heading straight toward them with an intense, awkward blush. She's absolutely thrilled to see Yongyong, waving like a maniac. Mu, however, remains cool and direct, already planning how to use her to track down his vanished prey from the night before. Mu holds a terrified Yongyong up like a bargaining chip. He offers to let her play with the dragon if she helps him find the masked guy who keeps picking fights. Without missing a beat, she identifies the target as Iljume. She explains he's a famous urban legend who spends his nights pummeling every bully and delinquent he finds in the city. She suspiciously asks if Mu is doing something bad to get attacked. Mu just stares ahead, promising himself that the next time the boxer runs, he won't let him escape so easily. Suddenly, Kang Cheol walks by and feels a massive shiver run down his spine. He senses Mu's predatory aura nearby and realizes the nightmare is far from over for him. The class president looks on in confusion, wondering if these two actually know each other. Mu doesn't hesitate, dropping the name that's been on everyone's lips, Iljume. With a sharp, predatory smirk, Mu looks like he's finally found the entertainment he's been craving. He's locked onto his target, and there's no turning back now. Sitting in class, Mu's legs vibrate with pure, unadulterated anticipation. He claims he can wait, but his body betrays him. Holding back his godly bloodlust is proving nearly impossible. Yongyong vibrates right along with him as the sun begins to set. Suddenly, the school announcement rings out, signaling the start of the night study session for the remaining students. Without missing a beat, Mu hands a motion-sick Yongyong over to the class president. He's got business to attend to, and the girl is more than happy to babysit the lizard. She skips away, clutching the green dragon as if she's won the lottery. Meanwhile, the hallway grows quiet as the real games are about to begin behind closed doors. The classroom door slides open with a heavy click. Mu stands waiting in the shadows, his eyes fixed on Kang Cheol as the middleweight champion finally steps into the room. Kang Cheol acknowledges the wait with a stoic face, reaching into his bag. He pulls out his gear, moving with the practiced calm of a man used to the heat of combat. Mu watches intently as the champion wraps his hands. Kang Cheol breaks the silence, asking if Mu actually enjoys the act of fighting or if he's just looking for trouble. Mu turns slightly, his gaze cold. He clarifies that he doesn't just like fighting, it's the visceral sensation of the impact that truly drives him to the edge. He thinks back to the bone-crushing blows he's received, relishing the memory of the pain. To him, the shock of being hit is the only thing that feels real. In an instant, his mind flashes back to his true form, battling prehistoric beasts. For a god like Mu, only the chaotic intensity of combat makes him feel truly alive. Now, trapped in a human vessel, he fights out of sheer necessity to satisfy that eternal hunger. His face flushes with a disturbing, joyful intensity that unnerves his opponent. Kang Cheol breaks into a cold sweat, realizing Mu's insane expression doesn't match his calm words. Little did he know, he's dealing with a god who craves destruction. He tosses a pair of weighted fighting gloves toward Mu. The god catches them midair, feeling the weight settle into his hands as the atmosphere in the room thickens. Kang Cheol drops his bag and tells him to get ready. He stands tall, finally prepared to show this strange student what a real champion can do in a ring. Mu lunges forward with terrifying speed, his fists clenched. He knows he shouldn't be going this hard on a mere high schooler, but his excitement is simply too high to contain. He throws a heavy punch, but Kang Cheol shifts his weight and blocks it with ease. The champion smirks, noting that the boy is far too hasty with his movements. Kang Shol dances around the strikes, keeping his cool despite the onslaught. He wonders if Mu is always this aggressive, treating every interaction like a life-or-death struggle. Taking control of the rhythm, Kang Sheol treats this like a professional match. He advises Mu to loosen up and relax his body, or he'll never land a clean hit. Suddenly, Kang Sheol finds an opening and drives a precise fist into Mu's face. The impact sends a shockwave through the room, but Mu's smile only grows wider. Mu takes the hit directly, absorbing the force. Kang Sheol looks down at him with a steady gaze, asking if the sensation is as good as he hoped it would be. Then, the champion explains the mechanics of his power, letting the rotation of his body flow through his fingertips. He delivers a strike that rattles Mu's very core. Kang Sheol feels the rush of the connection, reveling in the purity of the sport. To him, this isn't just a brawl. This is the true art of boxing. Mu wipes the blood from his lip, realizing that without his physical enhancements, that blow would have been fatal. He lets out a manic laugh. This is a real fight. Meanwhile, the events shift to Hajun, who is passed out at his desk. He's snoring loudly, completely oblivious to the war happening elsewhere in the school building. As night study continues, Hajun finally groggily wakes up. He wipes the drool from his chin, looking around the nearly empty classroom in a confused, sleepy daze. He notices a chocolate bar and a cheeky note left on his desk. He checks his phone, realizing it's already late and he needs to move fast. Without missing a beat, Hejun sprints down the stairs while tearing into the snack. He's on a mission, even though he's still half asleep from his long, deep nap. As he nears the training hall, the muffled sounds of heavy impacts echo through the hallway. Something intense is going down, and the vibrations are shaking the glass doors. Inside, the exchange is a blur of motion as Mu and Kang Sheol trade blows. Mu is pushing his limits, moving with a speed that defies all human logic. Suddenly, Mu breaks the unspoken rules and drives a brutal kick into Kang Sheol's chest. The champion is caught completely off guard by the sudden change in tactics. Kang Sheol recoils, gasping in shock at the foul play. He thought they were boxing, but Mu's empty gaze suggests he couldn't care less about the rules of sport. Mu stands his ground, looking completely unbothered by the confusion. He asks a simple, chilling question. Who exactly decided that a fight was limited to only using fists? Without waiting for an answer, Mu delivers a stinging low kick that buckles Kang Sheol's leg. The champion grunts, feeling the immense power behind the strike. He follows up with a flurry of strikes, including a high kick that forces Kang Sheol into a desperate defensive shell. The momentum has shifted entirely toward Mu. Kang Sheol's eyes widen as he realizes the sheer weight behind those kicks. He's never felt power like this from a kid his age, and it's genuinely terrifying. A wave of panic washes over him as he feels his balance slipping. If his lower body collapses now, he knows the fight is as good as over. Mu doesn't give him a chance to recover, slamming another heavy kick into the champion's thigh. The sound of the impact echoes like a gunshot in the quiet room, creating a bit of distance. Mu stares down his opponent with a look of pure triumph. With a final chilling smirk, he declares that the match is officially over. Yongyong's physical buff finally wears off, leaving Mu's borrowed body feeling a whole lot lighter. Kenkol notices the shift immediately, sensing the god's sudden drop in raw power as the glowing aura vanishes. Without missing a beat, Kang Sheol flashes a cocky grin, mockingly asking if Mu's strength just took a vacation. Mu isn't fazed at all, letting out a casual laugh even while sweating through his shirt. The champion bursts into a full-blown laugh, convinced he's finally got the upper hand on the weird kid. Mu just stands there with that wide-eyed, creepy smile, clearly hiding another card up his sleeve. They're basically having a giggle fit mid-fight, which Hejun finds absolutely pathetic as he watches from the door. He's just trying to enjoy his snack in peace, while these two weirdos play around in the hallway. Disgusted by the display, Hejun turns his back and heads for the stairs. He's seen enough pitiful behavior for one day and decides to leave the two idiots to their strange laughing match. He makes a quick exit, muttering about how revolting the whole scene is. It turns out even a high-tier fighter like him has a very low tolerance for cringy, low-level brawls and weird social vibes. Back in the hallway, Mu squares up, deciding to play it defensively for a bit. He knows his current muscles are a major downgrade without the buff, so he's gotta be smart about his timing. Suddenly, Kang Sheol lunges forward with a heavy hook. Mu tries to pivot right, but the champion's speed is no joke, and a solid blow connects with his side, rattling his ribs. The impact sends Mu spinning like a top. Before he can recover, Kang Cho follows through with a nasty U-turn punch that smashes right into his face, keeping the heavy momentum going strong. Mew gets blasted back, realizing this human body's muscles are way too flimsy for a pro boxer's power. He's feeling every bit of that solid hit as he skids across the tile floor. In that instant, Mew wishes he could tap into his higher powers. Just as he thinks it, a faint glow starts sparking in his hand. It turns out his divine spark is still kicking. He drops to a knee but pops right back up, purple energy crackling around his fingers. Mew's got a plan to weaponize the air since his mana is currently off limits in this realm. Mew swings a glowing fist, and Kang Chiul actually looks impressed that the kid is still so lively. Little does he know, this isn't just a regular punch coming for his jaw. Kang Cheol blocks the strike with ease, taunting Mu about his light, feathery hits. He's convinced Mu has nothing left in the tank, but he's about to get a very rude awakening. As a result of the impact, a sudden shockwave ripples through the air. Kang Cheol's eyes go wide with shock as he feels a localized explosion pop right against his defensive guard. The champion is left dazed, wondering what kind of magic trick he just walked into. Mew tells himself to stay focused, seeing the perfect opening to finally end this exhausting back and forth. Mew gathers a swirling vortex of air around his hand, creating a pressurized mess. Kang Chiul is completely baffled, unable to comprehend the weird physics unfolding in front of his eyes. Then, Mew delivers a crushing blow straight to the nose. Blood sprays everywhere as the air explosion amplifies the hit, finally rocking the middleweight champion to his core and sending him reeling. Mew smirks, surprised that his improvised science project actually worked. He starts nerding out about mana logic, explaining how condensing the atmosphere creates a volatile reaction when actual mana is missing from the air. Since Earth is a manaless desert, gathering energy just traps a bunch of dust and oxygen. Instead of burning away impurities, the whole thing just builds pressure until it goes off like a bomb. Normally, mana stabilizes the process, but here, it's just a recipe for a mini explosion. Mew admits it's a pretty garbage technique, but hey, if it puts the champion down, he isn't complaining. The air condenses into a tiny point before releasing explosively right at the moment of contact. Mew didn't expect to rely on such a messy move, but the explosive results speak for themselves. Standing over a crumpled Kang Chul, Mew licks his lips like a total creep. He's genuinely impressed that a mere human could provide this much entertainment on a random night at school. Mew grabs the champion's face, looking ready for a second round of torture. Kang Chiul is losing it, desperately asking if Mew is planning to neutralize him for good this time. Admitting total defeat, Kang Chiul stumbles back and begs Mew not to cross the line. His head is spinning like a carnival ride, and he's clearly seen enough magic for one lifetime. The champion makes a tactical retreat, promising a rematch some other time. Mew just stands there looking slightly disappointed that the fun ended so quickly, licking his lips as he watches him go. Night falls over the city and the scene shifts to Yongyong struggling under a massive, bulging bag. The class president is apparently using the tiny dragon as her personal moving service. She tells the little guy to hit her up if he needs anything else, while Yongyong just trudges away. He's carrying a load 10 times his size, looking absolutely exhausted by the labor. Meanwhile, Kang Chiul realizes he forgot his bag and spots the weird lizard walking by. Yongyong is fuming, refusing to let the humans walk all over him after a long day of chores. Without missing a beat, Yongyong decides to launch a surprise attack to reclaim his dignity. Kang Chiul is still dizzy from the fight, barely processing the green blob lunging at him. Yongyong lunges with a mighty squeak, but he's about as threatening as a wet noodle. Even a concussed boxer has fast enough reflexes to deal with a flying, tiny dragon lizard. The dragon faceplants onto the pavement with a pathetic thud. Kang Chiul just stares down at him, genuinely confused if he's looking at a mutant dog or just a weird hallucination. Mew shows up to collect his secretary, stuffing the grumbling dragon into his new bag. He looks down at Kang Chiul, wondering why the guy is still lingering around after getting rocked. Yongyong is actually proud of his training, acting like he's a top-tier subordinate while stuffed in the bag. He thinks his hard work is finally starting to pay off for his master. Mew decides it's better to stay low-key and tries to walk away quietly. However, Kang Chiul ruins the plan by calling out to him from the shadows, sporting a fresh bandage. The champion asks why Mew is rocking a school uniform on a Saturday. Mew just stands there blankly, having no idea what a Saturday even is in the human calendar system. Kang Chiul is baffled by the kid's ignorance, wondering what his deal is. Mew asks if he loves fighting, but the boxer claims he only does it out of sheer necessity. Mu gives him a look that says he knows he's lying, flashing a terrifyingly wide grin. Kangshou, surprisingly, asks if Mu wants to hang out and be friends for a bit. He promises that Mu won't be bored if they stick together. Mu's face instantly transforms into a demonic mask of pure joy at the prospect of finding more things to hit. Mu decides the boxer is a good guy and demands to be taken to a fight immediately. Kang Cheo quickly regrets his life choices, realizing he just invited a monster to play. Mew questions if Kang Cheol is actually a decent guy, while Yongyong looks completely done. Friday morning hits Gyerogi High School with a bright, deceptive peace. The calm breaks at the student council restroom, where signs warn of restricted access. Two confused students get blocked from entering by a guard holding the door. Inside the stalls, Yangzhou is busy shaking down a victim. The poor kid trembles as he hands over a measly 20,000 won to the towering bully. Without missing a beat, Yangzhou loses his mind over the small amount, blaming Iljume for ruining his bike-selling profits. Behind him, a masked figure watches the bully's tantrum. Pure rage consumes Yangzhou as he screams Iljume's name, shattering the wall tiles with a single punch. He's desperate to pay back both the principal and interest. He demands his crew gather everyone for a hunt. Fast forward to Saturday evening, where Mu and Kang Cheol are casually roaming the streets together as a team. Kang Cheol admits that fighting Mu made him actually enjoy combat instead of just being angry. Mu suggests he stop wasting time on small fries and fight him. A rematch is definitely on the horizon, but their conversation cuts short. Suddenly, both of them stop in their tracks, sensing something foul lingering in the air. Kang Cheol sniffs the breeze, identifying a thick cloud of cigarette smoke nearby. It's so dense, he can practically taste the secondhand carcinogens as he pulls up his mask. He adjusts his gear as they find the source. A group of low-life thugs is hanging out nearby, smoking and looking like they own the entire alleyway. Then, the thugs brag about a jackpot of stolen cards when Iljume appears through the smoke. He calls them out for shaking people down while they act tough. One idiot tries to act superior, demanding Iljume's wallet. Kang Cheol doesn't waste words. He delivers a crushing blow that levels the guy's face and ego instantly. The second thug realizes exactly who he's dealing with and panics. Iljume is already coiled like a spring, ready to dismantle the trash in the dark alley. Panic spreads as the thugs shout Iljume's name. A whole swarm of them emerges from the shadows, surrounding the duo as the word travels through the streets. Kang Shul realizes they're outnumbered, but Mu is already pulling his sweater up as a makeshift mask. Without missing a beat, he's more than ready to fight. Kang Cheol charges the mob with a shout, leading the attack. He lunges into the group, throwing a heavy fist at the nearest target to ignite the chaos. Mew stands there with a terrifying blush, begging for someone to hit him already. One brave thug makes the mistake of grabbing Mew's leg to stop him. The thug pinches Mew's leg to test him, which is a fatal error. As a result, Mew looks down with a dark, blushing gaze that screams pure insanity. Participation becomes merciless as Mu delivers a bone-shattering strike. In an instant, thugs are flying through the air, littering the alley like discarded trash in a few seconds. Mew casually analyzes their weak bodies and ruined respiratory systems while they groan. He spots a blue heart-shaped wallet on the ground and picks it up. Kang Xiol checks if Mu is okay, but his focus shifts to Daljun. She's huddled nearby, crying her eyes out and looking completely traumatized by the violence. Daljun sees the masked Iljimai and starts sobbing harder before bolting away. Kang Xiol can only watch in confusion as his friend's sister disappears into the night. Yongyong warns Mew that more trouble is coming from behind. Meanwhile, phones are buzzing across the area with news of Iljimai's current location near the snack shop. Yangjil arrives with a massive crew, looking for blood. Kangjol grips his baton, his patience wearing thin as the pressure mounts against the incoming wave of bullies. Mew's heart begins thumping with pure, battle-hungry joy. He sees the huge crowd and gets that signature flush, realizing the real fun is starting in this alley. Suddenly, Yangzhou screams the order to wreck them, and the mob lunges forward. A wave of thugs pours down the alley toward the two masked fighters. The brawl ignites instantly as Mew's face twists into a manic, wide-eyed grin. This is exactly the kind of full-on brawl he's been craving all week long. Mew becomes a whirlwind of violence, delivering rapid impacts that rattle skulls. He punches through the crowd with zero effort, leaving a trail of bodies in his wake. Laughing like a madman, Mew declares how fun this is while slamming a guy down. He's completely outshining everyone in the narrow, bloody alley with his speed. Yanjo is baffled by the sight of two Iljimes. Nearby, Heijun stares at his phone, frustrated that his calls are being ignored while the fight rages below him. Hajun notices the ruckus and peers down at the brawl. He watches the mindless violence with a look of pure, cold boredom as the impacts echo out. He calls them all pathetic idiots for fighting and wasting their free time. However, his expression shifts as he catches a glimpse of someone familiar in the mess. Hajun spots his sister Daljun in the middle of the mess. In that instant, his hidden trauma begins to bubble to the surface as his eyes narrow. Memories of his father, a former MMA champion, flood back. The man was a symbol of absolute power, celebrated by everyone in the ring and on TV. However, that power was fueled by something dark and chemical. His father grew stronger, but he lost his humanity in the process, becoming a husk of himself. The champion went completely insane, leaving young Heijun to watch in horror. The man he once admired had become a domestic monster with an unpredictable, violent rage. His father brought the violence home, causing his mother to flee in terror. Hadrian couldn't run. He was trapped in a living nightmare with his younger sibling. He stayed to protect Daljan, hiding her away whenever the monster raged. He became a shield for his sister, absorbing every blow to keep her safe and hidden. Hadrian endured countless wounds, keeping the image of his father at his peak. He faced the monster every day, hardening his spirit despite the blood and pain. He protected her until he was large enough to strike back. When their sizes finally matched, a final, violent incident changed their lives forever. Ending the nightmare, Heijun stands his ground against the monster, sensing his life is on the line. To him, every punch thrown is a desperate act of survival in a world that's always been hostile. The father rages at his ungrateful son, but Heijun's eyes glow with a deadly, dark intent. He's done being the victim and suddenly decides to end the nightmare once and for all. That day, the nightmare concludes with blood on the floor as Heijun kills the monster. He faces juvenile court, eventually returning to school after spending a year in a detention center. Life remains a struggle as Heijun works grueling labor jobs to support himself and Daljun. He swears to never treat his body carelessly, as his physical strength is their only fortune. He watches the reckless brawl between Mu and Kang Kael with pure disgust. To a man who fights for bread, their display of senseless violence feels like a total, pathetic insult. Heijun refuses to be like them, but his resolve shifts when he sees thugs cornering his sister. Suddenly, the instinct to protect Daljan overrides his personal code as he prepares to strike. Daljan cowers in the alley, her face bruised and eyes streaming with tears. She looks up, completely terrified as the world around her descends into absolute, violent chaos during the ambush. In that instant, Heijun's protective instincts flare up with terrifying intensity. He won't let anyone threaten their survival, his eyes narrowing as he prepares to unleash hell on the unsuspecting delinquents. Meanwhile, Yongjo stands over Mu, who seems to be defeated on the ground. Yongyong peeks out from the bag, worried about his master while the spiky-haired bully gloats about his victory. Yangzhou looks around for Iljime, but without missing a beat, Heijun strikes from the shadows. A powerful kick connects with Yangzhou's back, catching the arrogant delinquent leader completely off guard. Yangzhou is stunned by the sudden assault, his eyes bulging in total surprise. Heijun doesn't give him a second to breathe, firmly grabbing the bully by the top of his head. Then Heijun slams Yangzhou's face into the pavement with bone-crushing force. Nearby, Yongyong frantically calls out to Mu, wondering if the top-ranked god is actually all right after taking the fall. Heijun steps right over Mu's bag, delivering a painful stomp as he charges forward. He becomes a blur of red, lunging toward the rest of the thugs with unbridled fury and precision. Kang Chil watches from the sidelines, his brow furrowed behind his Iljimai mask. He's baffled by this newcomer who is suddenly tearing through the crowd with such savage, professional efficiency. While Kang Chil holds back two thugs, Heijun delivers a brutal spin kick to a third. The force of the strike is undeniable, sending bodies flying across the narrow, dark alleyway. Heijun glares with glowing eyes, calling them all disgusting bastards for crossing the line. Daljun realizes her brother has arrived, and Kang Cheol stands there totally frozen by the revelation. Kang Cheol is caught off guard when the girl calls the stranger her brother. He barely has time to process this before Heijun turns his cold, predatory aggression toward the masked hero. Damn. Kang Cheol senses the massive pressure as Heijun swings a heavy, desperate fist. The strike is loaded with enough weight to knock the middleweight champion clean off his feet. Kang Chol manages to block the heavy blow, but the impact sends him sliding back. Heijun isn't playing around. He's a force of nature driven by the primal need for pure survival. Without a word, Hae-hyun grabs Daljun's wrist and tells her they need to leave. He pulls her away from the fighting, focused only on getting his sister to safety immediately. As Daljun runs, her blue heart-shaped wallet slips from her pocket and hits the ground. Hae-jun remains alert, his eyes scanning for any more threats lingering in the dark city shadows. However, Yangjo isn't done yet. Rising with a face full of rage and blood, he demands to know if Hae-jun is supposed to be some kind of third Il-ji-mei joining. Before Yangjo can finish his rant, a sudden fist cuts through the air. A massive thud echoes as a punch connects squarely with the bully's arrogant jaw, silencing him instantly. Mew is finally back on his feet, delivering a crushing blow that sends Yangzhou reeling. Hae-jun looks back in shock, wondering who this smiling, blue-haired freak actually is in this mess. As Hae-jun retreats with his sister, Mew stands his ground with a manic, joyous laugh. His muscles bulge, tearing his shirt as he enjoys the absolute thrill of the unfolding combat. Yangzhou groans in the dirt, completely defeated by the unexpected surge of divine power. Mew and Kang Chil stand victorious as the chaos in the alley finally begins to settle down. Yangzhou fumes over the damn bastards who ruined his night, his face red with anger. Later, Kang Chil starts drawing on a whiteboard to explain the delinquent hierarchy to the group. Kang Chil reveals that Yangzhou is a notorious delinquent in the local area. He explains there are 3 major players they need to worry about to stop the street shakedowns. The cards reveal the members Jirogi High's Yangzhou and Whipperam High's Kim Kun-gu. Kang Chil lays out the details of the local gangs for the clueless, high-ranking god. The final member is Kwakdu Gujan, collectively known as the Gadori crew. Recently, they've moved from petty delinquency to extorting innocent people and causing major trouble on the streets. It turns out, the guys they fought earlier were the same ones shaking people down. Kang Chil concludes that Yangzhou is definitely the leader and the main culprit behind everything. Mew stares blankly, his mind clearly elsewhere as he asks what extortion even is. He's totally lost, having no idea what the name Gadori is supposed to mean in this context. Kang Chil snaps, asking if Mew's brain is just for decoration. Meanwhile, Yongyong starts growling from the bag, his patience with the human's constant disrespect finally reaching its absolute limit. Suddenly, Yongyong leaps onto Kang Chil's head, biting him in a fit of rage. He screams that he can't hold back his anger toward the insolent brat any longer. Meow. Kang Chil panics, screaming about a talking frog being attached to his head. Mew casually corrects him, explaining that Yongyong is just a friend, definitely not a mere green fraud. Kang Chil finds the whole situation suspicious, especially Mew's lack of basic human knowledge. He realizes walking around with a talking lizard is definitely not normal high school behavior. Without missing a beat, Mew flashes a sharp, knowing grin at the confused human athlete. He decides to drop the act and plainly states his true, transcendent, divine identity. Kang Chil just thinks he's an idiot, while Yongyong keeps screaming in the background. They are currently hiding out inside the class president's room to regroup and fix their clothes. The class president blushes furiously while mending Mew's torn uniform. Kang Chil ignores the awkwardness, refocusing their attention on the main target, that bastard Yangzhou who needs to be handled. Control remembers how terrified Daljun looked and tightens his grip in anger. Mew looks at the sketch of the bully, feeling a surge of divine excitement for the upcoming rematch. Mew stares down Yangzhou, feeling the massive weight class gap. He hasn't felt this kind of intimidation in ages, realizing he actually has to work for this victory in his current human body. Transitioning to the school, Mew admits he needs training. Kang Chil notices Mew tires out fast and offers a spot at his gym, but Mew declines, seeking a much rougher, more diverse style. Mew keeps brainstorming for something more intense and raw while the class president blushes nearby. Yongyong watches his master mumble before getting a sudden bright idea while scrolling on a pink phone. Without missing a beat, Yongyong leaps out of the bag and shoves the phone in Mew's face. He's found something perfect, and Mew looks down, curious about what his secretary is showing him. On the screen, a fighter lands a brutal, direct hit to the solar plexus. The challenge fails immediately as the victim collapses in agony, unable to even breathe, let alone stand back up. The video shows this orange kid celebrating 13 consecutive wins. She's advertising a fight arena where anyone can win $1,000,000 instantly every Saturday at 7 p.m. in Saif Park. Mew realizes the guy in the video, Kim Chun-gu, is also part of Gadori. Kang Chil confirms the connection, nodding as Mew's plan to dismantle the gang and get training finally aligns. Then, Mew stands up with a devious, sharp grin. He's officially set his targets and is ready to get to work, starting with a very specific list of heads to crack. His first goal is to crush Yangzhou once and for all. After that, he's coming for the entire Godori crew, symbolized by the cards being snatched away by a powerful, divine-like hand. Suddenly, the scene shifts to a massive eruption of dark purple energy. It's a terrifying display of power that seems to crack the very foundations of reality itself, signaling a change in location. We are back in the divine realm, specifically the domain of the Earth God. A massive explosion ravages the landscape as someone stands amidst the rubble with giant, dark wings. It's Lucifer, the second-ranked god, looking absolutely majestic with massive black wings and glowing spears. Despite his status, his face is twisted with a look of intense frustration and confusion. As a result, a massive barrier shatters, revealing a view of Earth perfectly intact. Lucifer has been trying to break through, but something is blocking his path, keeping him stuck in the realm. Lucifer is fuming, his face turning red with veins popping. He's comparing himself to Mu, frustrated that the first-ranked god makes everything look so easy while he's struggling to do anything. He screams in pure agony and rage, wondering why he can't achieve the same results. Meanwhile, back on Earth, Yangzhou is having a similar meltdown, screaming in the school bathroom after his defeat. Yangzhou goes on a rampage, punching the bathroom stalls with everything he's got. He's cursing Iljime and Samjimai, completely losing his cool because he couldn't catch the masked vigilantes. In that instant, a poor student sitting on the toilet realizes he's in deep trouble. Outside, Yangzhou complains that he didn't get any money and missed his chance to catch the punks. However, his lackey presents something he found on the ground. Yanggao looks at it, confused at first, then realizes it might be a clue as he takes the item from the shaking student. It's just loose change of 500 and a 101 coin. Yangzhou looks ready to murder someone, asking the kid if he wants to die for giving him pocket change instead of real cash. Then, he spots a student ID card on the floor belonging to Li Daljun from Bideolji High School. He picks it up, staring at Daljun's face as a wicked idea starts forming. He grins, realizing this card is a perfect leverage tool. The next day, Mu and Yongyong are out in the city, following a hand-drawn map as they head toward the fight arena. The class president drew the map, and Yongyong is carefully studying it while sitting in Mu's bag. Ahead of them, the Chinese guy is jogging with his tiny, energetic dog on a leash. Without missing a beat, Mu farts as he walks past. The Chinese guy stops and looks back, embarrassed by the smell, while his little dog trots along, blissfully unaware of the situation. Suddenly, the little dog sniffs the air and realizes exactly what just happened. Its face goes from cute to absolutely horrified, feeling the full, disgusting weight of Mu's divine gas. The dog transitions from embarrassment to pure, unadulterated rage. It lunges forward and bites Mu's butt with everything it has, catching him completely off guard as Yongyong watches in terror. Mu lets out a muffled scream of pain as the dog hangs on. The Chinese guy keeps jogging, oblivious, while Yongyong and the dog exchange a silent glare of mutual hatred. Yongyong is insulted that a lowly creature would dare touch his master. He vows to use magic to kill the mutt once he gets his powers back as they arrive at the park. At the park, this orange kid is busy processing fighters, rejecting almost everyone. Mu approaches the table, still in his school uniform even though it's the weekend, catching her attention immediately. She's confused by his outfit in school, but Mu just rolls with it. Yongyong whispers for him to just agree, and Mu nods, ready to sign up for the fighting matches. The streamer asks about his experience, listing sports like boxing, wrestling, or street fighting. She needs to know if he's actually worth broadcasting to her fans or just another fodder. Mu takes a moment to think, counting the years in his head with a serious face. He whispers to himself before confidently claiming he has about 3 million years of fighting experience. Everyone in the background starts laughing at his obvious lie, thinking he's just a delusional kid. The streamer, however, finds it hilarious and accepts him into the tournament for the entertainment value. She asks for the 50,000 won entry fee, and Mu looks puzzled. Suddenly, Yongyong reaches out of the bag and slaps a wad of cash onto Mu's shoulder to cover the cost. As it turns out, the class president is back home frantically searching for her missing pink wallet. Little does she know, Yongyong is currently borrowing her money to fund Mu's new hobby. The streamer counts the cash and notices he's actually 4,000 won short. She decides to let it slide since he's so weird, calling for the next person as Mu walks into the arena. Mu looks around the park, scanning the crowd for anyone interesting. He spots a hooded figure in a green tracksuit standing by the gate, looking much more capable than the other fighters. Mew's eyes narrow as he analyzes the stranger's physique through his divine perception. He notices the incredible size and density of the man's muscles, realizing this guy is actually well trained. He remembers seeing this person in the video from yesterday. It's Ghidorah herself, the main force behind the crew, and Mew's face lights up with a sharp, predator-like grin of excitement. Ghidorah stands with her arms crossed as the match is announced. The streamer introduces her as the champion who has dominated the arena for 13 consecutive weeks without losing. Then, Mew steps up to the champion, looking tiny compared to her. Ghidorah looks down at him, confused, as Mew takes a boxing stance, ready to show her what 3 million years looks like. Mew smirks, noting a match means both sides agree to throw hands. Without missing a beat, he lunges forward, deciding there's no need to wait for a first strike to finish this. Suddenly, the Orange Kid streamer jumps in, screaming for him to wait. She halts the action before Mew can land a blow, looking completely frantic as she waves her hands around. She scolds him for not watching the broadcast rules, explaining that he can't just start swinging. Then, she pulls out a crumpled piece of paper to show him the official tournament format. The paper reveals a tournament bracket with a prize of 1 million won. It shows several fighters already crossed out, leading up to the final high-stakes matches of the day. The streamer announces the fourth match is up next. She introduces the 3 million years fighter, while Mew stands there with that confident, devious grin, ready to take on the world. His opponent is the Chinese international student of life-form boxing, a prized disciple. Yongyong watches from the bag, realizing it's finally his master's turn to show off his god-tier skills. As the crowd bets on the master, a tiny shadow looms. A small dog starts barking aggressively, drawing everyone's attention away from the main event for a chaotic second. It's a crazed-looking chihuahua named Cerberus that immediately starts nipping at Yongyong. The little dragon gets defensive, calling the tiny beast a bastard as it tries to bite through his bag. In that instant, Yongyong bursts out of the bag in a cloud of dust. He flies through the air as the spectators watch in pure confusion, wondering what just happened to the student. Yongyong lands on the stones, looking like a tiny green menace. Mew glances down with a puzzled face, wondering what his secretary is actually doing instead of staying hidden in the bag. The chihuahua lunges forward with crazy eyes ready to scrap. It turns into a spinning blur of fur and teeth, charging straight at the little green dragon with murderous intent. Mew stares at the tiny dog, barely processing what it is. Meanwhile, the Chinese martial artist is shocked that his Cerberus somehow got untied and is now entering the fray as a teammate. The Orange Kid streamer is absolutely loving the chaos, her eyes sparkling with excitement. She announces it's now a double match where the Masters and Pets fight as a combined team. The matchups are set: Mew versus the Chinese student and Yongyong versus Cerberus. It's a high-stakes clash of legendary proportions, or at least a very weird and loud park fight. As the streamer signals the start, the Chinese fighter strikes a traditional pose. He calmly asks if Mo are with Sangyang Quan, the art of imitating the lethal movements of animals. He explains that defeating an animal unarmed is nearly impossible for a human. He sharpens his gaze, his fingers curling into claws as he prepares to strike with his prized martial arts. Warning Mew that it's dangerous, he suddenly lunges forward with incredible speed. He moves low to the ground, looking like a predator closing in on its prey for the final kill. He reveals his tiger style, using feline movements to drop Mew's guard. He follows up with a powerful strike, aiming right for Mew's solar plexus with a growl of focused intensity. Mew delivers a sharp counter that leaves the Chinese fighter gasping for air. The master of martial arts crumples to the floor, coughing and gagging from the single efficient blow to his gut. Mew looks down unimpressed, stating that imitating animals is still just human movement. He felt the wall between them during that one exchange. There was nothing special about the fighter's flashy technique. The Chinese student stares at the ground in shock. Sweating profusely, he realizes he's hit an absolute wall, unable to fathom Mew's overwhelming power and casual godlike attitude. Desperate, he decides he has no choice but to use his last resort. He remembers his master's warning that it's too dangerous for humans. But he apologizes and proceeds anyway. He slams his hands onto the pavement, the impact cracking the stone beneath him. He grips the ground with his bare fingers, bracing himself for a terrifying and embarrassing transformation. Mew watches with a puzzled look, wondering what kind of stunt the guy is pulling now. Meanwhile, Yongyong is having a rough time, huffing and puffing against his tiny, aggressive opponent. The little dragon complains that he's only used to magic, so hand-to-hand combat is a struggle. Suddenly, the Chihuahua leaps into the air, performing a wild and unexpected aerial maneuver. The dog lands and sprints forward with terrifying speed, its tongue flopping out. It kicks up dust as it charges at Yongyong, looking completely unhinged and dangerous for a tiny pet. In an instant, the Chihuahua seems to split into three identical copies. Yongyong and the streamer are both stunned, wondering if they're looking at a literal ninja dog using secret techniques. The dog uses its Cerberus skill, a Chihuahua-type technique that creates terrifying illusions. Yongyong panics, trying to figure out which of the three snapping, foaming jaws is the real one. Yongyong guesses the middle one is real, but he's dead wrong. The real dog chomps down on his head from the side, sending the tiny dragon into a screaming, frantic frenzy. Cerberus takes overwhelming control with a feint followed by a chain of attacks. As the pet battle rages on the ground, the focus shifts back to the master side of the arena. The Chinese fighter is now on all fours, growling like a beast. He's entered quadruple mode, completely abandoning his human stance for something far more primal and significantly faster. He lunges across the ground like a blur, moving with the agility of a wild animal. Mew watches the strange display, seeing the man dart around the open space with inhuman speed. The crowd bursts into laughter, mocking the ridiculous-looking style. Even his own master looks embarrassed, telling him he warned him not to do that embarrassing, lame stuff in front of people. Mew remains focused, noting how low the fighter's stance has become. He keeps his eyes locked on the moving target, sensing the hidden power behind the man's weirdly athletic appearance. Suddenly, a massive paw swipe aimed right at Mew's head appears in his vision. The Chinese fighter strikes with tiger style from below, his movements now terrifyingly smooth and heavy. Mew barely dodges as the guy's nails graze his face, drawing three thin lines of blood. He realizes the intensity has shifted, and the joke style is actually quite lethal. Staring at his own blood, Mew realizes that if that hand had been a real beast's paw, he'd be dead. He acknowledges the danger, his casual smirk finally fading as things get serious. The fighter doesn't stop, revving up his movements while staying low to the stones. Mew braces himself, shocked that a human can actually move like this on all fours so efficiently. Without missing a beat, the fighter cycles through cat style and then shifts into a frantic Chihuahua style. He attacks with a chaotic, unpredictable rhythm that keeps Mew constantly guessing. He finishes the combo with a horse kick from behind, catching Mew off guard. Mew gasps, realizing he's never seen a human utilize their muscles for quadrupedal movement like this before. Mew struggles to read the Chinese student's erratic, animalistic movements. He trips, sweat in frustration, wondering how to handle a quadrupedal style that defies normal human logic and keeps him constantly off balance. Suddenly, Mew spots the tiny Chihuahua snapping at Yongyong. A light bulb goes off. He realizes that if this guy wants to act like a four-legged animal, he must share the same instinctive weaknesses. Noticing the student's back is wide open while hunched over, Mew prepares his counter. He decides to exploit the vertical blind spot, knowing that ground-based creatures rarely look directly at the sky above them. In that instant, Mew's leg muscles bulge with divine power. The stone pavement shatters beneath his feet as he triggers a sudden muscle expansion, launching himself into the air like a guided missile. The Chinese student looks up in pure confusion as Mew disappears from his sightline. The crowd and the orange streamer go wild, completely shocked by the high schooler's impossible gravity-defying vertical leap. Descending like a meteor, Mew catches the student completely off guard. The guy barely has time to gasp before Mew's shoe makes heavy contact with the back of his head, driving him down. Mew lands a brutal stomp that flattens his opponent instantly into the dirt. He smirks, declaring the sky is the ultimate weakness for anything crawling on all fours, proving animal styles are useless against him. The crowd erupts as the exchange student hits the floor for good. Amid screams of lost bets, Mew casually turns his attention back to his secretary to see how the pet battle is faring. It turns out Yongyong is getting absolutely bullied by the Chihuahua. Mew watches with a deadpan expression as the tiny dog glares with murderous intent, looking more terrifying than any human opponent today. The dog pulls a Chihuahua-type skill, playing weak and strong simultaneously to confuse its prey. Despite the absurdity, the streamer calls the match, giving the 3 million-year fighter the win by forfeit. Mew licks his lips in victory while Yongyong frantically checks lizard adoption prices on his phone. The secretary looks completely traumatized and ready to retire after being owned by a 5-pound dog. The tournament bracket gets updated with a red marker, With the 13-time champion already in the finals, only one match remains to determine who will face off for the grand prize of 1 million won. As the sun begins to set, the streamer announces the next match to determine the second finalist. Mew stands ready, looking cool, while the crowd hypes up the showdown against the boxing representative. Mew faces his next hurdle, a diamond-class boxer who might suck at gaming but clearly knows how to throw a punch. The tension rises as the crowd anticipates another display of overwhelming power. Out steps Kwak Chul, looking intense with bandages on his face and a green cast on his arm. The record shows he's already lost to Mew once, making this a high-stakes revenge match. Kwak Chul recognizes Mew immediately, his face twisting with a mix of fear and rage. Mew just flashes a wide, menacing grin, greeting his old friend as the energy in the park shifts. Kwak Chul flashes back to the moment Mew previously rocked his world. He tells himself that as long as he keeps his guard up this time, there is no way he will lose again. The two fighters square off in the center of the stone courtyard. As the streamer shouts for them to fight, they both lunge forward, with Kwak Chul screaming his determination to win. Their fists collide with a deafening crack, sending shockwaves through the air. Lightning-like sparks fly from the impact as both fighters pour everything into the opening exchange, refusing to back down. Suddenly, Mew recoils in pain, clutching his hand while Kwak Chul smirks. It turns out the boxer's green cast was a trap. The reinforced shell was designed to break Mew's fingers on impact. Intense pain surges through Mew's body, causing him to tremble visibly. However, instead of folding, he starts laughing hysterically, his eyes glowing because the sting of injury makes him feel truly alive. Kwak Chul feels a chill run down his spine as Mew's shadow looms over him. He tries to stay calm, convincing himself that if he handles this weirdo carefully, the victory is still within reach. Kwak Chul begins throwing rapid-fire jabs to keep Mew off balance. Mew raises his guard, looking focused, while the boxer prepares to finish the combo with a surprise kick no one expects. Mew's eyes narrow, catching the subtle shift in Kwak Chul's weight. Just as the boxer's leg muscles tense for the strike, he gloats internally that Mew won't see the hidden attack coming. However, Mew reacts with godlike speed, slamming a counterpunch into Kwak Chul's shin mid-kick. The boxer's face contorts in shock as his secret weapon is completely intercepted and neutralized instantly. Without missing a beat, Mew spins around Kwak Chul with fluid, dizzying speed. The boxer's eyes go wide with panic as he realizes he has completely lost track of his target in midair. Calling out a U-turn, Mew delivers a crushing punch that sends Kwak Chul's head snapping back. The boxer collapses like a sack of bricks, his dreams of revenge shattered by Mew's overwhelming prowess. Mew pounces on the fallen boxer, causing the crowd to freak out in alarm. The streamer watches in horror, clutching his face as he realizes Mew is giving Kwak Chul permanent PTSD. The tournament rolls into the grand finals as Ghidorah steps forward. The undefeated champion looks completely unfazed by Mew's dominant performance, heaving her hands in her pockets with casual confidence. With 1 million won on the line, the final match begins. Mew vibrates with excitement at the thought of fighting 3 times in one day, lunging at Ghidorah before the start signal even fades. Suddenly, Ghidorah unleashes a high crescent kick that catches Mew off guard. He barely manages to block the strike, shocked by just how fast and heavy her legs are compared to his previous opponents. The exchange turns into a blur of motion as Ghidorah peppers him with relentless kicks. Mew is forced onto the defensive, bobbing and weaving while trying to find an opening in her legwork. Mew catches his breath, feeling the sheer weight behind every blow she lands. He acknowledges that Ghidorah is in a completely different league, making this the first real challenge he has faced on Earth. He struggles to find a way inside her guard because her reach is simply too long. Ghidorah asks if he is hurt, looking down at him while Mew grits his teeth in frustration. Mew tries a low dive to get under her guard, but Ghidorah is ready. She lashes out with another crescent kick, her shoe whistling through the air as she aims to end things early. Instead of dodging, Mew tanks the hit to close the gap, launching his own spinning kick simultaneously. He figures extending his own range is the only way to trade blows with her. The impact sends Ghidorah's hat flying as she reels from the unexpected back whip kick. She looks genuinely surprised, her eyes wide as she realizes the high schooler actually managed to tag her. Mew compares their heights, realizing his legs are nearly 20 centimeters shorter than hers. He smirks, noting that while she has reach, her long body creates specific vulnerabilities he can exploit in close quarters. Ghidorah resets her stance, giving a simple nod before charging in again. She launches a devastating flying kick, Her body stretched out like a spear as she aims straight for Mew's head. Mew leans back as the kick narrowly misses his face. He observes that all of her attacks are aimed high, realizing that if he stays low, he can finally take control of the fight. Godori's high kick whiffs as Mew effortlessly ducks under the strike. She stares in disbelief while the crowd holds their collective breath at his speed. She slides into a defensive crouch, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. The pressure is mounting as she realizes Mew is different. Mew drops to all fours, adopting the beastly stance he just copied from the Chinese student. He calls it the quadruple mode. He stays dangerously low, grinning while looking for an opening. Godori tenses up, visibly unsettled by his low-profile predatory movements. She swings again, but Mew slips through her guard like a ghost. He mocks her efforts with a sharp, arrogant smirk. Without missing a beat, Mew zips between her legs. He stays inches from the ground to completely nullify her long-range reach. Godori struggles to adjust, realizing she is totally unprepared for low-profile combat. The onlookers watch in silence as the champion falters. The Chinese student watches from the sidelines, horrified. Mew mastered a technique that took him 5 years to learn in mere seconds. An old martial arts master beams with joy at the display. Meanwhile, Godori grows desperate, swinging her fists wildly at the air. Mew moves like a literal cockroach, darting around the arena. His movements defy human anatomy, making him impossible for her to track. Godori tries to pin him down with a heavy stomp, but her strike lands on empty pavement. She is losing her cool. In the chaos, her hat flies off as she overextends her strike. Her balance is completely shattered, leaving her wide open. Mew seizes the moment, his eyes glowing with divine intent. He prepares to transition from total evasion to a massive, crushing strike. He invokes a legendary beast, manifesting a towering purple demonic bull behind him. He calls this the Behemoth Fist. It turns out Mew spent centuries on Lucifer's planet, Elmure. That world was a chaotic realm overflowing with pure mana. The local wildlife evolved rapidly into monsters far more dangerous than anything on Earth. Mew had to adapt or die. Mew spent his days hunting these creatures, growing stronger with every kill. He eventually became a master of monster-style combat. Among all the predators he faced, the behemoth was the absolute king. It was the strongest quadrupedal monster in that realm. He unleashes his hieroglyphic authority, channeling the raw weight of that beast. The air pressure around him turns heavy and suffocating. Mew's muscle structure shifts and expands rapidly. He physically morphs his arm to match the behemoth's devastating, world-crushing power. He delivers a heavy palm strike that connects directly with Godori's center. A massive shockwave ripples through the entire courtyard. The force is overwhelming, blasting Godori clear across the arena. She loses all footing and sails through the air like a doll. She gasps for air, clutching her stomach in pure agony. Mew towers over her, hands raised high for a final, finishing blow. He prepares a massive double hammer strike to end the fight. The purple bull's spirit looms over the terrified champion. Suddenly, the orange kid stops the match. She declares Godori disqualified for falling out of the ring, giving Mew the win. The crowd grumbles at the anticlimactic finish. The streamer quickly signs off, trying to manage the chaos of the live broadcast. She turns to Mew with a cold, suspicious stare. She tells him to follow her if he actually wants his prize money. They head into a dark, secluded alleyway away from the crowd. The tension between them is thick enough to cut. She explains that his previous wins were just qualifiers. To get the big prize, there is still one final opponent left. Without warning, she spins around and launches a brutal strike. She catches Mew with a flying knee directly to his chest. The impact is massive, catching Mew off guard. He goes flying back and crashes hard into the cold brick wall. She reveals her true identity as the final boss, whistling Godori. She stands over him, mocking his supposed 3 million years strength. Mew realizes he saw the attack coming but didn't dodge. He wanted to feel her strength to see if she was worthy. He slumps to the ground, pretending to be out. Godori and her partner walk away, satisfied that they protected their money. They brag about the easy win while leaving the alley. Meanwhile, Mew lies in the dirt, waiting for them to vanish. Mew coughs and calls out for Yongyong. He demands his secretary bring out a healing orb to fix his broken ribs. As Mew recovers, the scene shifts to a panicked high schooler. He is sprinting through the city looking completely terrified. This kid is in deep trouble. Guokchiol introduced him to a shady gambling site and things spiral out of control. He stares at his phone in horror, shaking. He just gambled away 5 million won from his mother's secret bank account. Desperate to recover the money before getting caught, he runs. He heads toward a dangerous office that gives quick collateral loans. A heavy trash bag thuds onto the loan shark's desk, twitching with a life of its own. He stares at the lumpy green package, genuinely wondering what kind of weird cargo just walked into his office. Hands quickly pull back the fabric to reveal a very sweaty and very annoyed Yongyong. The poor secretary is tied up like a holiday ham, wiggling helplessly while trying to maintain a shred of divine dignity. The desperate kid presents his phone, spinning a wild tale about an endangered creature from New Zealand. He points at Yongyong's horns and wings, claiming this is a one-of-a-kind mutant worth a massive fortune. He continues his frantic sales pitch, insisting collectors would pay any price for such a rare beast. He even claims an expert appraisal put the creature's value at hundreds of millions of won to entice them. Purple Hoodie watches the hustle from the shadows, looking completely unimpressed. Outside, the kid grumbles about an AI valuing the dragon at tens of millions, while the sharks only offered him a measly million won. He meets up with a mysterious hooded figure in an alley, deciding to swap the dragon for a more direct scheme. They call it a real man's move, ready to double down on their luck. The hooded accomplice heads back toward the stairs. Suddenly, a student ID card for Lee Daljun hits the floor, revealing the true identity of the person about to walk back into the lion's den. Inside the office, the hooded figure offers the ID as collateral for a quick loan. The loan shark isn't playing games, coldly ordering the visitor to show their face before he hands over any cash. Daljun reveals herself, looking a bit shaky as the shark inspects her card. He mocks her heavily edited photo but offers 500,000 won, deducting interest up front and giving her a 1-week deadline. Daljun scurries out of the building, checking her surroundings like a thief in the night. Waiting for her in the shadows is Yeonjo, looking eager to hear if their risky gambit actually paid off. Yeonjo asks for the status and Daljun flashes the envelope of cash with a smug grin. She acts like the whole ordeal was a breeze despite clearly being terrified during the entire transaction inside. They wander away from grandma money collateral loans, with Daljun complaining about how terrifying the office was. They're convinced they'll win big this time and pay everything back before the week is even over. Meanwhile, Purple Hoodie casually flips Daljun's ID between his fingers. The loan shark worries about the girl's ability to pay, but the boss doesn't seem bothered at all by the prospect of a default. With a flick of his wrist, he tosses the card away. He has zero intention of playing by the rules of a standard bank, and his smile suggests things are about to get very messy. The scene shifts to Yongyong, still bound and placed on a target board alongside other collateral IDs. It turns out if you can't pay in cash, they'll find much more painful ways to collect. High school life hits a peak level of crazy when the class president realizes Yongyong is missing. She lets out a scream that shakes the windows, signaling the start of a frantic search. Mew sits in his chair, completely unfazed by the meltdown happening 2 feet away. The class president starts tearing the room apart, desperately hoping the dragon secretary is just playing hide-and-seek. She starts ripping open lockers with reckless abandon, her panic reaching a fever pitch. Mew watches her antics with a deadpan expression, clearly thinking this whole display is a massive waste of energy. The search spills into the hallway as she sprints past the doors, still hollering for the secretary. She's moving with the kind of speed that suggests her life depends on finding that little dragon. Every classroom becomes a target as she bursts through doors, startling students and teachers alike. Her energy is high, but her success rate stays at a solid 0 as the hallway remains empty. Kang Cheol catches a glimpse of the chaos and looks genuinely concerned, while Mew remains seated in the background. Mew knows exactly why she won't find anything here, but he's staying quiet. The search is cut short when the bodybuilding teacher intercepts her, literally lifting her off the ground. He tells her to get her head on straight, effectively ending her hallway marathon. She slumps back into her seat, looking completely defeated and drenched in sweat. Mew stares at the back of her head, internally mocking her for looking in places where Yongyong obviously wouldn't be. She snaps at Mew for not speaking up sooner, but he just calmly places a hand on a piece of paper. It's a map he drew, showing the actual location of the disappearance. Mew points out that the dragon vanished at the arena, not in the school. The class president looks at the map, her eyes widening as she realizes she's been searching the wrong building. She snatches the map and prepares for round 2 of the search. Mew watches her go, noting that the secretary actually disappeared right under their noses during the previous day's chaos. She vanishes out the door again, leaving the teacher staring at the empty space. He's confused by the high-speed exit, but honestly, he's probably just glad the screaming finally stopped. She begs for a break as she runs, while the teacher stands tall, holding her by the hair to keep her from escaping. Her dramatic pleas for just this once fall on deaf ears. Back in the classroom, Mew feels a wave of annoyance. He's disappointed in how things are playing out, but mostly he's frustrated by the limitations of this weak mortal body he's occupying. He flashes back to the raw violence of his recent brawl, remembering the crushing blow he landed on Yangzhou. The memory is vivid, filled with the kind of power he's currently missing. Mew dwells on the fight with Godori, replaying the moment her kick nearly connected. He's irritated that he didn't get to finish that fight properly before the tournament was interrupted. He stares at his hand as it trembles, realizing his muscles are already overworked from just a few bursts of power. This body's condition is a major hurdle for a high-ranking god. A dark, twisted grin spreads across Mu's face. He actually loves the struggle because it means every fight is fierce and dangerous, requiring him to push this fragile body to its absolute limit. As the bell signals the end of class, the class president drags a reluctant Mu out into the hallway. She's on a mission, and she isn't letting her only lead walk away. They run into Kang Chul and Dal Jun on the stairs, creating an awkward roadblock. Kang Chul asks what's going on, noticing the class president looks like she's about to have another breakdown. Dal Jun mentions a missing wallet, but the class president is too focused on her own problems. She asks Mu if the red-haired girl is his girlfriend. Much to Mu's visible annoyance, Mu gives a look of pure disgust as the class president begs the athletes for help. She's desperate for backup in her quest to find the world's most elusive dragon secretary. Mu tries to describe Yongyong's current size, gesturing with his hands to show how much the secretary has shrunk. The athletes just stare, wondering if everyone in this class is losing it. He watches them leave, thinking about the recovery orb tucked away inside Yongyong's body. Finding the secretary isn't just about a pet. It's about restoring his own godly strength and fighting capacity. A sinister smile returns to Mu's face. He decides to let the girls handle the boring search while he focuses on training and healing his battered muscles for the next big fight. Somewhere else, Yangzhou is hiding in a bathroom stall, desperately praying to the gambling gods. He's hunched over his phone, his eyes bloodshot as he bets his very last coin. The tension in the stall is unbearable as the game loads. He's sweating through his shirt, knowing that if he loses this, he's in deep trouble with some very dangerous people. His face contorts into a mask of pure, unadulterated joy as the jackpot flashes on the screen. He's won, and for a brief second, he feels like the king of the world. He laughs like a complete maniac, blushing with a rush of the win. He thinks he's finally escaped the death cycle, convinced that this lucky break is his ticket to freedom. He starts planning how to pay back the loan shark before the interest kicks in. He's already spending the money in his head, completely oblivious to the trap he's in. His smile vanishes instantly when the screen glitches. The horror sets in as he realizes something is wrong with the transaction, and his face turns a sickly shade of pale. He can't cash out. The reality of his situation hits him like a freight train. Meanwhile, 6 days have passed since the Yongyong search squad officially began their fruitless hunt. Mew creeps up behind the teacher with a grin that would make a demon sweat. He's clearly found a new training partner and is ready to test the limits of his muscles again. The search continues in the streets, with the class president and Dal Jun checking every corner. They're calling out for Yongyong, but the only response they get is the sound of traffic. They spend days wandering the city, checking under benches and behind buildings. Despite their massive effort, they haven't found so much as a single green scale from the missing secretary. They put up lost pet posters everywhere, describing Yongyong as super cute. Kang Chul continues his training in the gym, passing by the notice without a second thought. The girls take a break on a park bench, looking completely exhausted. Daljun admits she isn't exactly a studyholic, while the class president vents her frustration about Mew being a lazy jerk. As the class president leaves to grab some drinks, a massive shadow falls over Daljun. The loan shark has arrived, holding her student ID like a death warrant in his hand. The class president returns to find the bench empty. She looks around the quiet park, a sense of dread slowly setting in as she realizes her friend has completely vanished. Back at the school, Mew is busy stalking the teacher for some high-intensity training. He's completely unbothered by the kidnapping drama unfolding in the park, focusing only on his own power. Teacher shows off his massive gains, but Mew remains unimpressed. He pokes teacher's pec, critiquing the muscle size like a pro. Teacher's chest twitches while he wonders why this high schooler is suddenly talking to him so informally. Mew decides he's done playing nice and tells teacher he's joining the training session. They stand in the hallway, Mew looking tiny but confident. Teacher is completely baffled as the scrawny kid prepares to enter the Iron Temple. At the office, Lone Shark smirks while holding Daljun's student ID like a trophy. Daljun slams the desk in a panic, desperately begging for her ID back. She's terrified as the shark toys with her only piece of identification. Daljun claims she never borrowed a dime, but the lone shark doesn't buy her act. He stares her down with cold eyes, reminding her that she left this card behind as collateral when she took the cash. Purple Hoodie gets annoyed by the noise and slams his own desk, telling Daljun to shut up. He's tired of her playing dumb and finds the whole situation irritating as Daljun realizes she's caught in a trap. Realizing there's no escape, Daljun's face goes pale as she finally gives in. She asks exactly how much she has to pay to clear the debt. Lone Shark just smiles, knowing he's got her right where he wants. The shark calculates the bill, adding a hefty interest fee because the deadline passed. Daljun puts on a brave face, claiming the amount isn't much and promising to settle the debt within a single week. Lone Shark warns her to be on time while tossing her ID into a drawer full of other confiscated cards. He tells her not to hide, reminding her that he knows exactly which class she's in. Daljun promises she'll be back and storms out, slamming the office door behind her. Inside, Purple Hoodie watches her leave, muttering about how kids these days are completely hopeless and full of nothing but trouble. Lone Shark agrees about the kids being hopeless, but Purple Hoodie takes it personally. The shark immediately panics and backpedals, terrified of offending his young master as the atmosphere in the office turns incredibly tense. Purple Hoodie threatens to call the boss, making the lone shark beg for mercy. He absolutely fears this dumbass and promises to behave. Outside, the sun sets over the city as the office building turns dark. A hand turns the key in the office lock with a sharp click. Once the door is secure, the person hides the key inside a nearby potted plant. Thinking they've successfully hidden their tracks for the night, Lone Shark grumbles as he walks down the stairs, exhausted from serving the bratty Purple Hoodie. He has no idea that a shadowy figure is already lurking in the hallway, watching him leave the building. Daljun sneaks back into the building, crawling up the stairs like a ninja. She's determined to steal her student ID back, refusing to give a single cent of her money to those scammer bastards. She reaches the office door and tries the handle, but it's locked tight. Just as she's about to lose hope, she spots a glimmer in the potted plant and finds the hidden key shining right there. Daljun unlocks the door and slowly pushes it open, peeking into the dark office. Her heart is racing as she enters the lion's den, hoping the boss isn't sleeping on the couch inside the shadows. A dark silhouette looms as Daljun creeps toward the desk. She moves silently through the office, heading straight for the drawer where she saw the lone shark stash the pile of confiscated student IDs. She rummages through the drawers, searching for her name. A devious smirk crosses her face when she finally spots her student ID. She grabs it, feeling triumphant that her late-night heist is actually working out. Suddenly, a loud thud comes from the cabinets behind her. Daljun freezes in terror, her eyes widening as she realizes she isn't the only one hiding in the office. Something is moving in the dark closet. A door creaks open, revealing a pitch-black storage space. Daljun stares into the void, her breath hitching as a strange, round shadow begins to shift. She's paralyzed by fear, expecting the worst to jump out. Two glints appear in the darkness, behind metal bars. Daljun looks closer, trembling as she spots a familiar green lizard sitting in a cage. It's Yongyong, and he looks just as surprised as she is. Yongyong screams for freedom, scaring Daljun half to death. As she jumps back, a massive hand suddenly reaches out from the darkness and grabs her, sending her into a state of pure, unadulterated shock. Daljun whirls around, terrified, only to find Yangzhou standing right there. Both of them stare at each other in total disbelief, realizing they both broke into the same office on the same night for different reasons. Yangzhou quickly clams his hand over Daljun's mouth to keep her from screaming. He frantically shushes her, his eyes darting around as they both try to process the sheer stupidity of running into each other here. Yangzhou notices the student ID in her hand and finally connects the dots. He realizes Daljun is the owner of the wallet they found, and the tension between the two burglars reaches an all-time high. Yangzhou explains he's also there for his stuff and suggests they just finish their business quietly. Daljun nods, her eyes wide with fear, as they agree to act like this meeting never happened. Daljun sprints down the hallway with Yongyong tucked under her arm. She remembers the lost pet posters and realizes this tiny green guy is the exact pet the class president has been looking for. She makes her getaway, muttering about how the loan sharks are even worse for stealing someone's pet. She escapes the building, feeling like a hero, unaware that a security camera caught her every move. Back at school, class president spots Daljun and shouts her name. She runs over, looking relieved to see her friend after Daljun's sudden and mysterious disappearance had everyone in the class worried sick. Class president fusses over her, asking where she went, but Daljun just acts casual. She reaches into her bag, telling her friend that she found something incredibly important while she was out and about. Daljun unzips her backpack and Yongyong's tiny claws poke out. Class president's jaw drops in pure shock as she realizes her missing secretary has finally been found, right here in the middle of school. Class president pulls Yongyong into a bone-crushing hug, weeping with joy. Yongyong looks absolutely miserable, his soul nearly leaving his body as the girl screams about how much she missed her little green pet. Yongyong spots mom's Moo walking nearby and screams for his master. He manages to squirm out of the girl's grip and does a desperate flying leap toward Moo, hoping for a dignified rescue from the emotional girl. Yongyong lands on Moo's shoulder, but Moo is still in training mode. He delivers a lightning-fast chop that sends the secretary flying through the air, his hand glowing with the power of his intense workout. Mew looks down at the twitching lizard, casually explaining that he's sore from training and Yongyong needs to watch out. The poor dragon lies in the ground, completely betrayed by his own master's lack of chill. Class president stomps over, absolutely fuming. She shouts at Moo, demanding to know why he's hitting the poor creature they just spent a week looking for. Moo just stares at her, completely unfazed by her anger. Back at the office, the grainy security footage shows Daljun sneaking around. The camera captures her perfectly as she steals the ID and the lizard, her ninja skills proving to be completely useless against technology. The footage continues, showing Yangzhou scurrying away with his own loot. These two high schoolers have officially left a digital trail for the most dangerous loan sharks in the city to follow. Purple Hoodie and the loan shark watch the replay on a monitor. The shark notes that 2 IDs are missing and exactly 2 kids broke in. He asks his boss what they should do next. Purple Hoodie snaps and starts pummeling the loan shark for being so careless with the keys. He eventually stops, sighing as he decides the money doesn't matter. But the disrespect of a break-in cannot go unpunished. Purple Hoodie stares at the CCTV footage, his blood boiling. Those brats actually had the nerve to break into his office. This disrespect is absolutely outrageous, and someone is definitely going to pay. Over at the school, it is soccer time. Blad, looking like a total goober, charges across the field. He is in full high schooler mode but stuck in a PE uniform, aiming for athletic glory. Blad unleashes a legendary eagle shoot, sending the ball screaming through the air. Instead of a goal, the projectile homes in on Mew, who just stands there like a statue in the middle of the field. The ball slams directly into Mew's face with a sickening crunch. He does not even blink. While the other students freak out, Mew just stands there, letting his nose leak blood onto the grass. Mew wipes the blood away and flashes a terrifying ear-to-ear grin. He calmly says it hurts, but his eyes say he is having the time of his life. This guy is a total masochist. Mew lunges at a terrified Blad, who wonders why the hell he did not just dodge. Mew does not care about logic, he only cares about delivering a world-class beatdown right here and now. Mew delivers a savage low blow and the crowd loses it. They scream for him to stop before Blad gets permanently neutered. Mew is out here ending bloodlines during a simple gym class. The beefy teacher sprints over to break up the assault. Nearby, the class president sits peacefully with Yongyong, completely ignoring the absolute chaos happening just a few yards away on the soccer field. The class president hands Yongyong an old smartphone for emergencies. She explains the magic of Wi-Fi and Messenger, hoping the little dragon can figure out how to call for help next time. Yongyong stares at the device like it is an alien artifact. He has no clue what Wi-Fi is, while the class president continues her patient tech support session under the bright afternoon sun. Yongyong mutters about being scammed while watching Moo get grilled by the teacher. Moo is currently the school's biggest problem child, and the lizard is just trying to survive the day. Flashbacks of a hooded thief haunt the scene. Suddenly, a random student tries to grab Yongyong, and the class president watches as the situation quickly turns into another chaotic mess in the stands. Yongyong does not take kindly to being touched. He lunges at the guy's face, biting down hard while screaming about kidnappers. The poor student never stood a chance against the tiny green menace. The guy shrieks in pain, tossing the crazy lizard away like a hot potato. He scrambles back, terrified of the dragon, while Yongyong remains on absolute high alert, ready for the next round. The bodybuilding teacher drags Mew away by the collar, lecturing him about his constant troublemaking. He begs for just one quiet day, But Mew's creepy grin suggests that is never going to happen. Even while being dragged, Mew looks back with that same insane, bloody smile. He repeats his ouch line, looking like a total psycho who actually enjoyed every second of the painful physical confrontation. Mew declares it is officially PE time and tries to lunge back into the fray. The teacher has to use all his muscle to restrain the kid, who looks completely possessed by pure adrenaline. The sun finally sets, and class is dismissed. Students flood out of the gates, but the tension from the day's events still lingers in the air as they head toward home for the night. Mew casually tells the class president that gym was fun. She looks at him with pure judgment, convinced he has no idea what normal physical education is even supposed to look like. They walk home together, discussing training and the dragon. Mew mentions that Yongyong actually likes his place, while the class president wonders if she should teach the lizard more smartphone features soon. Daljin laughs with her friends, unaware of the danger. Behind her, Kang Chol rubs his sore neck, complaining about a bad night's sleep while the group makes their way down the quiet street. Haejun picks up a call from the class president, promising to head over. Suddenly, Daljun spots a figure and calls out to the person she thinks is the mysterious owner of the wallet. Yanjil appears, looking rough in a beanie and bandages. He ignores the pleasantries and demands Daljun hand over her student ID immediately. The atmosphere turns cold and dangerous in an instant. Yanjo reveals they were caught on CCTV during the break-in. He is panicked and aggressive, demanding she bring him the stolen goods before the situation gets even worse for the both of them. Things get physical as Yongjo grabs Daljun's bag. He screams that she is done for, demanding his money back, while Daljun struggles to pull away from his frantic and desperate grasp. The struggle continues in the middle of the sidewalk. Yangzhou is desperate to get that bag, while Daljun refuses to let go, creating a scene that draws plenty of unwanted attention. Haejun and Kang Kaeol spot the assault from a distance. Haejun's expression turns murderous as he recognizes the jerk harassing his sister. The temperature in the street seems to drop 10 degrees. Without a word, Mu, Kang Cheol, and Haeyun all break into a dead sprint. They charge toward Yangzhou like a pack of wolves, intent on ending this confrontation right now. Mu zooms ahead, his eyes locking onto the target. He wonders what kind of death wish Yangzhou has to be bullying Daljin right in front of her entire protective, high-level squad. Yangzhou is still choking Daljun and calling her a psycho when the three shadows loom over him. He is so focused on the bag that he doesn't see his end coming. A flurry of strikes lands simultaneously, sending Yangzhou's world spinning. Mu stands at the center of the carnage, his face hidden in a dark, ominous shadow that screams nothing but trouble. Mu leans in with his trademark terrifying grin. He reminds the broken Yangzhou that he was the one who asked a question first, looking like a total demon under the red sunset. Yangzhou is frozen in fear as Mu introduces their group as Il-I Samjimi. The trio stands tall, ready to finish what the bullies started, while the girls look on in absolute shock. In a move nobody expected, Yangzhou grabs Daljun as a shield and bolts away. The guys are left staring in disbelief at the sheer audacity of this desperate and cowardly escape. The chase is on. Mu, Kongchou, and Haeyeon sprint after him, screaming at the punk to leave the kid alone. They are not letting him get away with his kidnapping. They weave through the back streets at high speeds. Every turn is a blur as the three pursuers stay hot on Yangzhou's heels, their faces twisted in pure, focused, and lethal determination. Yangzhou leads them into a dead-end alleyway, cornered like a rat. The three boys stop at the entrance, blocking any chance of escape as they prepare for the final, brutal showdown. Kang Cheol looks around, recognizing the seedy spot. This alley is a notorious hangout for lowlifes, making it the perfect place for a fight that absolutely no one will witness. Dolgen hits the ground hard, crying out in pain. Yangzhou stands over her, acting tough because he thinks being alone in this alley gives him an advantage against the approaching trio. Yangzhou drops his heavy bag with a thud, ready to throw down. He calls out the Il-I Samjimi squad, unaware that he is about to face a truly god-level beating in this darkness. Yangzhou stands in the trashed alley, bruised and bandaged, but still acting tough. He gestures wildly, challenging the guys to step up and catch these hands while he holds his ground. Haejun's eyes burn with pure hatred as he watches the bully. Beside him, Mu steps forward with a chillingly calm smirk, completely ready to show Yangzhou why you don't mess with a god. Haejun snaps at Mu to stop playing around because things are getting dangerous. Mu just gives a bored stare while little Yongyong peeks out from the backpack, taking in all the human drama. Yangzhou blames them for this mess, claiming everyone would be safe if they just stayed back. Heijun glares, worried sick about Daljun getting caught in the crossfire of this loudmouth's nonsense. Mu's blue eye glints with mischief as he notices Heijun's rage. He casually suggests they release all that anger through a massive brawl, inviting Yanggao to take on the heavy hitters first. Yanggao loses his cool and lunges forward, grabbing Mu's shoulder with a massive, rough hand. He's tired of the talking and decides to bring the fight directly to Mu with a violent shove. A shockwave ripples through Mu's body as he takes the hit, but he just smirks. He lets out a playful ouch, clearly enjoying the rare sensation of a physical struggle in this weak vessel. Yanggao tries to overpower him, but Mu's expression shifts to pure focus. In a flash, Mu catches the bully's arm mid-swing, stopping the momentum dead with effortless strength and god-tier precision. Mu shifts his weight and executes a lightning-fast leg sweep. He hooks Yangzhou's ankle, completely upending the bully's balance and sending him crashing toward the hard pavement of the grimy back street. Yangzhou eats dirt as Mu slams him down with a thunderous impact. Mu stands over the fallen bully, looking slightly dazed as if he's actually surprised he landed such a clean hit. Heijun charges into the frame, his silhouette blurred by intense speed. He doesn't wait for Mu to finish, sprinting past the fight to check on Daljun, who is still huddled on the ground. Heijun grabs his sister's hand and pulls her away from the danger zone. He mutters about avoiding unnecessary fights for survival, though his murderous face says he still wants to break someone. Yangzhou scrambles up, fuming about his stolen ID, while Mu lies flat on his back. Mu stares at the sky, realizing the bodybuilding training actually paid off since the ground barely felt hard. He visualizes his back muscles, remembering the teacher's advice on form. He focuses on contracting and expanding every fiber, testing the limits of this human body he's currently piloting through this mess. With a sudden burst of energy, Mu bounces back onto his feet, looking totally refreshed. Yangzhou grits his teeth, realizing this weird kid isn't staying down no matter how hard he gets tossed. Kang Chiol offers to step in, but Mu just shakes his head with a confident smirk. Yangzhou lunges again, his massive hand reaching out like a claw to crush Mu's face into the concrete. Mu dodges the grab with a slick tilt of his head, letting the hand whistle past. He reaches up and snags Yangzhou's wrist, twisting it just enough to regain control of the fight's rhythm. The struggle turns into a messy grapple. Yangzhou puts his weight into a desperate over-the-shoulder throw, flipping Mu through the air in a high-stakes arc that sends him flying across the alley. Mu hits the ground again, but he's vibrating with adrenaline. He feels his body twitching from the impact, while poor Yongyong gets squished inside the backpack, looking absolutely miserable and dazed. Yangzhou tries to stomp on Mu's head while he's down. Mu rolls away just in time, the heavy boot smashing into the concrete exactly where his skull was resting a split second ago. Mu springs into a low crouch, his eyes glowing with a predatory light. He calls Yangzhou a bastard, clearly losing his patience as the fight transitions from a game into a real problem. Mu roars in anger, demanding to know what Yangzhou did to Yongyong during that last toss. He winds up a massive punch, his knuckles tightening as he prepares to deliver some serious divine retribution. Mu unleashes a flurry of heavy blows that land with explosive force. Yangzhou reels back, his eyes bulging as he struggles to block the overwhelming power coming from a supposed high school kid. Yangzhou panics, wondering how a kid in this weight class hits like a freight train. Mu just laughs maniacally, his face flushed with the joy of getting revenge for his flattened green secretary. Yangzhou ducks a swing and tries a desperate body slam, losing his hat in the process. He screams, demanding to know who this Yongyong person even is while he charges forward like a bull. To Mu, the charging bully looks like a literal giant boulder flying through the air. He stands his ground, eyes wide, calculating the exact moment to brace for the massive incoming impact. Mu digs his heels in, his leg muscles bulging and expanding beneath his uniform. He catches the boulder head-on with a deafening thud, absorbing the massive force of the slam without moving. The concrete cracks under Mu's shoes from the pressure. He grinds his teeth, feeling the strain of Yangzhou's massive frame pressing against him. But he refuses to let the bully push him back. With a powerful shove, Mu throws Yangzhou off to create some breathing room. He slides back into a defensive stance while Kangshou watches from the sidelines, looking completely bored by the spectacle. Kangshou asks if Mu needs a hand, but Mu just waves him off. Kangshou shrugs and holds on to the backpack, where a very dizzy and drooling Yongyong is still reeling. Mu admits to himself that the weight difference is tough to handle head-on. However, he clenches his fist, declaring that there isn't a single rock in existence that his divine hands can't shatter. He lunges back into the fray, aiming for Yongjo's weak points with surgical precision. He decides to break the bully down piece by piece instead of relying on raw, unrefined power. The two collide again in a messy tangle of limbs. They tumble through the air, grappling for any advantage as they fall toward the shadows at the end of the narrow alleyway. Mew lands a solid hit to Yongjo's gut, sending a shockwave through the bully's torso. Yongjo gasped for air, his face contorting in pain as Mew continues to dance around his sluggish, heavy movements. Mew delivers another crushing blow that sends Yongjo stumbling back. The bully shakes like a leaf, his legs wobbling as he calls Mew a rat-like bastard for being so impossible to hit. Yangzhou breaks down, screaming that a 2-on-1 fight is cheating, even though Kang Chol is just standing there. He holds his hands up, trying to stop the impending beating with pure desperation. Mew looks back at Kang Cheol and tells him it's fine to stay out of it. He wants to finish this alone, even as he drips with sweat and struggles to maintain control. Yangzhou seizes the moment of distraction and slips behind Mu, locking him in a tight rear naked choke. Mu's eyes widen as the air is suddenly cut off by the bully's thick, desperate arms. Yangzhou cackles, thinking he's finally won, squeezing Mu's neck with everything he's got. He brags about putting the rat down for good, while Mu's face begins to turn a deep, bruised purple. Kang Cheol finally looks worried, realizing the situation just got dangerous. Mu gasped for help, his vision blurring as the bully continues to tighten the chokehold in the middle of the alley. Kang Cheol sprints to help, but Yangzhou has Mew in a nasty chokehold. Mew looks like he's struggling, but his eyes are way too calm for someone getting their air cut off. Yangzhou squeezes hard, thinking he's finally won. Suddenly, Mew screams for Kang Cheol to stay back and let him handle this alone. The guy is seriously committed to the bit. Kang Cheol stops dead, totally confused. Mew's face is turning a deep shade of purple, but he's wearing this terrifying, wide-eyed grin that would give anyone nightmares. Yangzhou keeps the pressure on, trying to crush Mew's throat. Internally, Mew is just vibing, calmly observing how the blood flow to his brain is starting to slow down. Even as he faces a blackout, Mu keeps that creepy smile. Yangzhou starts sweating, realizing that choking out a literal god is way harder than he expected. Mew triggers his neck muscle enhancement. His neck suddenly bulges with raw power, forcing Yangzhou's arms apart and creating a gap in the hold, like it's nothing. With a little breathing room, Mew grabs Yangzhou's arms. He prepares his next trick, focusing all his energy on maximizing his grip strength for a bone-shattering counter. He activates forearm reinforcement, turning his limbs into thick bundles of iron. He squeezes Yangzhou's arms with so much force the air around them practically vibrates. Yangzhou lets out a pathetic scream as his arms get crushed. Mu breaks the hold effortlessly, stepping back while Yangzhou stumbles around like a wounded animal. Mew stares him down, noticing the rock is finally cracking. He knows one solid hit to the center is all it takes to end this whole circus. Mew delivers a direct blow to Yangzhou's core. The impact is so massive it's visualized as a fist completely shattering a giant boulder into tiny pieces. Flashback to a few days ago at the gym. The muscle-bound teacher explains that perfect form is the secret to unlocking a body's true potential. Teacher bangs out some squats, absolutely loving the burn in his legs. Mew watches him, realizing that human training is actually a decent way to sharpen his god skills. Mew focuses on the intense strain in his own thighs. He realizes his bodybuilding stuff is actually excellent training for someone who needs to control every fiber. Mew's weights start rattling as he increases the intensity. Teacher looks over, surprised to see the quiet kid suddenly acting like a total gym beast. Teacher warns him the weight is way too heavy, but Mew doesn't listen. He steps under the bar, his eyes fixed on mastering the physical pressure. Mew scoffs, calling the massive weights little things. He stands firm, his legs shaking under the load as he prepares to show off his insane strength. Teacher panics, worried the kid is going to snap in half. Mew just gives him a confident smirk, telling him everything is under control. The truth is, Mew isn't just a master. He's the king of muscles. Every single fiber in his body obeys his command with absolute precision. He demonstrates his freakish ability to move muscle fibers around. He can literally drain strength from one limb to reinforce another whenever he wants. In a memory of his true form, Mew shatters the earth with a single, reinforced strike. It's a level of power that defies human logic. Back in the gym, Mew successfully bulks up his legs to handle the weight. It's a rare technique, but he's making it look like child's play. In the present, Mew shifts his muscle fibers into his left arm. He's done playing around and decides that overwhelming force is his best option right now. Kang Cheol asks if he's okay. but Mu is busy swelling his right arm to triple its size. The guy looks like a human wrecking ball. Mu lunges forward with a glowing, reinforced punch. Kang Chol can only watch in awe as Mu decides to end this fight with one final collision. He connects with a devastating blow that sends Yangzhou flying. The bully is turned into a literal projectile, crashing backward into the alley walls. Yangzhou tries to block, but it's like trying to stop a train with a toothpick. The bam of the impact echoes through the entire street. The visual of the shattered rock returns as Yangzhou's defense is completely obliterated. Mu's muscle control has officially turned the bully into dust. Yangzhou lies in the dirt, totally knocked out and drooling. Mu stands over him, looking calm, while Yongyong probably wonders if they can go home now. Mu flashes a victory grin, clearly enjoying the win. In the background, Yangzhou's status card symbolically shatters, marking the end of his bullying career. Later, Heijun and Daljun walk home together. Heijun is annoyed, asking why that weird guy Mu keeps hanging around them like a lost puppy. Daljun looks down, remembering the wallet she lost. It turns out that wallet was the whole reason Yangzhou was able to harass her in the first place. Flashback reveals the loan shark holding her ID. He found her wallet and used it as leverage to start making her life a living hell. Daljun recalls confronting him in his office, desperate to get her stuff back. The guy just sat there smirking, enjoying his pathetic power trip. Back in the present, Heijun finds out the truth, and his face turns a murderous shade of red. He's done playing the nice student. Daljun realizes that running away never solves anything. Heijun grabs a phone, his expression turning cold as he prepares to settle the score. Heijun calls the class president to cancel their soccer plans. He's got some trash to take out, and he's not in the mood for games. Heijun storms into the loan shark's office. Purple Hoodie is chilling on the couch while the loan shark looks up, totally caught off guard. Purple Hoodie barely has time to react before Heijun lunges. He delivers a brutal, lightning-fast punch right to the middle of Purple Hoodie's face. Heijun goes feral, absolutely pummeling the guy on the sofa. The loan shark just laughs, clearly finding it hilarious to see his boss getting wrecked. Purple Hoodie screams into his phone while the loan shark trembles, realizing the situation is spiraling out of control as their office gets raided. Goons kick the door open, only to find Heijun absolutely demolishing Purple Hoodie in the middle of the room with relentless strikes. Heijun glares with terrifying intensity. He doesn't know it yet, but a powerful demon bloodline flows through his veins, fueling his hidden rage. The narration confirms he carries the blood of the very demons he despises, granting him a level of power that's simply monstrous and overwhelming. Heijun doesn't waste words. He lunges at the professional goons, moving faster than their trained eyes can even follow in the cramped office space. He drops a massive, bald bodyguard with a single, earth-shaking strike to the chest, clearing the path with sheer, unadulterated physical force. Heijun stands victorious over a pile of broken loan sharks, demanding they stop extorting money for debts that his sister never even borrowed. Purple Hoodie tries to save face by acting tough, but Heijun towers over him, warning the criminal to stop the nonsense immediately or face worse. He casually steps on a fallen goon while walking out, leaving Purple Hoodie fuming and humiliated on the office floor as his pride shatters. Meanwhile, Mu and Kang Cheol head home. Mu feels refreshed after his recent scrap, casually chatting with his little secretary dragon, Yongyong. Mu demonstrates his bizarre muscle control by inflating his arm to a monstrous size, leaving Kang Cheol looking completely horrified and deeply confused. He keeps shifting his muscle mass around like a party trick, while Kang Cheol tries to figure out how a human body even works. Mu explains that individual muscle groups like biceps and pecs have their own personalities that you need to listen to and respect. He claims that once the heart and muscles connect, they speak a language, though to everyone else, his muscle fibers look like prisoners. Mu stares into the distance, explaining the concept of muscle hell and how he gains absolute control over his physical form through divine discipline. Yongyong asks if sharing these secrets is wise, but Mu just smirks, wanting his future opponents to actually be a challenge for him. He knows Lucifer will eventually break through the barrier to Earth, so he needs to level up his human vessel Li Hu fast. Time is running out before the second-ranked god arrives, making his daily training the only priority that matters in this mortal world. Across town, Blad whines to his uncle about the failing repayment system while they sit in a high-tech luxury office building. Uncle Choi Sang-gil laughs at his nephew's excuses, telling him not to get cold feet just because a high schooler beat him. Uncle Choi puts an arm around Blad, promising to smooth things over while reminding him to treat this entire disaster as a learning experience. The goons who failed earlier kneel in shame as a massive thug with a baseball bat prepares their brutal corporate punishment. The thug forces a glowing blue mana pill into the loan shark's mouth, forcing the terrified man to take the dangerous experimental drug. He warns the man to swallow or die, while Blad and Uncle Choi watch the dark initiation from their high-view balcony. Blad questions the ethics of their student-focused business, but Uncle Choi thinks the current market is actually quite lucrative and worth expanding. They walk toward the underground facility, their footsteps echoing with the cold confidence of men who control the local city's dark underworld. Uncle Choi points out the game below, smiling as he prepares to show Blad how the real money is made in fighting. They overlook a massive underground fighting pit, an octagon soaked in blood and surrounded by hundreds of eager, betting spectators. Blad is stunned by the scale of the arena, but Uncle Choi reminds him that true power comes from controlling the big games. Down in the ring, Kwak Du-yan gasps for air as the mana pill causes his veins to bulge and glow a sickly purple. He transforms into a mountain of muscle, surprising even the goons who didn't expect such a violent and immediate physical reaction. The match is called, and both faces his opponent, looking less like a human and more like a drug-fueled berserk monster. The fight starts and one lunges with terrifying speed, his eyes glowing with the raw, unnatural power of the blue pill. He delivers a punch so heavy it shatters the opponent's guard and sends a massive shockwave through the poor guy's entire body. The fighter screams as his arm snaps like a twig, followed immediately by a brutal, finishing blow straight to the jaw. The guy cackles with insane glee, feeling the overflowing power while Uncle Choi and Blad watch the successful test from their VIP seats. Uncle Choi holds up another pill, boasting that this tiny object gives him the absolute power to decide winners and losers. Blad stares at the pill with greedy eyes, his mind racing with thoughts of finally using this unnatural strength to crush Mu. Unaware of the brewing plot, Mu hits the gym, looking entirely too satisfied while casually lifting heavy weights with effortless form. Mu tells his buff teacher that the thigh-tingling workout feels great, leaving the bodybuilding enthusiast absolutely stunned and speechless at his strength. Teacher stares at Mu's insane gains, noticing his veins practically jumping out of his skin. He's never seen anyone bulk up this fast, and the sheer physical transformation is actually making the pro sweat. Teacher gets suspicious and asks if Mu is using gear. Mu just stares back with those cold blue eyes and claims he's still weak, which is the most disrespectful thing a bodybuilder can hear. The teacher loses it, screaming about how dangerous the weights are, but Mu just repeats his mantra. He honestly believes his current vessel is a total pushover compared to the power he truly needs. Mu visualizes Lucifer's terrifying power and realizes he's nowhere near ready for that god-tier smoke. He needs more mass and better control if he wants to survive the upcoming Divine Realm showdown on Earth. Yongyong hitches a ride on Mu's head while a phone starts blasting a ringtone. The little dragon looks more interested in the tech than the workout, while Mu just tries to ignore the noisy interruption. Yongyong shouts that Mu has a call, practically sticking the phone into his ear. Mu looks completely done with the annoyance, especially since the person on the other end is clearly screaming their head off. Mu decides to check his results and heads out. Meanwhile, in a shady alley, the orange-haired kid and Midori are crouched down, happily counting a stack of cash they made from their fighting stream. They're hyped about the donations, and the participants they just fleeced. Suddenly, Mu's shadow looms over them like a final boss, turning their little victory celebration into a moment of pure, high-voltage tension. Mu flashes a creepy grin, acting like he's found his favorite toy. The orange kid doesn't hesitate, immediately launching a move while thinking about how she clearly didn't hit him hard enough last time. Midori watches as the orange kid goes full acrobat, flipping through the air to deliver a massive kick. Mu just stands there, letting the impact happen like he's testing out a new set of armor. The kick lands clean on Mu's chest, and the girl smirks, thinking she's actually done some damage. She's confident, but she has no idea that she's basically kicking a brick wall made of spite. Yongyong checks on Mu as he recovers from the strike. Mu isn't even winded, he's just resetting his stance while the orange kid realizes her best shot barely moved the guy even an inch. Mu's face twists into a terrifying wide smile that sends shivers down the girl's spine. She freezes up, realizing that her clean hit was exactly what Mu wanted her to try in this alley. He explains that he's learned to protect his vitals by layering them with pure muscle mass. What used to be a critical hit is now just a minor annoyance he can easily tank. Mu lunges forward with terrifying speed, his movements becoming a blur. The orange kid barely has time to react as the air around him practically explodes from the sudden, violent burst of raw physical momentum. She manages to block a strike, but the size difference is staggering. Mew towers over her, his shadow swallowing her whole as he prepares to show her what real physical dominance looks like today. Mew swings a heavy leg, forcing her to scramble backward. He's relentless, moving with a rhythm that's impossible to read, while Yongyong just hangs on for the ride, looking surprised by the sudden power. He connects a solid blow and keeps smiling like a maniac. Before she can recover, he grabs her leg midair, completely neutralizing her agility and leaving her dangling in a very bad spot. The kid gets furious, screaming that size isn't everything. She tries to force a counter, but the gap in raw strength is becoming a literal wall she can't climb over, no matter how fast. She manages to land a heavy punch right in Mew's midsection. The impact is loud, and even Yongyong feels the shockwave. But Mew's expression doesn't change. He's just collecting data on her striking strength. Mew admits she's gotten tougher since their last meeting. This only makes her more desperate, and she declares she's going all out, her eyes wide with a mix of fear and high-octane adrenaline. She throws a sharp horizontal elbow strike, aiming right for Mew's temple. It's a fast, technical move, but Mew's reaction time is bordering on supernatural as he tracks her every twitching muscle fiber. She follows up with an upward strike and a spinning elbow, throwing her entire playbook at him. Mew takes the hits, his head snapping back, but his feet remain firmly planted on the pavement. Despite the barrage, Mew looks bored. He's letting her exhaust herself, waiting for the perfect opening while she realizes her best combos aren't even making him blink or lose that creepy predator smile. Mew reaches out and grabs her by the clothes, his grip like iron. He's done playing around and wants to show her the results of his training, which involves a whole lot of pain. He executes a perfect shoulder throw, slamming the orange kid into the ground with enough force to crack tiles. Even the air gets knocked out of her lungs as she hits the floor. She groans in agony, but Mew isn't finished. He towers over her, visualizing the muscle groups he needs to activate next, his eyes glowing with an intense, predatory blue light that signals the end. Mew focuses on his upper body, feeling the fibers tighten. He's preparing a combination move that requires perfect synchronization, ignoring the girl's desperate attempts to recover and get back on her feet. He shifts the mass to his lower body, his legs bulging with insane pressure. The ground beneath his feet starts to groan under the weight of his concentrated mana and sheer physical divine bulk. He sprints forward, a massive wall of muscle charging down the alley. Yongyong is hanging on for dear life as Mew closes the distance in a fraction of a second, targeting the retreating duo. Mew prepares a full-body slam, combining his upper and lower strength into one crushing blow. He looks like a juggernaut as he bears down on the orange kid, who looks absolutely terrified now. The impact is massive, but Ghidorah jumps in at the last second to help her friend. They both struggle to hold back the sheer weight of Mew's reinforced muscle-bound vessel as he lunges. Ghidorah checks if she's okay, shocked that Mew is handling someone ranked higher than Yangzhou so easily. The power creep is real, and the girls are starting to realize they are completely outmatched. Ghidorah joins the fray, launching a high kick at Mew's head. He watches it come in with a cold, analytical eye, already calculating the exact amount of force needed to shut her down. Mew ducks the kick effortlessly and prepares to break through their combined defense. He's moving with a predatory grace, his muscles rippling as he finds the perfect angle for a final, crushing counteroffensive. The orange kid manages to land another punch on Mew's face, showing off her insane speed. Ghidorah is amazed, but Mew just absorbs the blow, his neck barely moving from the high-speed strike. Mew takes the hit directly to the face, blood trickling from his nose, but he doesn't flinch. He reaches out with a massive hand, his fingers closing in on the orange girl's head. Ghidorah lunges in to distract him, her eyes wide with worry for her friend. She tries to force him to let go, but Mew's focus is locked, his terrifying smile never once fading. The orange kid throws a final, desperate punch, her arms straining with effort. She's giving it everything she has, but she's fighting a god in a teenager's body, and the math doesn't work. Mew blocks the strike with his forearm, and the resulting impact is so violent it sends Yongyong flying off his head. He's completely unbothered, his predatory eyes fixed on the crumbling, exhausted duo. Mew stands tall in the alley, realizing his brutal training finally pays off. He grins at the duo, knowing his old body would have folded by now. He feels the raw power surging through his vessel. Mew smirks while Yongyong gripes about the cowards teaming up. The secretary wonders how Mew will reach the girl in the back with someone constantly interfering. Mew looks like he has a devious plan forming. Mew gives Yongyong a terrifying look and announces he found a way to extend his range. He grabs his tiny secretary, who looks absolutely confused. Mew's about to turn his assistant into a literal weapon. Mew lunges forward with a manic laugh, swinging Yongyong like a flail. He declares the fight a fair 2-on-2 now. The girls stare in absolute horror as a green lizard comes flying at them. Ghidorah and the orange kid gasp as Mew swings his secretary with violent intent. Yongyong screams for his life while hurtling through the air. The duo scrambles to react to the bizarre weapon. Mew delivers a crushing blow, using Yongyong to smack Ghidorah right in the face. He follows up with a punch that the orange kid barely blocks. The girls are completely rattled by the unpredictable assault. The orange kid tries a counterpunch, but Mew parries it effortlessly with the dragon. He's using Yongyong as a shield and club, making the girls' coordinated attacks look like child's play in this alley. Mew tosses Yongyong toward the back and lands a heavy strike. The dragon tumbles through the air while Mew keeps the pressure high. The girls struggle to find an opening against his overwhelming reach. Mew catches his secretary midair and resets his stance. He grins at the panting duo, enjoying the chaos. The girls realize Mew's weird tactics are actually working, leaving them vulnerable and increasingly desperate. The orange kid analyzes Mew, noting that his weapon creates a gap in his defense. She realizes closing the distance makes his long-range swings useless. She grits her teeth and charges in for the kill. She nails Mew with a sharp uppercut, but he barely feels it. Simultaneously, he chucks Yongyong at Ghidorah, who ducks as the green projectile whistles past. Mew is playing a high-speed game of lizard tag. Mew executes a dragon kick, which is just Yongyong flying into Ghidorah's face. The secretary lands a perfect hit while Mew stands back. Ghidorah's head snaps back from the tiny, scaly impact. Mew delivers a brutal headbutt to the orange kid. He explains that his thick neck muscles absorb the shock, but for her, it's a death sentence. The impact echoes through the alley like thunder. The orange kid hits the pavement, totally out cold. Ghidorah stands paralyzed as Yongyong latches onto her head like a facehugger. The duo's teamwork has been completely dismantled by Mew's insane improvised fighting style. Ghidorah rips Yongyong off and screams for her fallen comrade. She charges Mew in a fit of rage, but he just watches her with a cold, bored stare. He's already won the mental battle. She lands a heavy kick to Mew's side, but it's like hitting a brick wall. Mew doesn't even move an inch, his eyes tracking her every movement while he absorbs the power of her best shot. Mew commends her spirit with a dark grin. He explains the importance of strengthening side muscles to tank blows. He grabs her leg in a vice-like grip, ending any chance of her pulling away. Ghidorah screams as Mew applies pressure. She feels a terrifying strength behind his grip and realizes she's trapped. Mew's gaze is predatory as he prepares to finish the one-sided fight for good. She tries to escape, but Mew leans in close with a shadowed face. He's done playing games and prepares a final move. The sheer intimidation factor has her frozen and shaking in his grasp. Mew transitions into a complex joint lock, pinning her leg behind her head. He admits he usually prefers striking, but decides to try something technical. He locks her down with practiced, godlike precision. Mew decides to try a joint lock for old time's sake, twisting her limb with effortless power. Ghidorah's eyes bulge as the pressure increases. He's treating her like a test subject for his ancient techniques. He identifies the move as an ancient Egyptian joint lock. Ghidorah is forced onto the floor, her hat flying off as Mew twists her into a painful human pretzel. She looks completely broken. The alley fills with Ghidorah's screams as the pain peaks. Mew continues the torture, showing no mercy as he tests the limits of his vessel's strength. She's completely at his mercy, sobbing in agony. Ghidorah feels her leg reaching its breaking point and panics. She shrieks her surrender, begging him to stop. Mew has successfully crushed the live-streaming duo into the dirt, both physically and mentally. Mew pauses, looking amused that the fun ended so soon. He keeps her pinned while checking on Yongyong. The secretary looks exhausted from being a weapon, but the victory in the alley is absolute. Mew releases his hold and moves away, leaving the girls in a heap. Ghidorah gasps for air while crawling toward the unconscious Chungu. Mew stands over them, the undisputed king of the alleyway. Mew rummages through their gear, surprised they still have so much energy. Ghidorah watches him with tear-filled eyes, terrified at what the high schooler will do next. She's never felt fear like this. Desperate to escape, Godori throws a handful of cash at Mew. She screams for him to take it all and leave them alone. Money flutters through the air as she prepares to flee. Cash rains down around Mew, catching him by surprise. He stands still as bills flutter past his face like falling leaves. He looks genuinely confused by the sudden tribute from his defeated opponents. Mew stands alone as the girls scramble away into the shadows. Yongyong lands back on the ground, dazed and confused. The alley is quiet again, littered with money and the remnants of the fight. Mew picks up Godori's green hat and puts it on. He tuts about not leaving his mark this time, but vows to do better next time. He grins, already looking forward to the next challenge. Godori limps away with Chungu on her back, sobbing. She tells her friend to get a grip as they flee the monster in the alley. They won't be live streaming in this district ever again. A close-up shows Kim Chun-gu drooling and completely out of it. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to Yangzhou, who is walking down the street looking like he just stepped out of a blender himself. Yangzhou fusses about nothing going his way. He's bruised, bandaged, and fuming about the money he owes some Ishimjima thugs. He's at his breaking point, looking for someone to blame for his miserable day. A rock drops in front of him, fueling his rage even more. He swears he'll kill the bullying bastard responsible for his current state. He kicks at the ground, his face twisted in frustration. A pair of boots stops right in front of him. Yangzhou looks up with a bandaged nose and demands to know what the newcomer is staring at. He's looking for a fight to vent. Yangzhou mocks the guy, asking if he's some kind of bird. Kwak Dujian stands there looking smug and powerful. He asks Yangzhou who dared to beat him up so badly, clearly acting superior. Dujian suggests Yangzhou use a sandbag to fix his bad mood. He mocks Yangzhou's bruises, noting that his mouth still works fine. Dujian is clearly looking to test his new strength on him. Yangzhou loses it and grabs Duyan by the shirt. He's insulted that a kid from another district is acting tough. He doesn't realize he's just grabbed a monster who's itching for an excuse. Dujian just gives a wide, predatory grin. He doesn't even try to break the grip, showing off his blue-tinted teeth. He's ready to unleash the pill power and absolutely wreck the overconfident bully. Yangzhou grabs Kwak Duyan by the shirt, his face twisting with rage as he demands to know why the guy is laughing. Duyan just stands there, sporting a creepy smile that says he knows something Yangzhou doesn't. Yangzhou pulls back a massive fist, vowing to knock every tooth out of Dugayan's head. Dugayan doesn't even flinch. He just tells him to keep laughing while maintaining that unsettling, confident grin as the tension peaks. A massive crash shatters the silence as Yangzhou gets slammed into a brick pillar. His face is a bloody, toothless mess, and the impact craters the wall behind him, proving Duyan isn't just some random kid. The next day, Godori and the orange kid walk through the city, feeling the sting of a lost day's work. They suddenly cross paths with Dujian, who looms over them like a literal shadow in the alley. Dujian holds out a tiny blue mana pill, his eyes gleaming with hidden intent. The orange kid doesn't like the vibe and demands to know what he wants, her voice sharp with suspicion and growing annoyance. Dujian covers his mouth, playing off his malice with a dismissive comment. He acts like it's no big deal, but the dark energy radiating from him tells a much different and more dangerous story for the girls. He gives a wicked, side-eyed look, his tongue darting out like a predator. He tells the orange kid she's just bad luck, his eye pulsing with a strange blue light as he fully embraces the pill's power. Dark mana swirls around Dujian as his body begins to glow. He towers over the girls, explaining that this stuff makes his personality turn incredibly violent, leaving Godori and the orange kid looking absolutely terrified. The orange kid realizes she's in deep trouble as Dujian brags about catching Yangzhou. He smiles like a demon, declaring that once he catches them, there won't be a Godori group left to talk about. Declaring himself the top dog, Dujian lunges forward with supernatural speed. His eyes burn with purple energy as he closes the distance in a blur, leaving the orange kid scrambling to react to the sudden blitz. Doyen's massive veiny hand reaches for the orange kid's face before she can even blink. He moves like a monster, his speed boosted by the mana pill as he prepares to crush her like a bug. He delivers a brutal strike that sends the orange kid tumbling backward. Dujian chases her down with a sadistic grin, enjoying every second of the one-sided beatdown as he keeps the pressure high and relentless. Dujian reaches out to finish the job, but Godori steps in to block the path. She's determined to protect her friend, but the look on Dujian's face suggests he's only getting started with his violent spree. Godori lunges with a high kick while the orange kid attempts a jumping strike. They try to combine their strength against the monster, pouring everything they have into a desperate, two-pronged attack to stop his momentum. Their strikes land with a massive explosion of light and force. The girls give it their all, creating a bright flash of impact against Dugyeon's chest. Hoping they finally found a way to hurt him, Dugyeon barely even moves, looking more bored than hurt by the double assault. He grunts as Godori's shoe presses into his face, his expression darkening as he prepares to show them what real power looks like. Godori panics internally, realizing her kick felt like hitting a massive chunk of solid steel. Dugyeon hasn't flinched an inch, his body feeling beyond solid and completely inhuman to the touch as he stands his ground. Dugyeon catches Godori's leg with a terrifying vice-like grip. He mocks their efforts, telling them his body is beyond hard, before preparing a counterattack that promises to be much more painful than anything they've felt yet. A sickening crack fills the air as Dugyeon snaps Godori's leg bone like a twig. She screams in pure agony and collapses to the ground while the orange kid watches in absolute horror at the brutality. Enraged and terrified, the orange kid lunges forward with a desperate punch. She screams at Dugyeon, putting every last bit of her strength into a strike that she hopes can somehow save her suffering friend. Dugyeon takes the punch right to the jaw and doesn't even blink. He lets her land a barrage of hits before reaching out and casually grabbing the orange kid's head with his massive, veiny hand. The orange kid stares up in terror as Dugyeon smiles at her. He tells her to cut it out because her punches actually tickle him, showing just how wide the gap is between them now. With zero effort, Dugyeon slams the orange kid's head directly into the pavement. The concrete shatters into pieces under the force of the impact, treating the skilled fighter like a literal piece of trash. He pulls his hand back, leaving the orange kid face down in a crater of rubble. Dugyeon looks totally satisfied with the carnage, calmly checking his hand while the girl lies there, completely broken and still. Dugyeon stands over his fallen victim, mocking the Godori level of strength she displayed. He finds the whole fight so lame it makes him want to die, his arrogance peaking as he looks down. He walks away with a smirk, feeling like he totally nailed the cool villain line. As the girls lie racked, a purple-hooded figure watches from the shadows, having seen the entire violent display unfold. Dugyeon turns to the purple-hooded Blad, asking if the performance was good enough. He's sweating and flushing red, his body shaking as the intense side effects of the mana pills start to take their toll. His eyes go bloodshot as he demands Blad grant his request now that the Godori group is handled. He's intoxicated by the power, declaring that at this rate, he doesn't think he can ever lose. Dugyeon asks Blad why he doesn't just eat the pills and smash everyone himself. Blad stays quiet, but the shady uncle nearby flashes a golden-toothed grin, looking like he knows exactly what's coming next. The uncle explains that the stronger the pill's effect, the worse the side effects become. He watches Dugyeon's growing instability, hinting that using these things multiple times leads to a very messy end. Uncle gleefully mimics an explosion, telling them that sometimes the user just goes, boom. Dugyeon ignores the warning, more concerned about his herbal medicine as they head back into the city's glowing lights. A pair of clean sneakers lands on the sidewalk as Mu, in Lihu's body, appears with Yongyong on his head. He calmly looks around the area, asking where Id is with his usual deadpan. Mu wonders why he doesn't see Godori anywhere, while Yongyong looks a bit stressed out. The god seems to have missed the entire fight, appearing in a different spot with no idea about the chaos. Back at school, the class president giggles while hiding Yongyong in her bag. She's watching a live stream titled Whistle Highs #1 on her phone, looking way too excited about the upcoming Fight Club content. Mu-in-Hu sits at his desk, pressuring the class president to draw him a map. He wants to know exactly where a location is, looking way too intense for someone just asking for simple directions. She calls him a boomer because he can't use a smartphone, but eventually pulls up a navigation app. Yongyong peeks out of the bag, watching as the god finally gets the digital map he needs. Following the GPS, Mu walks toward a large building with a focused look on his face. He wears a green hat as he approaches Whistle High School, ready to track down his missing target. Godori appears at the school gates, limping heavily on a crutch with her leg wrapped in thick bandages. She looks completely defeated and exhausted, her eyes showing the trauma of the previous night's beatdown. Mu spots her and casually mentions his hat, giving her a small smirk. Godori stops in her tracks, looking up in total shock as she sees the guy standing right there in her path. Mu asks what happened to the orange kid, who is currently bedridden in a hospital with bandages all over her head. Godori explains that some other psycho wrecked her friend the day before. Midori breaks the news that she reported Kwak Do-yeon to the cops, but the guy has vanished from school. Nobody has seen him since the incident, leaving Moo In-hoo standing there looking pretty unimpressed by the disappearing act. Moo In-hoo processes the info with a sharp look, while Midori remains tense. He suddenly pulls back a medical curtain, revealing the absolute state of the guy Kwak Do-jeon hammered into a hospital bed recently. Inside the room, Yangjo is wrapped up like a mummy, looking totally trashed. The moment he sees Moo In-hoo, he bolts upright, screaming Kwak Do-yeon's name with a face full of pure, unadulterated rage and pain. The bandaged bully keeps hollering about that bastard Do-yeon while Midori and Moo In-hoo watch from the bedside. He's so worked up he nearly goes into shock, collapsing back onto the mattress while nurses scramble to help. Outside the massive hospital building, the chaos continues as medical staff realize the patient is losing it. They scream about missing painkillers while the sun shines down on a situation that is getting messier by the second. Back inside, Yangjo finally calms down enough to spill the tea. He admits he hates Moo In-hoo's guts but decides to warn him anyway about the freakish power Kwak Do-jeon has been brewing with those sketchy pills. He explains that Do-jeon took some weird drug and suddenly turned into a monster. The guy used to be the biggest loser in Midori's crew, but now he is the deadliest opponent Yangjo has ever faced. Moo In-hoo listens, but instead of being scared, he starts blushing with genuine excitement. He originally thought the Earthlings were weak, but since Do-yeon reduced a strong guy to pulp, he is dying for a fight. He casually asks where the guy is hiding, but Midori just shakes her head. Even the police are stumped, which only makes Moo In-hoo's creepy grin widen as he decides to track the drug user down himself. While Moo In-hoo plots his hunt, the scene shifts back to the school windows. Inside, the bodybuilding teacher is busy lecturing a student, totally unaware that the high-stakes drama is about to explode right in his hallway. The teacher barks about making exercise a habit while forcing Moo In-hoo to haul a massive stack of boxes. Mew just carries them, his mind still stuck on finding out where exactly Kwak Do-yeon went. He hears the guy is hiding deep, but reality is a lot closer than he thinks. Right behind him in the stairwell, Kwak Do-yeon is casually walking up, staring at a target photo on his phone. Do-yeon is plotting a lure, talking to someone about a broadcast while his face flushes red from the pills. He looks like a total psycho, completely unhinged and ready to start some serious school-wide trouble. He peeks through a classroom door window with a predatory gaze, asking how much longer he has to wait. Below him, students go about their day, completely oblivious to the purple-haired monster in the stairwell. Inside the class, Hae-jun is just minding his business until Do-yeon flashes a photo of him. The drug-crazed bully smiles, confirming he has found his next target, and things are about to get very violent. Hae-jun senses something is off, just as a hand reaches out and covers a student's mouth. Do-yeon moves in the shadows, silencing anyone who could warn the red-haired fighter of the incoming, lethal ambush. The classroom door suddenly bursts open with a massive bang as Do-yeon storms in. He locks eyes with the surprised Hae-jun, making it very clear that the peaceful school day is officially over for everyone, with a demonic grin and veins popping out of his neck. Do-yeon points a finger and declares that Hae-jun dies today. He is completely lost to the pill's influence, looking for nothing but blood. To prove he is not playing, Do-yeon grabs a terrified student and hoists him up like a toy. He tosses the guy aside like trash and grabs a heavy chair, lunging straight for a focused Hae-yang. The chair shatters against the wall with a loud crash, sending glass flying everywhere. The students start losing their minds, screaming for someone to call the teacher as they realize a psycho is officially loose. Hae-jun ducks the debris, demanding to know who this freak is, but Do-yeon is not interested in chatting. He screams for silence and throws a heavy punch, his eyes glowing with that eerie purple mana. The blow lands with a sickening thud, sending Hae-jun reeling backward. Do-yeon follows up immediately, his speed and power clearly on another level thanks to the supernatural pills he has been popping like candy. Hae-jun groans, struggling to stay on his feet against the lockers, but Do-yeon is already on him again. Another brutal strike hits him square in the face, sending a spray of blood across the classroom. The red-haired guy tries to rationalize it as self-defense, realizing he is dead if he just stands there. He catches his breath for a split second, feeling the wall crack behind his head from impact. Thinking fast, Hae-jun dodges a punch that craters the lockers and delivers a counterstrike. He manages to land a hit, making Do-yeon spit out some saliva as the impact finally connects with the monster's face. They trade blows in a frantic blur, with Hae-jun desperate to put the monster down. He manages to land another solid hit, But the purple-haired freak just stands there taking the punishment with a smirk. Dugyeon starts laughing hysterically, claiming the punches actually tickle him. Hae-yoon's face pales as he realizes his best shots are doing absolutely nothing to this psycho who is just getting more hyped up by pain. Dugyeon casually wipes his chin, admitting that the last one stung a tiny bit. He suddenly reaches out with blinding speed and grabs Hae-jun's arm, his grip tightening like a vice around the fighter's wrist. Hae-jun screams in agony as his arm is crushed, looking completely helpless against the monster's strength. The rest of the class can only watch in terror, wondering when the hell a teacher is finally coming. Suddenly, Daljun spots the fight and yells for her brother, her eyes wide with fear. Standing right next to her, Kang Chul watches the scene with a grim expression, realizing things have gone too far. A pink slipper suddenly flies through the air and slaps Dugyeon right in the back of the head. The monster stops mid-slaughter, looking genuinely confused as he turns around to see who dared interfere. Daljun is the one screaming for him to let go, but Dugyeon just gives her a creepy, mocking smile. He refuses to release Hae-jun, his muscles bulging as he prepares to finish the job regardless. Before he can move, a massive fist comes out of nowhere and slams into Dugyeon's face. Daljun watches in shock as the middleweight champion Kang Chul finally steps into the ring to end the madness. Kang Chul glares at the drugged-up freak, asking what he thinks he is doing picking fights at someone else's school. He is not impressed by the purple veins or the tough guy act. Hae-jun manages to pull away, looking battered and bruised, while Kang Chul keeps his eyes locked on Dugyeon. The champion is fuming, declaring that laying hands on Daljun was crossing a major line. The two powerhouses square off in the middle of the classroom, the tension thick enough to cut. Moo-in-hoo is still downstairs with the boxes, completely missing the main event happening right above his head. A loud crash echoes through the hallways, making the bodybuilding teacher pause. He hears the name Godori and wonders which class the commotion is coming from as students run past for cover. Blad looks completely panicked as the noise intensifies. A student runs past him yelling that there is a massive fight breaking out in the third-year classroom and the whole place is turning into total war. Moo-in-hoo perks up at the mention of a fight, a small drop of sweat appearing as he listens. The teacher drops his boxes, fuming about the little punks causing trouble on his watch again. Seeing his chance, Moo-in-hoo casually tosses his stack of boxes into the air and bolts. He shouts that he is going to, finally heading toward the action he has been hunting for all day. Yongyong chills inside a plastic bag while clutching a pink smartphone, but his casual vibe vanishes instantly. He spots something shocking on the screen, his eyes widening as a massive realization hits his scaly face. Moo-in-hoo keeps a cool head until Yongyong lunges onto his shoulder, screaming to get his attention. The little dragon breaks into a sweat, vibrating with intensity because he suddenly senses a massive surge of energy nearby. Dugyeon clenches his purple-veined fist and lunges, but Kang Chul casually sways out of the way. The brute force haymaker misses entirely, leaving Dugyeon swinging at empty air while his muscles bulge with unhinged rage. Kang Chul slips behind the beast with champion-level footwork. He notes that the attack lacks technique, being nothing but raw, simple punching. Dodging this clumsy power is light work for a professional like him. Dugyeon loses his mind, calling his opponent a bug as he throws another wild strike. He pours every ounce of mana pill strength into a desperate charge, telegraphing his moves like a neon sign. Suddenly, Hae-jun steps in and delivers a sharp kick to the back of Dugyeon's knee. The purple monster buckles and drops hard, completely blindsided by the coordinated effort of the people he just tried to kill. Rage twitches in Dugyeon's eye as he glares at the floor. Before he can recover, a hand suddenly clamps onto his face. A cold voice asks what exactly he thinks he's looking at right now. Hae-jun looms over him, bruised but composed. He observes that every tough body has a vulnerable spot, regardless of how much mana is pumping through it. He prepares to dismantle the bully piece by piece. A heavy fist slams into Dugyeon's face, sending a shock wave through his skull. He screams in frustration, realizing his supposed invincibility can't save him from someone who knows exactly where to hit to cause pain. The classroom watches in pure horror as Dugyeon snaps, ignoring the damage to charge once more. His eyes glow with drug-fueled madness, and he bolts toward the crowd, looking for a new target to crush. Students and bullies alike scream and scramble for the exit as the monster closes in. Desperate for a boost, Dugyeon grabs a student's shirt and bellows for another pill to keep his power from fading. He's actually grabbed Blad, who looks like he's about to faint from terror. Doyen shakes him like a rag doll, begging for one more dose of the purple magic to finally finish the job. Heijun watches the pathetic scene with a disgusted glare. Dugan is literally pleading with the loan shark's boss, claiming he can't catch his target without another hit of that forbidden mana power. The room is a total wreck, but Heijun's focus remains on the shadowy figures. Meanwhile, Dujian's body starts vibrating with unstable energy, his purple muscles inflating as he reaches a terrifying new limit of drug-induced power. Dugian manages to swallow another pill, and the effect is instant. Dark energy surges through his frame as he clutches his face, his veins glowing a toxic purple while everyone watches his final transformation. Blad orders him to finish the job and screw the target up. Dujian responds with a horrifying toothy grin, his eyes turning into white voids of pure aggression. He is officially a full-blown monster now. Kang Shiol stands ready, warning that the situation just got a lot more dangerous. Heijun braces himself, knowing their coordinated strikes might not be enough against a freak who just doubled his power. Duyan moves like a flash, slamming his massive shoulder into Heijun. The impact is brutal, sending blood flying as Heijun gets launched across the room like he was hit by a literal speeding truck. Heijun crashes into the lockers and collapses, completely out for the count. Dujion looms over the classroom, a massive purple wall of muscle that leaves Daljun trembling as she realizes her brother is down. Daljun screams for help, but Dujinyon is already standing right in front of her. He casts a giant shadow, looking like a nightmare come to life as he raises a fist to crush her. The massive fist descends toward the girl, but a hand suddenly shoots out and catches it. The sound of the impact is bone-crushing, stopping the monster's strike dead in its tracks, with zero effort. It's the teacher, looking totally bored. He compliments Dugan on his physique, but tells him that hitting students is off-limits. He stands between the monster and the girl like an immovable mountain of muscle. The teacher's grip tightens as he activates his physical authority. He looks Dugian in the eye and declares it's time for a very painful lesson. The air around them practically vibrates with physical pressure. Someone shouts about the police, but the teacher is already busy crushing Du Yan's hand. The purple giant's eyes bulge in shock as his bones start to snap under the teacher's overwhelming, natural strength. Miu finally wanders into the room, looking totally disinterested in the life-or-death struggle. On his head, Yongyong points a tiny finger and shouts that the purple freak is the collateral they've been seeking. Blad freezes as he notices the new arrivals. Yongyong starts glowing blue, sensing the massive waves of pure mana radiating from Dujian. This energy signature is the key to finding whoever is interfering with Earth. Yongyong gets hype, demanding his collateral back. Blad tries to intervene, reaching out for the strange little dragon, but Mu stands perfectly still, ignoring the chaos while the secretary continues his energetic rant. Blad slips on a stray pink slipper and tumbles forward. He accidentally slaps Mu's face as he falls, but Mu doesn't even blink. The god just stares ahead with a cold, terrifyingly blank expression. Rubbing his head, Blad complains about the floor before trying to act tough. He throws a weak punch at Mu's face, but the god absorbs the hit without moving a single muscle. It's totally pathetic. The weak strike does nothing but hurt Blad's hand, and he ends up flat on the floor again. He looks like a total clown trying to fight a literal god who hasn't even noticed him. Dujian, still being held by the teacher, spots Mu and starts screaming. He tells Blad to take the weak kid down too, unaware that he's looking at the most dangerous being in the building. The purple monster breaks free and throws a haymaker directly at Mu's head. Mu doesn't move, doesn't guard, and doesn't care. The fist closes in with enough power to shatter a concrete wall. The punch connects right with Mu's chest, but nothing happens. Mu doesn't fly back or even stagger. Dujian pulls his fist back in total confusion, staring at the kid who just tanked his best shot. Mu dryly says, "Ouch," while looking bored out of his mind. Above him, Yongyong prepares his mana drain skill, his mouth glowing with a bright blue vortex of energy that starts pulling the power away. Mu delivers a sharp counterstrike that spins Dugian around. At the same time, Yongyong sucks the mana pill's energy right out of the bully's body, leaving him deflated and screaming as his power vanishes. Yongyong pauses the drain, looking stunned. He realizes the mana he's tasting feels incredibly familiar. Meanwhile, Dujian collapses to the floor, his purple skin fading as his body finally gives out from the strain. Mu looks down at the broken bully and calls him way too weak. He tells Yongyong to put the mana back in, wanting to use the energy as a beacon to find its source. Yongyong obeys, though he warns Mu to stay sharp. He pumps the concentrated blue mana back into the unconscious Duyan, his eyes filled with concern as the strange energy swirls back into the human. The secretary explains that this isn't some cheap drug, it's extremely pure and powerful mana. It's so rare that finding it on a backwater world like Earth should be statistically impossible for anyone. Mew realizes the gravity of the situation. Earth shouldn't have any mana left from the previous god. This pure energy means another divine being is actively interfering with his assigned territory. Mew turns his cold gaze toward Yongyong. He asks his secretary point-blank if the mana belongs to him. The atmosphere gets incredibly tense as the god starts questioning his own loyal subordinate's secrets. Yongyong blushes and laughs nervously, looking everywhere but at Mew. He scratches his head and gives a guilty giggle, clearly hiding something big while Mew continues to stare him down with suspicion. Duyan's veins bulge with purple mana while we jump back 1,000 years. Mew lunges into the divine realm, charging straight at a giant cyclops, godlike it's just another Tuesday morning for the top god. This ultra cyclops hits his gigantified state, towering over Mew with massive clubs. He begs Mew to stop the bullying, sweating buckets because he knows he's completely outmatched by the red-haired god's overwhelming pressure. A massive shockwave erupts as Mew delivers a crushing blow. The Cyclops reels, his defensive stance shattered instantly. Mew doesn't do gentle, and the giant's clubs hit the dirt as the god's raw power dominates. Mew sends the giant flying with a high-speed drill attack. The Cyclops is helpless, tumbling through the air as Mew dismantles his pride. It's a total slaughterhouse, and the giant's clubs are basically toothpicks at this point. Mew sticks the landing while the gigantification release notification pops up. The defeated Cyclops groans and chokes, shrinking back down to his regular size while Mew just stands there looking bored out of his mind. The Cyclops pleads for Mew to stop bothering him for good. Mew looks at him with zero sympathy, reminding the big guy that he'd only stop if the fight was actually entertaining, which it definitely wasn't. Mew sighs, totally unsatisfied with the weak performance. He waves a casual goodbye, promising he'll be back for a rematch, while the Cyclops internally screams, praying the god never finds his way back again. Yongyong notices Mew's deep boredom and starts worrying about his master's mental health. Suddenly, a light bulb clicks. The dragon secretary gets a brilliant, slightly sketchy idea to spice up Mew's future combat sessions. Yongyong presents a pile of rocks he hauled all the way from Earth. He tells Mew he's going to whip up a special recipe, acting like these random Earth rocks are the secret ingredient to happiness. Using his crushing magic, Yongyong grinds the rocks into a fine, white powder. This is step 1 of his secret enhancement project, and he's looking way too proud of himself for making magical dust. Things get a little gross when Yongyong gags and pukes a thick liquid onto the powder. He claims there are no restrictions on the liquid type, but nobody really wanted to see the dragon's lunch. Step 2. Mix the vomit and powder. Step 3. Yongyong condenses his own pure magic into the dough. He sits there, focused and glowing, pouring divine energy into what looks like a giant blue meatball. For the final touch, Yongyong signs the dough with his own little dragon doodle. It's officially finished, a condensed magic dough designed to boost anyone's body to insane levels for a more fun fight. Yongyong explains that feeding this to opponents makes them a real challenge. He pinches off a tiny piece to show the proper dose, but Mew isn't interested in the moderation part of the speech. Mew just snatches the entire giant ball of enhancement dough and bolts. He shouts that he's going back for seconds, leaving a panicked Yongyong screaming that he just handed over a lethal overdose. The Cyclops hears Mew's voice and starts crying, but it's too late. Mew appears instantly and stuffs the entire magical dough ball into the giant's mouth with a crunch, forcing the poor guy to swallow. The god stands back with crossed arms, watching the collateral take effect. The Cyclops is forced into a forced evolution, and Mew watches with a grin, waiting to see if his toy finally gets interesting. The transformation is brutal as purple energy rips through the Cyclops. His eyes glow white and his muscles triple in size. Mew smirks, noting the effect is strong as the giant prepares a massive counterattack. The empowered Cyclops lunges and Mew meets him head-on with a fist. Their clash creates a massive explosion of white light, sending shockwaves through the domain while Yongyong watches the chaos from the sidelines. Mew delivers a heavy downward strike, but the empowered giant actually puts up a fight. They trade massive blows, and for the first time in a century, Mew is actually starting to enjoy the brawl. The fight scales up until it looks like a meteor impact. The purple Cyclops gets launched across the horizon, leaving a trail of destruction that probably reshaped the local geography of the divine realm forever. A barrier snaps into place to keep the divine collateral contained. Back in the present, Yongyong gets smacked in the face by a sudden surge of familiar energy. Looking completely caught off guard, a streak of light crashes onto Earth, signaling something massive. Yongyong stares at the sky, confused and sweating as he senses a mana signature that shouldn't exist in this low-level human world. Muinhu smirks, realizing someone found his old snack leftovers. He stands before the transformed Dujian, who is currently overflowing with the exact same purple mana pill energy Mew created 1,000 years ago. Dujian winds up a massive, purple-infused punch and swings. Muinhu doesn't move, just watches the fist fly toward him, noting that the human body handles the special recipe much differently than a god. The punch hits Muinhu's arm with a heavy thud. Muinhu doesn't budge an inch, simply observing that the guy is surprisingly tough, even if his technique is still a hot mess of wild swings. Du Yan goes berserk, calling Muinhu a rat while throwing wild haymakers. Muinhu dodges every strike with casual grace, treating the high-speed rampage like he's just taking a light stroll through a park. The classroom starts falling apart under the pressure of Dugyan's missed attacks. Windows shatter and lockers dent while the raw purple mana spills out, turning the school hallway into a literal war zone. The shockwaves toss students like Blad and Delgin around. Desks fly everywhere, but Muinhu remains perfectly balanced, moving through the flying furniture without breaking a sweat or losing his cool demeanor. Dujian manages to grab Muinhu's collar, thinking he's finally cornered the kid. Muinhu doesn't panic. He just stares back with cold, bored eyes, completely unimpressed by the giant's desperate, glowing purple grip. Dujian hoists him up, gloating about catching the rat. Muinhu just hangs there, letting the guy have his moment while he waits for the dragon secretary to give him the technical stats on the fight. Dujian delivers a point-blank punch that launches Muinhu across the room. The impact tears Muinhu's shirt right off, revealing his shredded abs while he crashes through the classroom door and hits the wall. Yongyong panics, screaming for his master as Muinhu recovers. Muinhu just wipes some dust off his face, looking more annoyed about his ruined shirt than the actual hit, and asks for a timer. Dugyan is still fuming, purple energy leaking from his body like a broken radiator. Yongyong scans the remaining mana and realizes the effect is going to wear off in exactly 5 minutes. Muinhu is actually disappointed that he only has 5 minutes left. Yongyong offers to just steal the mana back and end it. But Muinhu has that crazy "I want to fight" look again. Muinhu realizes this is his only chance to fight someone who isn't made of paper. He gets a terrifying grin, his eyes glowing as the adrenaline finally starts to kick in for the bored god. Muinhu stands up, looking absolutely jacked and ready for war. To him, the 5-minute limit is a tragedy, not a relief. He's going to make every second of this short-lived power-up count. Muinhu locks eyes with his prey, promising to finish this within 5 minutes. Meanwhile, the uncle holds the blue mana stone, looking smugly satisfied with the chaos he's unleashed on the high school. The uncle starts walking away, thinking everything went according to plan. He has no idea he just gave a bored, top-ranked god a reason to actually start trying, which usually ends in total disaster. Back in the hallway, the half-eaten blue mana pill sits on the floor. It's the same, special recipe from a millennium ago, and now it's Muinhu's turn to play with his food again. Muinhu grips his shirt and shreds it like paper, revealing a frame built for war. He isn't playing around anymore. Across from him, Duyan pulses with a sickly purple light, looking like a total monster. Muinhu watches the beast carefully. He knows Dujan's raw power is through the roof. If he takes a direct hit from that titan head-on, this fragile high schooler body will literally shatter into a million tiny pieces. He decides it's time for a classic move. He remembers the survival days when his muscles grew so massive they actually hindered his combat speed. To stay deadly, he had to find a way to fix that. Back then, his body was becoming its own obstacle. Combat isn't just about size, it's about mobility. He needed the raw strength of a giant but the sleek speed of a predator to keep winning. He perfected the art of muscle compression. By packing massive power into a smaller volume, he maintained 149,976 stacks of density. It made him a compact god of destruction hidden in a normal-sized frame. Yongyong panics as Dujian lunges, screaming for his master to watch out. Hu doesn't flinch. He triggers a single stack of compression in his right arm, feeling the muscle fibers tighten into high-density steel cords. Dugyan's massive purple fist roars through the air, aimed straight at Hu's face. The air ripples from the sheer pressure. Hu stands his ground, staring down the blow with cold, calculating eyes and zero fear. He matches the beast's energy. Hu ramps it up to 2 stacks, his arm swelling as the muscle becomes impossibly dense. He winds up a counter, ready to see if this special recipe can actually hold. The collision is violent. Duyan tries to grab Hu's head, but Hu is a blur of motion. He deflects the massive limb and prepares to deliver a crushing blow that shifts the momentum of the fight. The shockwave is absolute madness. Hu gets sent skidding backward, his feet carving deep grooves into the classroom floor. He grunts as the impact rattles his bones, but he remains standing amidst the rising dust. He isn't done yet. Hu pushes his limits and hits 3 stacks of compression. His arm transforms into a mountain of vascular, rock-hard muscle. He locks onto Dudyan, sensing the purple freak charging in once more. They clash mid-air like 2 falling stars. Hu meets the Titan's fist with his own compressed strike. The impact creates a localized earthquake, sending lockers flying and turning the classroom into a total scrap heap. The building can't even handle the pressure. The windows shatter instantly, sending shards of glass raining down like confetti. The sheer force of their struggle creates a vacuum that sucks the air out of the room. Dojin is losing his mind. He can't believe this kid is matching his pill-boosted strength. He gets desperate, his eyes widening in pure shock as he realizes his massive arm is actually starting to give way. The Titan screams, swinging wildly with everything he's got left. Hu just smirks. He leans into the madness, enjoying the sensation of a real struggle after being bored for so long in this weak world. They trade a flurry of blows that the human eye can't even track. It's just constant heavy thuds as Hu's dense fist keeps punishing the purple beast. Dujion's monster form is starting to show some serious cracks. They lock up in a final test of strength. The classroom is a disaster zone. Desks and chairs are tossed around like toys in a hurricane. Neither side is willing to back down from the heavy pressure. Dujion's face contorts in pain and confusion. He's pouring every ounce of mana into his arm, but Hu is like a brick wall. The purple giant realizes he's actually the one being pushed back now. Hu explains the simple truth. When force hits a smaller, denser area, the smaller one wins every time. He smiles a terrifying, bloodthirsty grin, knowing the fight is effectively over for this purple amateur. With a final, explosive surge of power, Hu launches Duyayan. The force is so immense that the exterior wall of the school building simply disintegrates. Duyan is sent flying into the open sky, completely defeated. The purple monster tumbles through the air, shedding debris as he falls. He's completely out cold before he even hits the ground. Hu's compressed strike did exactly what it was supposed to do, total annihilation. Dujian slams into the pavement with a sickening thud. The bodybuilding teacher and a security guard rush over, their jaws hitting the floor. They can't believe someone just fell from the top floor and survived. Back inside, Hu stands among the wreckage. Daljun stares at him, her eyes wide with terror and awe. She's never seen anything like this. The room is silent except for the sound of settling dust. Blad, the ball bully, is shaking like a leaf while holding Yongyong. Hu turns his cold gaze toward him. The aura coming off the kid is so heavy that Blad looks like he's about to faint. Blad realizes he's next. He drops Yongyong and bolts for the door, screaming that Dujayan was just the weakest link. He's terrified, claiming they'll bring someone even stronger to wipe Hu's neck for him. Yongyong hits the floor with a huff, complaining that things would be way easier if he had his mana. Hu collapses to his knees, his body finally feeling the brutal recoil of using compression on human muscles. The pain is intense. Hu's arm is throbbing, and his high schooler muscles are screaming. Yongyong rushes over, checking on his master as the high of the fight starts to fade into raw, physical agony. But Hu just starts laughing. The pain doesn't matter. He's thrilled by the idea that there's a stronger one out there. The hunt is on, and he hasn't felt this alive in ages. He looks at Yongyong with a wide, manic smile. He demands the secretary spill the beans. He wants to know exactly where the next challenge is hiding. He's hungry for more, and he's not waiting. Meanwhile, the pink-haired uncle is busy in his lab. He's meticulously grinding up blue mana pills, maintaining the supply for his little criminal empire. He looks calm, but he has no idea what's coming. Blad bursts into the office, looking like he's seen a ghost. Uncle is unimpressed, looking up from his work with a bored expression. He's annoyed that the bald kid is interrupting his very important grinding session. Blad begs for more pills, his voice cracking with desperation. Uncle is genuinely surprised. He can't believe they used up the entire supply already. He knows those pills are supposed to be overwhelmingly powerful for humans. Blad admits the unthinkable. They fed Do-yoon 2 pills and he still got wrecked. Uncle's eyes widen. He knows that's statistically impossible. 2 pills should have turned anyone into an unstoppable god of the streets. Uncle stares at Blad, trying to make sense of the failure. He's built his whole business on these pills, and the news that someone defeated a double-dose monster is shaking his confidence to the very core. A massive boom suddenly rocks the entire floor. Uncle and Blad freeze, their hearts skipping a beat. Someone is knocking, and they didn't use the doorbell. The atmosphere in the room turns deathly cold instantly. The doors creak open to reveal a nightmare. Manhwa stands there, his body glowing with a dark, violet energy. He looks like he's crawled straight out of the divine realm to collect a heavy debt. Uncle panics, his tough guy act evaporating instantly. He stammers, asking how the kid even got inside. He mentions his guards, but he's clearly terrified by the monster standing in the doorway of his private office. The hallway behind Manhwa tells the whole story. Every single thug Uncle hired is face down on the tiles, completely broken. Manhwa walked through them like they were nothing more than annoying, buzzing flies. Manhwa casually reaches up and wipes the grime from his neck. He looks totally relaxed, despite the trail of carnage he just left behind. He's focused on the only person left standing in the room. He flashes a terrifyingly wide smile at the pink-haired boss. He repeats Blad's earlier threat back at them, asking where the stronger one is. He's ready for the main event, and he looks incredibly hungry. Yongyong starts sobbing over the mess, but Mu has no time for dragon tears right now. Mu shoves a red recovery pill down his own throat and gives one to Yongyong, instantly boosting their stats. Fully restored, Mu stands over the defeated guys and decides to track down the loan sharks himself. Kang Shiol and Haejun struggle to their feet, insisting on coming along to help Mu with the fight. Mu doesn't wait for them and marches out with Yongyong, perched on his shoulder like a green hood. He solves the problem by grabbing both guys by the legs and dragging them across the school floor. The two scream as they're hauled away like luggage, leaving the class president and Daljun completely stunned. With a terrifying grin, Mu runs toward the enemy hideout, dragging his human baggage through the halls. Blad sprints into the building to find his uncle, while a guard stands ready at the front. Mu arrives at the entrance shirtless and buff, looking so messy the guard assumes he's a beggar. The guard blocks the path, mocking Mu's appearance and telling him to get lost before things get ugly. Mu ignores the insults and explains his business, but the guard makes the mistake of grabbing his shoulder. Mu delivers a punch that sends the guard flying through the glass door, shattering it into a million pieces. He walks into the building, his presence casting a shadow that makes the remaining guards rethink their lives. Every goon who steps up gets launched as Mu clears the hallway with effortless, crushing strikes. He enters the main office, eyes glowing with a purple aura that promises nothing but total destruction. Blad points at Mu in terror while Mu scans the room, searching for anyone actually worth his time. Yongyong gets defensive on Mu's head, screaming because these weak humans dare to call his master crazy. The dragon bellows that Mu is perfectly sane, even as Mu drools with a look of pure madness. Mu leans into Blad's face, his eyes wide and terrifying as he demands to find the stronger one. The uncle realizes he's dealing with a monster after seeing his entire security team laid out downstairs. He tries to negotiate, offering Mu a challenge with a specific condition to test his limits. If Mu loses to the uncle's fighters, he must serve him, and Mu agrees with a wide grin. Blad adds one more condition to the bet, pointing at Yongyong and demanding the dragon as a prize. Yongyong's eye twitches with rage, ready to see Mu burn this whole place to the ground for that. The dragon tells Mu to go ahead, confident that no human stands a chance against a god's power. They head to an underground cage, where a massive, veiny brute waits to crush Mu's skull in. The uncle plans to wear Mu down with minor fighters before sending in his ultimate 2-pill secret weapon. The first fighter laughs, claiming the boss gave him permission to kill Mu in the center ring. The brute lunges with a massive fist, but Mu just watches him with a cool, detached expression. Mu activates his grip enhancement, catching the giant's punch and crushing his hand with a single squeeze. He twists the arm until it breaks, leaving the massive fighter screaming in agony on the arena floor. Mu tosses the trash aside and stares at the uncle, clearly unimpressed by the lack of competition. A second fighter fueled by a Yongyong pill jumps in, But Mu is already charging his leg strength. Mu delivers a lightning-fast leg enhancement kick that connects before the guy can even register the movement. The fighter's face contorts in pain as the force of the kick sends him flying through the air. He crashes into the cage wall, completely out for the count. As Mu lands back on his feet, Mu turns back to the uncle, his face hidden in shadow, feeling lied to about the challenge. His eyes glow with murderous intent as he asks where the stronger one he was promised is. The villains shake with fear as the final fighter steps into the ring to face Mu's wrath. The lone shark pops 2 blue pills, his muscles immediately erupting into a mass of purple veins. The sudden power surge is so violent his arm practically doubles in size, pulsing with unnatural energy. The transformation rips through his lower body, turning his legs into massive, veiny pillars. He's becoming a complete monster, the recipe's side effects pushing his physical frame far beyond any human limit. Steam rises from the hulking beast as he steps out. Blad and the dumbass watch from the sidelines, Blad looking absolutely terrified by the sheer pressure the transformed loan shark is emitting. This purple monster towers over everyone, looking for a fight. Mu stares him down, completely unfazed as the beast asks if he's the stronger one. Mu just calmly gauges the threat. The beast claims he's the strongest one here now, standing over a fallen fighter to prove his point. Mu watches the spectacle with bored eyes, treating the massive threat like a mere insect. The monster lunges, throwing a massive roundhouse kick aimed at Mu head. It's surprisingly fast for his size, but Mu tracks the trajectory perfectly, not moving a single muscle until the last second. Mu ducks the strike effortlessly, the force of the kick creating a massive shockwave that cracks the floor. The speed is impressive for a human, but Mu divine reflexes are on another level. The missed kick shatters the cage wall, sending debris flying everywhere. Outside the ring, the dumbass watches with his jaw dropping, finally realizing that Mu isn't even breaking a sweat against his ultimate weapon. The lone shark tries to catch him with a mid-air spin, but Mu senses the attack before it even starts. He remains completely calm, letting the monster's heavy purple body fly right past him. Mu slides across the floor, dodging another heavy blow with fluid grace. He resets his stance, looking unimpressed by the brute force approach as the monster continues to struggle with his own momentum. Mu stands ready as the monster mocks him. He notices the beast's shoes are literally bursting from the rapid muscle growth, proving the human frame can't actually contain this much artificial power for long. Mu shifts his weight, observing that the monster relies entirely on his massive lower body for power. He decides to exploit that lack of balance, preparing to turn the beast's size against him. The lone shark stomps the ground, but Mu is already a blur moving around him. His shoes are torn to shreds now as he struggles to stay grounded while Mu dances around his strikes. Mu drops into a low quadrupedal stance, activating his Sangyeon fist style. He moves like a predator, closing the distance with terrifying speed that the hulking monster simply can't track with his eyes. The monster tries to crush him, but Mu slides under the massive leg. The ground shatters where the foot lands, but Mu is already positioned behind him, ready to deliver a devastating counter. Frustrated, the lone shark calls Mu a cockroach for dodging. Mu ignores the insults and focuses on the opening he created, knowing the beast is wide open after that big, clumsy miss. Mu winds up a massive punch, calling forth his behemoth fist. He lunges upward, aiming straight for the monster's face while the air pressure from the strike visibly warps the space around them. The punch connects squarely with the beast's jaw, but the monster managed to catch Mu arm at the last second. He stops the follow-through with a massive grip, trying to crush Mu limb. The monster grins through the pain, mocking Mu bud punches. He holds him in place, preparing to finish him off. Mu stays calm, preparing to show him exactly how deep his power goes. Mu fires off a flurry of punches even while being held. He targets the monster's chest and stomach, but the beast's dense muscles seem to absorb the impact like a thick wall of armor. The lone shark mocks him again, realizing standard strikes aren't penetrating his reinforced frame. Mu takes the hint and realizes he needs a new tactic to bypass this level of physical muscle density. Mu looks momentarily dejected, cycling through different techniques in his mind. He considers joint locks or vital strikes, realizing he needs to change his approach if he wants to end this fight quickly. He considers hitting even harder as the monster prepares a massive overhead smash. Mew-in-Hoo's eyes glow with resolve. He's decided to stop playing around and use concentrated pinpoint force to break the beast. The monster swings, but Mo-in-Hoo is already inside his guard. He targets a single point on the beast's torso, focusing his energy to create a concentrated burst that ignores the outer layer of muscle. Mew-in-Hoo delivers a brutal knee kick right into the monster's face. He's decided to strike the vital spots with concentrated power, realizing that smaller impact points are the key to breaking this brute. The monster's face contorts under the impact. Mew-in-Hoo smirks, realizing that the same amount of power focused on a smaller area becomes exponentially stronger. He's found the winning formula for this brawl. The monster staggers back, spitting blood and teeth. He's shocked that a bug is making him squirm. But Mew-in-Hoo doesn't give him a second to breathe, staying glued to his personal space. Mew-in-Hoo wonders if his strength was enough, then decides to double down. He takes a hit just to deliver a devastating close-range strike of his own, pushing his human body to the absolute limit. He focuses all his power into his fist, concentrating it into a single point. His forearm muscles ripple with the strain as he prepares a strike designed to shatter the monster's internal organs. He drives his fist deep into the monster's gut with a narrowed point of impact. The loan shark's eyes bulge, and he pukes up fluids as the damage bypasses his thick, purple muscles. The monster is sent flying back, his body unable to handle the internal shock. Mew-in-Hoo isn't done. He sprints after the falling giant, moving like a demonic blur to finish the job. Mew-in-Hoo laughs like a maniac, raining down a barrage of concentrated strikes. Every hit leaves a deep crater in the beast's purple flesh as he systematically dismantles the monster midair. The dumbass and Blad watch in horror as their ultimate weapon is destroyed. Meanwhile, Yongyong cheers from the rafters, absolutely loving the show his master is putting on against these low-level thugs. The dumbass realizes Mew-in-Hoo is a freak of nature who can beat a two-pill user barehanded. He decides they can't lose him and runs toward the ring, probably to intervene or offer a deal. The lone shark hits the ground hard, his massive legs trembling uncontrollably. He can't even stand up, and the purple energy begins to leak out of his body as his systems start to fail. A single blue pill rolls across the floor toward the defeated beast. Mew-in-Hoo stands over him, looking satisfied with the workout, while the monster eyes the pill with a desperate, crazed look. The monster stares at the pill as the dumbass watches through the fence, sweating bullets. Everything depends on whether the beast has the guts to take one more dose of the deadly medicine. The dumbass screams at him to eat it, promising double the money. He's desperate to see Mew-in-Hoo lose, even if it means killing his own man with an overdose of the pill's energy. The dumbass flashes a creepy, greedy smile, holding up peace signs for the doubled payment. The monster, half dead and desperate, stares at the blue pill rolling slowly toward his trembling hand. The monster can't resist the offer. He sticks out his tongue and catches the pill, his eyes glowing with a final, suicidal madness as he prepares for a third, likely fatal transformation. Lone Shark downs 3 dragon pills, sending his mana into a violent surge. His skin ripples and bulges as the overdose forces a grotesque mutation, while Mew-in-Hoo watches the beast twitch with new, dark power. The transformation turns nasty as purple muscles swell into veiny mounds. He stands up as a headless mountain of meat, dwarfing the cage. Steam vents from his overheated skin, signaling the monster is finally fully cooked. Lone Shark is officially a monster now, his eyes glazed with triple-dose insanity. Dumbass loves the show, shouting for his beast to finally crush the high schooler. The air grows thick with the monster's heavy, predatory breathing. The monster lunges, swinging a massive, clawed hand like a purple avalanche. Mew-in-Hoo tracks the lethal movement with cool eyes. He knows the stakes just got much higher than a simple schoolyard brawl against a human. Mew-in-Hoo realizes his opponent doubled down on the drugs. He takes a defensive stance, his face reflecting the strain of the fight. Breaking through that reinforced, monotough skin is going to be a total headache. Mew-in-Hoo tenses every fiber of his being, focusing his god-tier energy into a single point. He readies a high-level compression technique, pulling his arm back as the surrounding air begins to vibrate with intense, concentrated pressure. It's the compression move. He packs his power tight until his knuckles glow a dangerous red. This isn't a standard punch, it's a structural collapse designed to pierce through the monster's iron-tough purple hide. The beast swings wide, but Mew-in-Hoo slips inside his guard effortlessly. He avoids the massive grab and delivers a pinpoint strike right into the monster's center, searching for a single weak link in that muscular armor. The blow lands square on the monster's chest, but it's like hitting a wall of solid rubber. The beast just grins, his dense muscles absorbing the impact of the condensed strike without taking a single step back. A massive shockwave ripples out from the contact point, shaking the cage. Hu slides back, his eyes narrowing. The guy didn't even flinch at a god-tier compression punch, proving his skin is now unnaturally dense. Hu admits the guy is basically a solid lump of steel. He leaps back to reset, his knuckles bleeding from the impact. He needs a better plan because brute force isn't cracking this purple nut just yet. He watches the purple meat mountain reset its stance while the arena literally falls apart around them. Suddenly, the monster vanishes from sight, moving with a terrifying speed that contradicts his massive, bulky frame. The monster goes airborne, performing an insane high jump that defies gravity. Hu looks up, surprised by the agility. The beast clings to the ceiling rafters like a massive predator, preparing to drop a heavy finishing blow. The monster drops like a purple meteor, smashing into the concrete floor with bone-shaking force. Chunks of stone fly everywhere as the impact creates a massive cloud of dust, making the entire underground building tremble. Hu barely dodges the crash, but the shockwave sends him flying. Before he can land, a massive purple hand reaches through the debris. It snags his foot mid-air, cutting off any hope of a clean escape. The monster slams Hu into the ground like a rag doll, leaving a fresh crater in the floor. He isn't playing around anymore, using his overwhelming size and weight to dominate the kid in a brutal display. Hu's head bounces off the hard concrete, sending a spray of blood into the air. From the sidelines, Yongyong loses his cool, screaming for his master as the god takes a very human-sized beating. Yongyong rushes toward the cage, desperate to help his master. He sees Hu pinned down, fingers digging into the cracked floor. The monster's grip is like a vice, crushing the high schooler into the dirt. Hu struggles to rise, his body battered but his spirit still arrogant. He tells Yongyong to back off and stop absorbing the local mana. A twisted, bloody smile grows on his face despite the clear injuries. His fingers scrape the stone as he forces himself upright. The monster mocks him, hoisting him up by one leg. He laughs at the kid's inability to break through his mana-reinforced skin, feeling completely invincible. Hu takes the verbal abuse, his body silently absorbing the kinetic energy from the earlier hits. He realizes external strikes are useless. His internal power begins to flare, preparing for a move from the inside out. He delivers a soaring, desperate kick that connects squarely with the monster's temple. A sickening crack echoes through the room. He puts every ounce of his remaining strength into the blow to find a weakness. The impact sends a vibration straight through the monster's skull, rattling his brain. Hu pulls back, his foot glowing with residual heat. The beast finally releases his leg, clearly dazed by the high-speed headshot. Donbass watches from the edge, sweat pouring down his face in terror. He sees Hu landing on his feet, his back hunched and steaming. The kid is starting to look more dangerous than the actual monster. Hu stares through his messy hair, blood dripping from his chin. Dumbass is in total shock, realizing the kid is actually getting a rush from the pain. The god's twisted enjoyment makes him look completely unhinged. Hu thanks the monster for finally providing a real challenge. He looks terrifying, blood leaking from his nose as he laughs. He claims he's never been happier than right now, basking in the combat high. The monster charges again, but Hu just laughs through the flurry of blows. Dumbass stares in disbelief, wondering why this kid is enjoying a fight that should have ended his life several minutes ago. The fight reaches a fever pitch, shattering the VIP observation glass. Chunks of the ceiling fall as Hu delivers a high kick, completely ignoring the devastation. He is fully locked into a state of pure instinct. Another explosion of dust and debris fills the wrecked arena. Dumbass looks around at his ruined investment, his heart breaking. His life's work is getting demolished by two fighters who refuse to stay down. Dumbass remembers hustling since he was 13 to build this empire. Now he watches the walls crumble, his eyes welling up with tears as his precious building turns into an incredibly expensive pile of rubble. He screams in agony as his dream falls apart. Meanwhile, another shockwave blasts through the room, sending more debris toward him. The combatants don't care about the real estate. They only care about the kill. Lad decides he's seen enough and bails, shouting that they're all dead if they stay. Hu sits in a crater, his shirt torn away. He looks exhausted, but his eyes still burn with a god's pride. Hu coughs up blood, finally feeling the physical toll on his host body. He watches the monster's silhouette through the dust, questioning if any of his strikes are truly hurting that purple meat tank. He recalls the headshot, thinking it might have done a little damage. He considers aiming for the head again, but knows the monster is too wary to leave such a vital spot exposed a second time. Manhwa closes his eyes, deciding that overthinking the fight is just becoming exhausting. He needs to stop calculating and start acting before the monster fully recovers and brings the whole ceiling down on them. His hand grips the broken floor, his primal instincts finally taking the wheel. He stops worrying about mana levels or complex techniques, letting the raw, ancient nature of a first-ranked god rise to the surface. A terrifying grin spreads across his bloody face. He decides to ditch the strategy and fight by pure instinct. He stands up among the ruins, looking revitalized by the prospect of a real brainless brawl. He launches across the arena like a bullet, leaving a trail of dust. The monster prepares to intercept, but Manhwa's speed has increased tenfold. He's no longer holding back his host's latent, primal urges. They clash in a massive explosion of light and raw force. Manhwa drives the monster back, their struggle carving a deep path through the concrete floor as they slide across the devastated underground arena. The monster looks dazed, his head reeling from the sudden shift in Manhwa's intensity. The god stands firm, his foot planted deep in the cracked earth, looking ready to finish this fight once and for all. Lone Shark reels, wondering if that brat already landed a hit. Manhwa stands tall, shirtless, and absolutely shredded. The tension in the air is thick enough to cut with a knife as he resets his stance. The monster mocks Manhwa, asking if he's trying to set a mood. He lunges, claiming he isn't scared. Manhwa stays eerily still, radiating a dark, crushing aura that makes the ground beneath him groan and shatter. Lone Shark leaps high, screaming for blood. Manhwa doesn't even blink. Suddenly, his right arm bulges and pulses a deep, primal red. He's channeling god-tier energy into a single limb, preparing to meet that massive charge head-on. Their fists collide with a deafening boom. It's purple brute force versus red divine power. The shockwave ripples through the arena, sending stone shards flying as the two titans struggle to overpower one another in a deadlock. A massive explosion erupts from the impact point, cratering the floor. Manhwa's red arm easily overpowers the monster's strength. Lone Shark's face twists in shock as he realizes his massive right arm is about to be completely pulverized. Manhwa's beastly hand continues forward, making the monster look tiny. Lone Shark sweats, calling him a cockroach while realizing his own arm is toast. He tries to act tough, but his body is clearly reaching its breaking point. Manhwa grabs the monster's face with that glowing red hand. The grip is absolute and bone-crushing. Lone Shark's eyes bulge in pure terror as he realizes he's trapped. He never expected a human vessel to possess this much raw power. Manhwa doesn't stop, delivering a brutal red-arm strike that sprays blood everywhere. He's not just fighting, he's dismantling the bully. The sheer force of the blow rattles the entire building's foundation, turning the octagon into a literal junkyard. The impact sends Lone Shark hurtling into the basement. He crashes through the floor like a purple meteor, leaving a massive hole. The arena is effectively ruined, and the crowd, or what's left of it, can only watch in stunned silence. Manhwa stands over the pit, his red arm trembling from the energy output. Lone Shark looks up from the rubble, wondering if this guy is crazy enough to throw his own arm away just to win a fight. Blood leaks from the monster's mouth as his purple skin starts to ripple. The medicine is failing. A huge cloud of dust and mana explodes from the crater, signaling that the end of this drug-fueled rampage is finally near. Lone Shark realizes the medicine's effects are fading fast. He starts shrinking, his muscles deflating as the purple glow dies out. He looks up, vulnerable and small, as Manhwa stares down at him with cold, predatory eyes. In a final act of desperation, the shrinking monster leaps toward the rafters. He clings to the metal scaffolding high above the ring, trying to put distance between himself and the terrifying god standing in the center below. He tries to finish it quickly with a massive drop-down attack, screaming for a double strike. Manhwa just tracks him with his eyes, looking completely bored by the high-ground theatricals. He's already calculated the monster's exact landing path. The monster's reflection glimmers in Manhwa's eye as he falls. Manhwa doesn't move a muscle, waiting for the perfect moment. He's completely unimpressed by the frantic, falling mess descending toward him from the ceiling. Just before impact, Manhwa's leg flexes and pulses red. He delivers a vertical kick that would snap a tree trunk. His foot connects with the falling monster's chest, completely reversing his momentum and sending him flying back down. The kick slams Lone Shark headfirst into the concrete with enough velocity to turn the floor into gravel. Hu follows through, his foot pinning the bully to the ground as a massive white explosion of force levels everything. Lone Shark lets out a pathetic squeak as his face is ground into the rubble. Hu stands over him, totally dominant. The fight is over, and the arena floor looks like it was hit by a tectonic shift. This dumbass watches the destruction, his face pale with horror. The VIP lounge is shredded, and he realizes his profit is literally turning to dust. Hu stands in the center of the ruins, looking totally unbothered. Yongyong watches in awe, but the ceiling starts groaning. The metal rafters snap like twigs, and the entire overhead structure begins to collapse. The building's integrity is gone, and a mountain of steel is about to drop. Lone Shark lies defeated in the crater, his monster form nearly gone. Hu stands over him, his red arm and legs slowly cooling down. He looks like he just finished a light warm-up despite the carnage around him. Hu smirks, catching his breath with a dark, satisfied grin. His eyes still glow with that terrifying divine intensity. He's clearly enjoying the chaos of the fight, thriving in the pain and the absolute destruction he's caused. He laughs maniacally, just as a massive support beam snaps. The whole ceiling comes down in a flurry of twisted metal and stone. Hu disappears under the falling mountain of rubble as the entire arena gets completely buried. Yongyong screams for her master as the dust cloud rises. The collapse is total, leaving nothing but a pile of heavy beams where Hu is just standing. It looks like even a god might be crushed under this. Yongyong scurries toward the wreckage, looking for any sign of life. This dumbass just stares, completely speechless. The tiny dragon is panicking, while the uncle is likely calculating the cost of the cleanup and the lost venue. This dumbass laments the damage, crying over his lost profit and revenue. He tries to convince himself the building is safe, but the sight of the shattered ceiling and the mountain of debris tells a much more expensive story. He realizes he can't hold matches anymore with the stadium in this state. Yongyong keeps shouting for her master, her eyes wide with fear. She frantically checks the gaps in the metal, desperate to find him. Yongyong tries to lift a massive steel girder, but it won't budge an inch. She grunts and sweats, realizing she's too small and weak to move the heavy debris. She screams in frustration, feeling completely helpless against the weight. Suddenly, a blue energy orb with a dragon doodle appears. Yongyong stares at it, realizing that if she eats this, she might get the strength to save him. She looks around, her eyes hardening with a new, desperate resolve. She spots this dumbass watching her and ignores his stare. She sprints across the rubble with surprising speed, moving like a green blur. She's determined to reach the monosaurus and save her master from the pile. Yongyong leaps onto the cage wall and then lunges straight at this dumbass. She bites his head, screaming for the Dao or monopills. She's completely snapped, and the uncle is terrified by the tiny, angry secretary. The uncle is baffled while being chewed on. Below the massive rubble pile, a single red hand pushes through the stones. Hu isn't dead. He's just starting to dig himself out of the basement of his own making. A muffled ouch comes from beneath the heavy metal. The red hand twitches and flexes, and the debris starts to shift. Even buried under tons of steel, Hu's raw physical power is starting to move the mountain. Yongyong screams as Hu literally lifts the entire massive structure off his back. He stands up, bloodied and shirtless, looking like he just rose from the dead. He's holding the weight of the ceiling with pure muscle. Hu tosses the debris aside and asks what just fell. Yongyong is overjoyed, shouting that he's safe. The arena is a skeleton, but the god is still standing, looking remarkably energized despite being buried alive. Yongyong explains the ceiling collapse as Hu looks up at the sky through the hole. He takes a deep breath, blood coating his skin. He seems to be processing the fact that the building actually managed to hit him. He smirks, finding it hilarious that the building hit him. He grips the broken floor, his eyes wild with excitement. He's not angry about the collapse. He's actually impressed by the intensity of the situation. He delivers a massive upward punch into the air, causing another shockwave. He's fully unhinged now, laughing through the pain. The red energy on his arm flares up again, brighter and more violent than before. Yongyong recognizes that terrifying sound. It's the sound of her master pushing his muscles to their absolute divine limit. The air vibrates with pure pressure as he prepares to unleash something truly catastrophic on the remaining arena. A blinding pillar of white light erupts from Yuanhu, shattering every remaining window. He unleashes his true power, a shockwave of divine energy that levels the ruins. Everyone watches in absolute awe as the god finally goes all out. Yongyong tumbles as the structure fails. Uncle loses his mind, watching his investment crumble into a heap of expensive dust. Massive cracks, spiderweb through the concrete pillars. The whole place is a ticking time bomb, ready to bury everyone inside. Uncle screams for everyone to stop, but the ceiling ignores his pleas. Mew stands centered in the chaos, completely unfazed. Yongyong panics, shouting that the roof is coming down. Mew just looks up, watching the rubble fall with casual indifference. Mew smirks and drops a heavy fist into the floor. He claims his victory while the ground shatters into fragments. Debris rains down as Uncle falls into total despair. Yongyong watches the sky turn into a shower of falling concrete. The entire building folds like paper. Blad sprints for his life while the structure turns into a massive concrete graveyard. Blad stops to catch his breath, staring at the mountain of jagged rocks where a popular club once stood proud. A green hand pushes through the heavy stones. Yongyong hauls himself out of the burial ground like a seasoned pro. Yongyong hops free, panting heavily. Muinhu sits up, bloodied but laughing, genuinely enjoying the absolute carnage he just caused. Uncle faceplants into the dirt. He weeps for his ruined business, realizing his life's work is now just worthless dust. He blames his stupid nephew while clutching a blue stone. He's completely broken, crawling through the dirt like a loser. Yongyong flops down, complaining about the lack of recovery items. Muinhu stares at the clouds, finally catching his breath. Mew thinks he can finally chill and heal, but then the rubble nearby explodes. The peace doesn't last long. The lone shark surges back, now a veiny purple freak. He's overdosed on mana pills and looks ready to kill. The monster roars as Yongyong realizes he ate the mana stone. Muinhu tells the little dragon to back off. Mew laughs, his face a mess of blood and madness. There's no way he's running from a fight this good. Mew's silhouette pulses with internal light. He's tapping into his core, lighting up like a god amidst the dark ruins. Mew collapses, his body finally reaching its limit. Uncle's monster form winds up a massive fist, screaming for his building. The monster smashes the ground, but Mew spins away. The impact sends shockwaves through the already dead, ruined arena. Yongyong panics, seeing Mew can't move. He tries to use his last bit of magic, but Mew shuts him down. Mew's eye twitches. His body is a total wreck, but he finds one limb that still responds to his will. He focuses everything into his left leg. He's only got one shot left to end this purple, steroid-pumping freak. He reinforces his muscles until they bulge. He launches himself off the ground like a rocket-fueled, human-shaped bullet. Mew flies straight up. The monster misses his punch entirely, leaving himself wide open for a final, desperate counterattack. Mew connects a brutal kick right to the monster's throat. The force is enough to shatter whatever pride he had. The monster's internal organs take the full hit. He gags, his purple body failing as the mana starts leaking. Shards of blue energy spray everywhere as the lone shark faceplants. He's officially done, turning back into a regular guy. Muinhu lies back, smiling at his hard-earned win. Yongyong finds the blue mana stone and holds it like a trophy. Yongyong tries to use healing magic, but the atmosphere goes crazy. A weird, violent wind starts pulling at everything. Pink energy petals fill the air as Yongyong senses a massive presence. Something big is coming through the sky. Mana starts flooding the Earth's atmosphere out of nowhere. Yongyong looks horrified by the sudden change in planetary reality. Space itself cracks open with a purple glow. Giant claws start ripping a hole in the clouds above them. Lucifer's massive horned form begins to crawl out. The sky turns into a nightmare as he forces his entry. The god looks down at Earth, struggling against a barrier. He's trying to break through with pure, raw malice. A girl with dark hair looks up, totally annoyed. She's pissed that someone is making so much noise nearby. She watches as the rift widens. A glowing hexagonal shield flickers around the planet, blocking the intruder's cosmic path. Lucifer grinds his teeth, unable to leave even a scratch. He's baffled by the strength of Earth's hidden defense. He looks confused while the girl watches from below. She's surprisingly calm for someone staring at a world-ending rift. She wonders where he's going and then loses it. Her shocked face is absolute gold as the situation escalates. Lucifer hovers near the massive blue orb of planet Elmer. He looks to make a legendary move in the void of space, staring down at his target while the atmosphere crackles with ancient power. The god Lucifer prepares to launch his own world like a weapon. He is determined to break through Earth's defenses no matter the cost, as he flies against the backdrop of his massive home. Daljan screams in absolute terror as Lucifer activates a planetary-scale attack. He prepares the Elmer Throw, a move designed to crush worlds, and things are looking incredibly grim for everyone watching from the ground. Lucifer literally hurls Planet Elmer straight at Earth. Earth's hexagonal barrier lights up across the entire sky as the two massive worlds prepare to collide in a spectacular display of divine energy and force. The impact creates a blinding flash of energy that whiteouts the sky. The two barriers grind against each other with a deafening roar, threatening to shatter reality itself as the shockwaves ripple through space. Lucifer realizes the barriers share the same strength and origin. He screams for the defense to break apart, his face twisting with pure desperation and a wild, arrogant need to prove his own absolute dominance. Instead of shattering, the two planetary shields begin to merge. Energy arcs between the worlds as the dimensions start bleeding into one another, creating a strange, unified field that nobody in the realm expected. Lucifer and Daljan stare in total disbelief at the sky. The barriers have completely fused together, turning the heavens into a chaotic mess of swirling mana that pulses with a rhythmic, terrifying purple and blue light. Lucifer sweats as he watches the energy stabilize. He wonders if his crazy plan actually worked while the sky above Earth starts to tear open, revealing the dark void of the space beyond the merged atmosphere. Pink and purple sparks fly across the new, merged sky. The spatial boundary is failing fast, letting something massive and ancient through the cosmic cracks as the laws of physics start to take a back seat. A giant rift opens above the clouds, pulsing with intense pink light. The world below watches in silence as the heavens literally rip wide open, signaling the arrival of a being from a different realm. Three massive purple claws reach through the hole in the sky. Something ancient forces its way into the human world, tearing the clouds apart like wet paper as it enters the Earth's newly merged atmosphere. A giant purple bull-headed monster pokes its head through the rift. It demands to know where it is and who dared to set up a home in its domain, its voice booming like rolling thunder. The monster looms over the city's streets, its shadow swallowing entire blocks. Civilians stop and stare, capturing the nightmare on their phones while the beast growls, its massive horns crackling with a terrifying dark energy. Total chaos erupts as people finally realize the scale of the threat. They scream for the army to intervene while the monster's heavy footfalls shake the city's foundations, sending a clear message of impending doom. The uncle freezes in fear and literally wets himself on the sidewalk. He looks up as the monster's shadow completely swallows him, his mind snapping as he realizes how insignificant he is to this beast. The giant beast locks eyes with the tiny, trembling human. It leans down, its massive snout mere feet from the sidewalk, as it recognizes the creature that dared to stand in its path during the rift. The monster scoffs at how bold such a tiny creature can be. It mocks the human's boldness before preparing to squash him, completely unimpressed by the tiny mortal's existence in its new, expanded territory of conquest. Suddenly, the monster panics as a strange power takes hold of its form. It recognizes a technique called the play of nothingness and starts getting pulled back into the rift, its eyes wide with shock. The beast is sucked back into the rift while Mu-In-Hu lies bloodied in the rubble. Yongyong hovers over his master, frantically checking for a pulse as the dust from the arena's collapse finally starts settling. Mu-In-Hu sits up, confused by the sudden, overwhelming surge of mana in the air. Yongyong frantically starts casting healing magic, his tiny hands glowing as he tries to patch up his master's deep, battle-worn wounds. A mysterious knight in red armor drops from the sky like a meteor. This is Li Hu after his reincarnation, and he falls through the lingering rift, heading straight for the battle-scarred ruins of the arena. The knight slams into the dirt right in front of the pair, creating a small crater. Yongyong flinches as the armored warrior slowly stands up in the swirling dust, his red plume flowing in the wind. Yongyong stares up at the newcomer, sensing a dangerous cold aura. The knight looks down at the bloodied Mu-In-Hu with a dark, silent intent that makes the little dragon's scales crawl with an instinctive fear. The knight towers over the tiny dragon secretary, his armor reflecting the dim light. He doesn't say a single word, just looms there like an omen of death, while Yongyong tries to shield his master. With a sharp metallic ring, the knight draws his long sword. He identifies the person on the ground and prepares to deliver a finishing blow. his gaze fixed on the god who is currently too weak to fight. The knight swings his blade downward with a furious roar. He is aiming right for Mu's head, and Yongyong screams out in pure panic, realizing that his master won't be able to dodge this lethal strike. A massive explosion of green energy blocks the sword just inches from Mu. The knight is pushed back by the force as the ground beneath him starts to buckle under the sudden massive weight of mana. Yongyong transforms into his massive, muscular adult dragon form. He calls the knight an arrogant fool and demands to know how he dares to attack his master, his voice vibrating with a deep, ancient power. The knight doesn't back down, telling the dragon to step aside immediately. He claims he has something to say to the one behind the green scales, his sword glowing with a sharp, aggressive light of defiance. The armored warrior charges again, his hand glowing with a strange green light. He tries to strike through the dragon's defense to reach the fallen Mu, ignoring the massive threat standing right in his face. Yongyong blocks the path with his massive body, his eyes glowing with draconic fury. The knight realizes he has to deal with the dragon first and readies his blade for a fight against a true monster. Dust clouds explode as the two powerhouses clash with incredible force. The shock wave of their meeting levels the surrounding ruins, sending debris flying as the dragon's strength meets the knight's reincarnated skill in a stalemate. Yongyong remembers being small and carried around in bags by his master. He is tired of being the one getting rescued and decides it is finally time for him to be the shield for Mu. The adult dragon grows tired of the endless weirdos coming after them. He charges a massive, complex blue magic circle in his palm, asking if he looks that easy to mess with as his mana peaks. The knight leaps through the air for a final, desperate strike. He puts everything into this one blow to end the dragon, his sword trailing light as he descends toward Yongyong's massive, unprotected head from above. Yongyong manifests several massive blue magic circles in the sky around him. He is about to unleash a level of magic the knight cannot hope to handle. The ancient ruins glowing with a terrifying cold light. The knight realizes he is in way over his head as he sees the spells. His eyes widen behind his visor in pure shock, but he is already midair and unable to stop his forward momentum. A colossal pillar of blue light vaporizes the entire center of the arena. The sheer power of Yongyong's blast creates a massive explosion that can be seen for miles, signaling the end of the short-lived skirmish. The knight is sent tumbling through the rubble, his helmet popping off from the impact. Yongyong stands tall in his true form, successfully protecting his master from the reincarnated threat with absolute draconic power. Mu stands tall over a defeated knight. The guy on the ground is totally baffled, wondering what kind of monster he just ran into while coughing up dirt and cursing his miserable luck. The knight loses his cool and lunges, screaming at Mu. Up close, he looks like a middle-aged dude with serious anger issues, and he is definitely not happy about the current situation. He grabs Mu's shirt, demanding his life back. Turns out, this adventurer from Elmer is actually the soul of the original Lihu, who is currently having a massive, tearful existential meltdown. Poor Lihu is sobbing his eyes out, begging for his body back. Seeing a grown man's soul cry like a baby inside a tough knight's frame is honestly kind of a mood. Flashback time. Lucifer hurls planet Elmer at Earth, merging their barriers. It looks like a giant cosmic bowling ball hitting a glowing shield, and the results are predictably messy for the dimensions. Unstable mana flows everywhere, ripping irregular passages between the two planets. Portals start popping up and vanishing like bad glitches in a video game, making the sky look like a neon nightmare. As a result, the neighborhood goes to crap. Goblins and weird pig monsters start pouring into our world through the dimensional tiers, looking for a fight and probably something to snack on. Cracks form on the pavement, and massive red monsters crawl out of the earth. It is a full-on invasion, and the property value in the city is officially hitting rock bottom. These monsters are way too beefy for normal weapons. Humanity's armies find out the hard way that tanks make great footstools for giant dragons. It is looking pretty grim for the home team. But then, two heroes step up. A dragon from another world and an unknown adventurer. They look cool in silhouette, giving everyone a tiny bit of hope amidst the fire and rubble. Thanks to them, humanity survives the first wave. Suddenly, regular people start waking up with glowing hands and special powers. Mu watches the transformation happen with those sharp, glowing eyes. An academy gets built to train these newly awakened hunters. It looks like a fancy castle, which is the standard aesthetic for people who get paid to punch monsters for a living. Now we see the crack incident from Lihu's perspective. He was that knight in the red armor, looking all dramatic while the world around him was basically falling apart. Before the chaos, he was just an ordinary high schooler playing games. He didn't ask for any of this hero business. He was just living his best, boring life until things got weird. He always dreamed of a world filled with power. Then he met a massive, jacked dragon god who towered over him, making his high school problems look pretty small by comparison. A god grants his wish and sends him to another world. He gets sucked through a portal flying through a cosmic tunnel that is definitely not covered by any student insurance plan. He wakes up in a new body, but there is a catch. The adventurer he possessed has absolutely zero talent. He is basically stuck in a low-level character with no hope of leveling. He barely manages to scrape by as a grade 2 adventurer using the body's old memories. He spends his days staring at the guild bulletin board, looking for any quest that won't kill him. Isekai life isn't like the comics. He gets mocked by pretty mages and cool swordsmen for being a scrub. The fantasy dream is officially a total bust for him in this new world. Every time he sees his reflection, he curses the gods. He escaped one miserable life just to end up as a talentless loser in another. He is so frustrated he punches a mirror. Then, a rift appears right in front of him. It is glowing pink and purple, crackling with the kind of energy that usually means a very bad idea or a massive plot twist. He stops in his tracks, staring at the anomaly. He doesn't know where it leads, but at this point any change is probably better than getting bullied by pink-haired wizards all day long. He doesn't think twice. He just wants to leave this trashy fantasy world behind and find a way back home, so he reaches out toward the glowing crack in reality without hesitation. He enters the rift and somehow ends up falling through the sky back on Earth. It is a long drop, and he is still stuck in that clunky red-plumed knight armor. He lands right in the middle of the current mess. He sees Mu and Hu and a tiny Yongyong, and for a second, things are actually starting to look familiar to him again. He lunges forward with his sword drawn. The dragon watches with wide eyes as the mysterious knight makes his move, adding even more chaos to an already very crowded battlefield. Fast forward back to the present, Mu and Hu stands over the crying knight. It is a total role reversal, and the hero of the past is currently face down in the dirt. The knight who is actually Lee Hu wails about his ugly new face and begs for his original body back. Mu just shakes his head, giving him the cool, no-can-do treatment. Lee Hu realizes he is stuck looking like a bald middle-aged guy forever. It is beyond humiliating, especially with Mu and Hu looking down at him with that stone-cold, unimpressed expression. He finally accepts reality and comes up with a plan. He will earn money on Earth as a hunter and just buy himself a new face through some high-end plastic surgery instead. With no other choice, he takes the job. He stands over the corpses of goblins he just slaughtered, looking like a total pro, while his internal monologue is probably still screaming. The crowds go wild, cheering for the cool hunter. Lee Hu shrugs and strikes a pose, secretly loving the attention despite the fact that his helmet is hiding a major midlife crisis. Meanwhile, Yongyong looks at the chaos and realizes this mana surge is definitely Lucifer's doing. He knows the second-ranked god is playing some very dangerous games with Earth's reality right now. Rifts keep opening everywhere. Yongyong doesn't waste time. He stands tall and transforms into his full dragon glory, ready to clean up the absolute mess Lucifer left behind for them. He feels Elmer's energy pulsing through the air. Mu and Hu hops onto the dragon's head, looking like the baddest boss in the realm while glowing with sheer, overwhelming godly power. They take to the skies to hunt down every monster that crawled out of the cracks. Yongyong carries his master through the clouds, focused on restoring order to the burning city. Yongyong delivers a crushing blow to a goblin's face. He is not playing around anymore, systematically wiping out the invaders that are currently terrorizing the streets and bothering everyone. To help Mu stay focused on the big targets, Yongyong rains down blue magic blasts on the smaller mobs. He is a one-dragon army, turning the goblin invasion into a target practice session. A news helicopter catches the action, and the camera guy is losing his mind. Suddenly, the whole world is praising the dragon for saving them, which is a nice change of pace. The president makes an excessive request for Yongyong to train the new human hunters. Yongyong looks absolutely disgusted, wondering why on earth he has to babysit a bunch of weaklings. Mu strikes a deal, placing his secretary in a position of authority. Yongyong reluctantly accepts the role of academy principal, sitting behind a tiny desk while looking completely over the bureaucratic nightmare. Magic chains rattle as the truth comes out. These so-called hunters aren't actually warriors. They're mages from the world of Elmert, each wielding their own brand of unique, specialized magic. The Hunter Academy finally opens its doors. Students gather in the massive arena, ready to prove their worth in a world that humans have now entrusted to Mew's divine supervision. The Orange Kid streamer and Gadori stand among the recruits, feeling the heavy pressure. Even with cameras rolling, the sheer gravity of the upcoming trials makes the Orange Kid break a nervous sweat. Chains clink as the students line up, faces pale with anticipation. Gadori and the others wait for the signal, knowing their entire future depends on the power they're about to display. The faculty unleashes the test subjects, a snarling goblin and a massive, boar-headed orc. Both beasts strain against their magical purple restraints, eager to tear into the fresh batch of human recruits. The stakes escalate with a muscular minotaur and a terrifying red wyvern. These high-tier monsters radiate pure malice, serving as the ultimate benchmarks for the ranking system about to be enforced. Small but bossy, Yongyong takes center stage to explain the rules. He announces that the ranks of Earth's mages will be determined by exactly which monster they can actually manage to damage. The Elmert standard is simple. Dealing damage to a basic goblin earns you rank 5 status, while those strong enough to inflict real pain on a hulking orc secure a rank 4 spot. Harming a majestic griffin pushes a mage into rank 3 territory. The truly elite, those capable of going toe-to-toe with a powerhouse minotaur, are officially recognized as rank 2. At the top sits rank 1, reserved for anyone who can wound a wyvern. With the explanations done, Yongyong orders the students to start their assault, beginning with the lowly goblin. One student steps up, activating his exclusive skill, Explosion Point. He channels his mana into a series of sharp, fiery bursts that detonate with enough force to rock the training grounds. The blast successfully scorches a griffin, marking the student as a solid rank 3. Nearby, another recruit manifests psychokinesis, lifting heavy boulders into the air with a focused, intense glare. He slams the rocks into the rank 4 orc, proving his strength. The impact sends shockwaves through the arena as the students scramble to showcase their deadliest abilities for the principal. A massive surge of electricity erupts as another student triggers discharge. The rank 2 Minotaur gets fried to the bone, its skeleton glowing through its skin under the intense, crackling magical pressure. Suddenly, the temperature plummets as a flash of white frost envelops the red wyvern. The beast is instantly encased in a thick layer of ice, frozen solid before it can even roar. Kang Choel stands calm, his hand outstretched after unleashing absolute zero. Yongyong loses his cool, shouting in shock at the realization that a human high schooler just performed a rank 1 feat. The crowd goes wild as the news of a rank 1 mage spreads. Amidst the cheering, Mu watches from the shadows, licking his lips with a predatory grin that spells trouble for everyone. Everyone loses their minds over Kang Cheol being rank 1. The Orange Kid and Hat Guy look purely jealous while the elite ice mage flexes his top-tier status in front of the class. Kang Cheol toys with a tiny ice shard, but don't let the smile fool you. A massive, terrifying purple energy beast manifests behind him instantly, radiating enough pressure to freeze the entire room. The spectral monster looms over the arena, dwarfing the students. Kang Cheol stays cool, but the sheer presence of his mana has everyone else breaking into a cold sweat as they watch him. Not to be outdone, Lee Haejun unleashes his exclusive Hellfire magic. Purple flames dance around his fingers and eyes as he prepares to show off the destructive power that earned him his high rank. Yongyong watches Mew randomly punching the air. The dragon's secretary looks visibly confused by his master's sudden, repetitive physical workout during the middle of the formal hunter evaluations. Yongyong realizes Mew has been hitting a test subject for 30 straight minutes without stopping. The beast stands there taking it while Mew keeps landing rhythmic, low-impact blows to test his new body. Yongyong officially declares Mew as rank 5. Mew stands there with his body enhancement active, looking way too intense and battle-ready for someone ranked at the very bottom of the hunter barrel. A loudmouthed student named Kim Cheljin starts laughing his head off at Mew. He thinks a rank 5 is a total joke, but Yongyong looks absolutely ready to snap at the kid's arrogance. Yongyong doesn't take the disrespect well and lets his massive dragon shadow tower over the bully. Kim Cheoljin's laughter turns into pure, unadulterated terror as the secretary's true power begins to leak out. The massive dragon head gets right in the bully's face, asking for his rank. The cocky kid stammers out that he's rank 3, while literally shaking in fear under the dragon's intense gaze. The bully actually pees himself right there on the floor. Yongyong isn't finished and decides to move him to the next stage of combat training immediately to teach him a lesson in humility. Kim Cheoljin tries to regain his dignity, prepping his explosive drill skill. He looks serious now, but the wet spot on his pants says otherwise as he waits for the monster to appear. Yongyong activates a massive magic circle above the arena. He announces that real combat training starts now, and things are about to get very physical and dangerous for the students involved. A massive beam of light summons a fresh orc right into the pit. The beast lands with a heavy, ground-shaking thud, ready to tear through whatever student stands before it in the ring. The orc looks down at the students like they're tiny snacks. Kim Chojin stares up, suddenly realizing his rank 3 status might not be enough to handle this incredibly angry, hulking green monster. Trying to act tough, the bully scoffs that it's just a regular orc. He ignites his hand with mana, ready to prove his worth in front of the class despite his previous embarrassing moment. He lunges forward, screaming his rank and charging his explosive drill. He thinks he's about to one-shot the beast, but he's flying straight into the danger zone with zero caution or strategy. The orc inhales deeply, puffing its cheeks out like a massive balloon. It's a classic monster windup, and the bully is too busy screaming to notice the incoming counterattack from the beast. The beast exhales a disgusting, high-pressure gust of stinking breath. The bully takes the full blast to the face, gagging on the stench and losing all his momentum in a single, gross second. The shockwave sends the cocky student flying backward. He looks completely dazed as he tumbles through the air, his rank 3 ego getting crushed by a simple, smelly exhale from the monster. As the bully hits the dirt, Kang Cheol wonders if the kid is actually dying. Yongyong casually explains that mages are sturdier than they look, so we probably won't die from a smell. The bully is foaming at the mouth when the orc suddenly grabs his head. The beast is tired of games and looks ready to crush the student's skull like a piece of fruit. The orc opens its massive maw, drooling all over the terrified kid. Kim Cheoljin is crying now, realizing he's about to become a very literal afternoon snack for the hungry, summoned monster. Kang Cheol is genuinely worried about the potential casualty. Yongyong keeps it casual, admitting that this one might actually die while prepping a spell to intervene if the orc actually bites down. The orc collapses while choking, and the bully is left in a puddle of his own fear. Kim Cheoljin is out for the count, looking completely traumatized by his near-death experience. Yongyong asks for the next volunteer, and Mu's hand shoots up instantly. He's been waiting for a chance to hit something for real, and looks way too excited to fight the orc. Kang Cheol tries to warn him that orcs are meant for rank 4 and above. He's worried because Mu is officially just a weak rank 5 mage in the eyes of the academy. Yongyong shuts him down, saying ranks are just numbers. He tells the elite student to watch closely because they're about to see how a real master of combat actually handles a beast. The orc is now in a rage state because it's hungry and annoyed. It lunges at Mu with insane speed, but Mu just stands there with a confident, slightly terrifying smirk on his face. Mu starts blushing and grinning like a total creep. The monster reminds him of his old days in the divine realm of Elmure, and he's feeling incredibly nostalgic for some high-stakes violence. He flashes back to Elmure, where he used to have intense conversations with the Orc King. By conversations, he means absolute slaughter and chaotic battles against the greatest monster hordes in existence. The memory of being covered in blood and smiling while fighting the Orc King fuels his current spirit. He really missed the simple, bloody pleasure of breaking monster bones with his bare hands. Back in reality, the orc throws a straight punch. Mu dodges effortlessly, noting that their attack patterns are still totally predictable. He toys with the beast, finding the whole encounter very boring. Mu rolls up his sleeves, deciding it's time to show these kids what magic is supposed to look like. He stops playing around and prepares to end the fight with a single proper strike. He activates body enhancement, causing the veins in his arm to bulge with divine power. He winds up a punch that looks heavy enough to shatter a concrete wall into tiny pieces. Mu pummels the orc into the floor with a series of heavy strikes. Kang Cheol is absolutely stunned, unable to believe a rank 5 student is handling a high-tier beast so easily. Mu grinds his teeth, frustrated that Li Hu's weak human body can't keep up with his divine mind. Yongyong notes that skill is the only thing keeping his master ahead right now. The bully wakes up just to complain that Mu's damage isn't even going through. He thinks being rank 5 means Mu is useless, completely failing to see the technical brilliance of the fight. The orc stands back up, looking nearly untouched due to its thick, reinforced hide. Mu realizes his offensive power is severely lacking in this scrawny, underleveled human body he's currently inhabiting. Even with body enhancement, Moose hits aren't as lethal as he'd like. He acknowledges the orc's skin is tougher than he imagined, making this evaluation a real annoying chore for a god. Mew clenches his massive fist, his teeth bared in a wicked grin. He knows even the smallest damage stacks up over time. If he keeps chipping away, this beast falls eventually. The massive green dragon Yongyong stands tall while Mew rains down a barrage of heavy blows. The sound of impacts echoes through the arena as the orc takes a relentless beating. Night quickly turns into day as time flies at the academy. The sun rises over the fortress-like campus, signaling that these intense training sessions aren't ending anytime soon. Yongyong is completely zonked out, curled into a ball and snoring his head off on the floor. The students stare in disbelief, wondering if their dragon principal is actually just a lazy lizard. He snaps awake with a start, sweating bullets and making lame excuses. He claims it's just a short meditation session, but the drool and the sound of Mew's punches say otherwise. Fritz, AI, skipped this row. Mew delivers a crushing blow that finally draws blood from the monster's face. He squeezes his fist, watching the red liquid drip down, satisfied that he's finally breaking through that thick hide. Mew stands tall, his arms stained red and his eyes glowing with predatory excitement. He's slightly annoyed he couldn't fully pierce the skin, but the thrill of the hunt is finally back. He gazes at the shadow of the fallen beast, his blue hair messy and eyes sharp. The sheer intensity in his gaze shows he is just getting started with this new body. A predator's grin spreads across his face. Yongyong watches as the other students gawk in silence. From that day on, nobody dares to talk smack about a rank 5 hunter again. Mew lunges at a massive bird monster, knowing exactly where to strike. He counters every move with lethal precision, having fought thousands of these things during his long life in the Divine Realm. Defeating the Griffin takes a full week, and the Minotaur lasts even longer. Other hunters gather around, eyes glued to the spectacle, treating Mew's brutal fights like a mandatory masterclass in violence. Days later, Kangshul and Heijun step up together, looking dead serious. A massive, shadowy minotaur towers over them, radiating pure malice as the next phase of their combat training begins. They move in perfect sync. Kangshul freezes the ground while Heijun strikes from above. The minotaur just stands there, absorbing the impact like the attack is absolutely nothing at all. Heijun catches on to Mu's genius strategy. He realizes mobility is the monster's biggest threat. If they can just wreck the beast's legs, the massive creature becomes a total sitting duck. The Minotaur is not having it. One massive swing of its beefy arm sends the students flying like ragdolls. The raw primal power behind that hit is straight up terrifying for everyone watching. Both of them crash into the stone wall, coughing up dust and grit. They're battered and bruised, realizing that theorizing a win is way easier than actually surviving a real monster. The ice on the Minotaur's leg shatters as it leaps high into the sky. It doesn't care about the frost. It just wants to crush everything beneath its heavy, powerful hooves. The beast lets out a deafening roar that shakes the very room. It lunges forward, claws ready to shred anything in its path, fueled by pure, unadulterated rage and bloodlust. A massive shockwave erupts as the beast slams down. It bellows another war cry, its eyes glowing purple with a thirst for blood that chills every student in the entire arena. Yongyong sighs and activates a recovery spell, his paws glowing with blue mana. The two battered hunters catch their breath, looking like they just went through a literal meat grinder. Mew wanders over with a smug smirk, asking if they stole his leg-targeting move. Kangshul stares back, looking totally drained and definitely not in the mood for any of Mew's jokes. Mew crosses his arms, telling them they're making the fight way too boring. He lectures them on using their heads instead of just throwing mindless, weak attacks at a superior foe. The Minotaur huffs, ready for round 2. Kangshul and Heijun trade a quick look, their resolve hardening as they prepare to actually put Mew's veteran combat advice to work. Kangshul focuses, chilling the air until his breath turns to mist. He unleashes Absolute Zero, a freezing fog that crawls across the floor toward the monster's hose with icy intent. The Minotaur stops dead, looking around with a confused grunt. The thick frost mist blinds its vision, making the massive beast look surprisingly lost in the middle of the heated battle. Suddenly, a streak of purple fire cuts through the white fog. Heijun lunges from the shadows, his hands glowing with a lethal heat that the monster never even saw coming. The beast tries to charge, but Kangshul's way faster. He slams his palms down, summoning a massive wall of solid ice that stops the monster's momentum completely cold. While the beast is distracted by the wall, Heijun slides underneath it. He gathers every scrap of mana he has, his eyes glowing with a dark, vengeful purple light. He screams the spell's name and a massive pillar of hellfire erupts. The purple flames engulf the Minotaur, incinerating everything in a spectacular and terrifying show of destructive magical power. The monster is toasted to a crisp. The orange-haired kid and Ghidorah watch with their jaws on the floor, absolutely blown away by the power of a rank 1 fighter. Mew watches with a cool gaze, admitting their execution wasn't half bad. The training doesn't stop there though. It is finally time to push their magic power to the next level. Yongyong takes over the class, pointing toward a row of training pillars. He tells the recruits it's time to beef up their magic power by tapping into the atmosphere's natural mana. He demonstrates the technique by firing a concentrated mana orb. The blue projectile streaks through the air and obliterates the target with a satisfying bang, showing the students how it's done. The pillar barely shows a scratch from the low mana version. Yongyong prepares another shot, explaining that the amount of mana you pump into a spell makes a world of difference. He cranks it up to 100,000 units, and the resulting blast is insane. The pillar doesn't just break, it gets completely vaporized in a blinding, violent flash of concentrated blue energy. The students gulp, sweating at the sheer power gap between them and the dragon. Yongyong then swirls a tiny water vortex in his hand, proving that fine control is equally vital. He crosses his arms and drops a total humble brag. He admits he can't really teach them how to struggle because, as a great dragon, he was just born doing it perfectly. The recruits look like they've seen a ghost. They're stuck figuring it out themselves while Mu stares at his hand, wondering how his magic actually reinforces his physical human body. A nervous staffer in a suit interrupts, saying the president is in a rush. Meanwhile, Mu ponders his internal mechanics, looking for a way to become even more truly unstoppable. Yongyong and a stressed official discuss the tight schedule. Time is running out for the hunters, and Yongyong reveals this training session is their second to last before they get deployed for real. For days, the hunters grind through magic training with mixed success. Hat Guy and Big Mouth struggle to manifest their powers, but most finally achieve some decent results before moving to the final phase. Yongyong stands tall in his dragon form, announcing the end of the prep work. The final hurdle isn't a monster hunt, it's a duel to see who actually learned how to survive a real fight. The students wait for a beast to emerge, but Yongyong points directly at Mu. The god stands ready, acting as the ultimate gatekeeper for their graduation from this hellish and exhausting boot camp. Kang Chol and Heijun stare in disbelief, unable to process the request. They've seen Mu's weirdness before, but fighting him for real feels like a different kind of trap they aren't ready for. Yongyong explains the principal's role was always about self-interest, leaving Kang Cheol fuming. The realization that they were just tools for Mu's personal training hits them like a truck, fueling their growing frustration. A chilling system message confirms they must duel Mu without exception. Big Mouth looks at Mu with pure hatred, refusing to accept that a rank 5 student is actually their final boss and master. Big Mouth steps forward, visibly annoyed by Mu's smug presence. He scoffs at the rank 5 label, convinced his new magic gains make him the superior fighter in this arena compared to the weakling. He screams at Mu for showing off, unaware of the massive dragon aura looming behind the god. The tension peaks as Big Mouth prepares to launch a full-scale magical assault to put Mu down. Big Mouth charges in close, but Mu remains completely unimpressed. He casually raises a hand to block the incoming strike, looking like he's dealing with a minor annoyance rather than a powerful magic user. Mu deflects the blow effortlessly, sending Big Mouth into a spiral of confusion. He remembers Mu being crazy before, but this level of composed godlike power is something entirely new and terrifying to him. Big Mouth brags about his monster-slaying potential, claiming he's surpassed Mu entirely. Mu just gives a sharp, menacing grin and suggests they treat this entire lopsided duel as a simple, necessary warm-up. Veins bulge in Big Mouth's neck as his temper finally explodes. He vows to kill Mu right then and there, his mana flaring up in a desperate, angry display of force that shakes the room. They square off in the center of the ring. Big Mouth gathers every ounce of his combat power, determined to show Mu a level of magic and violence the weakling could never dream of. He lunges with his explosive drill, but Mu's eyes glow with a piercing blue light. The god doesn't move an inch, perfectly reading the trajectory of the oncoming magical strike with his divine senses. With a simple snap, Mu cancels his own body enhancement, shifting tactics mid-air. He's looking for precision over raw power, focusing his internal energy into a single concentrated point to end this quickly. Mew blurs out of existence, moving with a speed that defies human limits. He cuts through the air like a ghost, closing the gap before Big Mouth can even blink or finish his shout. Small controlled explosions ripple through the air as Mew strikes. He isn't just swinging blindly, he's dismantling Big Mouth's defense with calculated surgical movements that leave the student completely open and defenseless. Mew shrinks his magical drill, trading a massive blast radius for lethal piercing power. He smiles, knowing that a smaller, faster strike is far more effective against an arrogant opponent who relies on flashiness. A massive explosion erupts as Mew's strike connects. The shockwave rattles the entire arena, burying Big Mouth in a cloud of smoke and fire as the god's true power finally lands a solid hit. Mew stands untouched while Big Mouth reels from the impact. The student is terrified, wondering how a mere rank 5 could dodge his best move and counter so perfectly without breaking a single sweat. Realizing his main attack is on cooldown, Big Mouth panics. He launches an explosive drill, random box, hoping the chaotic spread of projectiles will finally catch the elusive Mew and give him an opening. Needles of energy fly everywhere, but Mew just clenches his glowing fist. He ignores the distractions, focusing solely on the final blow that will end this annoying little skirmish once and for all. Mew lunges forward, his fist trailing a wake of shattered air and mana. He moves like a predator, completely ignoring the random magical projectiles flying around the arena as if they don't even exist. The punch lands flush in Big Mouth's gut, folding him instantly. The student's eyes go wide as the wind is completely knocked out of him by the sheer overwhelming force of the god's impact. Big Mouth flies backward like a rag doll, coughing up spit and blood. His pride and ribs break simultaneously as he realizes he never stood a single chance against Mew's hidden, monstrous strength. He slams into the concrete wall with enough force to crater it. The impact echoes through the facility, leaving the other students paralyzed with shock at Mew's absolute brutality and casual combat style. Big Mouth hangs limp in the rubble, drooling and defeated. He mumbles about Mew being rank 5, unable to accept that he just got handled by someone supposedly weaker than him in every way. Mew casually shakes out his hand and asks who's next. Yongyong claps enthusiastically from the sidelines, looking like a proud secretary watching his master win a minor schoolyard fight with zero effort involved. Kang Chiol, Godori, and the others stand frozen, their faces pale with terror. Seeing their classmate get turned into wall decor has completely killed their fighting spirit and any desire to challenge the god. Yongyong tells them anyone is free to step up, but Hat Guy isn't having it. He screams at the dragon, accusing him of trying to get the entire class killed by this blue-haired monster. Mew looks disappointed, wondering why nobody is stepping into the ring. He genuinely fears that his students are going to chicken out and run away before he gets his proper daily exercise and evaluation. He decides he can't let them escape, his grin widening into something predatory. Hat Guy realizes their only hope is to swarm Mew and pray for a miracle to happen before they all die. Mew's arm glows with a dark, intense mana as he beckons the entire class. He tells them to attack all at once, ready to take down the entire group in one go without mercy. A student throws a heavy rock to test the waters. It whistles through the air, aimed right at Mew's head as the chaotic group assault finally begins with a pathetic, desperate opening move. Mew doesn't even use his hands, he headbutts the rock into fine dust. The display of raw, terrifying durability leaves Kang Chiol and the rest of the class screaming in horror as they realize the gap. Hat Guy realizes they have 2 rank 1s on their side and might actually win by swarming. He activates his telekinesis, desperately hoping the first strike will land and give them a fighting chance. Meanwhile, Li Hu's original soul is chilling on an AC unit, eating a corn dog. He's completely detached from the violence happening to his body, focused entirely on his snack while Mew fights below. He savors the corn dog, noting that the afterlife or over there definitely didn't have food this good. He's living his best life while his physical body is being used to pummel teenagers nearby. He drops his trash and looks forward to his scheduled cosmetic surgery. He can't wait to ditch the frustrating helmet and finally start his new, handsome life once this god business is finally over. Li Hu's soul gets a rude awakening when a purple rift cracks open right next to him. Hat Guy stands frozen as the reality behind the AC unit begins to shatter into jagged pieces. Hat Guy draws his sword but immediately regrets it, sweating buckets. He realizes he's completely outmatched and hilariously suggests they just take a break instead of fighting whatever is coming through. A voice commands him to come out, but Hat Guy knows he's cooked. Suddenly, A violent purple surge of mana lunges from the crack, aiming straight for his head with lethal precision. The monster delivers a heavy chop that misses Hat Guy by an inch. The sheer force of the blow tears through the air, signaling that the training arc just got a lot more dangerous. The impact shatters Hat Guy's sword into useless metal fragments. He stares in shock at the broken hilt while the terrifying purple energy continues to swarm around the wreckage of the cooling units. Hat Guy's eyes nearly pop out as a massive purple head with tusks and horns emerges. The rift tears wide open, revealing a beast that looks like it crawled straight out of a nightmare. A massive explosion rocks the city block as the beast finally forces its way into the world. Smoke and debris fill the sky, marking a very loud entrance for this unwanted guest. The horned monster roars, demanding to know who's messing with his holes. Nearby, a panicked official screams for the principal, realizing this situation has officially spiraled out of everyone's control. Mu, currently inhabiting Li Hu's body, looks back at the rising smoke. He wonders if his secretary, Yongyong, finally decided to stop being lazy and actually do something about the giant monster. The street is a total disaster zone with bodies scattered everywhere, including a defeated Kang Xiol. Mu stands calmly in the center of the carnage, looking like he's just taking a casual stroll. Mu watches as Yongyong finally heads out to face the threat. He's curious to see how his dragon secretary handles a monster that's actually big enough to be a decent workout. Civilians lose their minds, screaming about the giant behemoth towering over the city. People trip over themselves to escape, as the purple monster prepares to turn the entire neighborhood into a playground. Mu stands tall with a bandaged big mouth, and the rest of the gang behind him. Despite being beaten up earlier, they all watch the horizon, waiting to see who survives the chaos. Hat Guy and Big Mouth argue with the official, terrified because this monster is way beyond their training level. They demand the principal, but the news they get back isn't exactly great. The official reveals the principal is busy dealing with a crack over in Egypt. He basically tells the students good luck, gives them a thumbs up, and runs away like a coward. Mu stares directly at the behemoth, his expression cold as the monster offers a sinister grin. It's an old-school reunion, and it's clear these two have a very violent history together. Mu summons a divine staff that glows with blinding golden light. He prepares to drop a serious dose of divine retribution, sending a massive pillar of holy fire slamming down from the heavens. In his true god form, Mu claps his hands together to focus his celestial power. The resulting shockwave is a literal wrath of God, whitewashing the entire scene in a burst of energy. We flash back 4,000 years to Egypt, where a younger Mu faces off against local deities. Massive pyramids loom in the background as divine fire rains down upon the desert landscape. The falcon-headed god mocks Mu's attack as being too light, but his staff immediately begins to crack. He realizes with horror that the divine power he received is being completely extinguished. Mu grins, finding the falcon god's struggle interesting. Desperate and terrified, the Egyptian warrior decides to pull out his ultimate last resort to deal with a despicable monster standing before him. He activates the Scarab of Exile, a golden beetle designed to banish powerful threats. The little bug takes flight, buzzing toward a very confused Mu who just watches it flap around. Mu looks completely unimpressed as the golden beetle lands right on his shoulder. He stares at the tiny bug, wondering if this is really the best the Egyptian gods could come up with. Suddenly, a massive magical seal erupts around Mu as the falcon god screams in triumph. The banishment spell activates with a roar, proving that the tiny bug was actually a trap. A colossal beam of light launches Mu straight into the upper atmosphere. The Egyptian god watches his enemy disappear, finally feeling safe now that the monster has been exiled from his land. Streaks of golden light fade into the stars as Mu is officially rooted out of the realm. The falcon-headed god sighs, convinced that heaven will take care of Mu from here on. The golden scarab falls to the dirt, losing its shine as its magic is spent. It slowly crumbles into dust, leaving nothing behind but the memory of a god who was banished. Back in the divine realm above Earth, a younger Yongyong sleeps peacefully on a pillow. Meanwhile, a golden streak of light heads straight for the planet, carrying a very annoyed Mu. On the continent of Elmer, Lucifer, the second-ranked god, battles a massive white giant. This world-shaking fight involves colossal wings and flames that dwarf the mountains below them. Lucifer summons a massive glowing sword that pierces the heavens. He aims the divine blade at the giant's head, preparing to end a fight that's been tearing the world apart. The impact against the planet's barrier is so intense that Elmer's shield starts to glow and vibrate. Lucifer puts his entire divine weight into the strike, determined to break through everything. The barrier over Elmer shatters like glass under the weight of the massive sword. Energy shards rain down on the planet as Lucifer's power finally forces its way onto the surface. Mew wakes up face down in the desert sand, looking totally disoriented. He pushes himself up and looks around, wondering where the heck the exile spell actually dropped him this time. A green dragon, likely a younger Yongyong, soars over the prehistoric landscape of the Elmer continent. The world is wild and full of floating rocks, looking nothing like the Earth Mu knows. A horned cuckoo bird flies over a massive stone nest perched high on a cliff. Inside the nest are 3 giant pale eggs belonging to a much more dangerous predator. This is a dragon's nest, and the cuckoo bird is looking to pull a fast one. It chirps a tiny cuckoo as it prepares to drop its own offspring into the mix. The cuckoo settles into the nest, shivering with fear because it knows the mother dragon could return any second. It's a risky move, but the bird's instincts are driving it. The bird flies off, and we see the cuckoo egg nestled among the dragon eggs. Suddenly, the cuckoo egg begins to crack, signaling the birth of a very peculiar little perv. The creature inside the shell wakes up with its instincts fully triggered. It's a sweaty, intense moment as the newborn prepares to claim the nest for itself by any means necessary. The hatchling bursts out of its shell and immediately starts pushing the massive dragon eggs toward the edge. It's a cold-blooded survival tactic for a bird that's just been born. A cuckoo hatchling wakes up in a dragon's nest and decides to play dirty. It shoves the massive dragon eggs right over the cliff, watching them roll down the rocky mountain slope without a shred of remorse. One giant egg plummets through the air and smashes against a sharp rock. The shell shatters instantly, sending yolk flying everywhere as the life inside gets a very rude and messy introduction to the world. Out flops a tiny, slimy green lizard onto the dirt. Newborn Yongyong lies there looking absolutely exhausted and confused. He just survived a literal cliff dive, but he looks more annoyed than traumatized by the fall. A horned cuckoo bird spots the tiny hatchling and thinks it found a free lunch. It dives down with its sharp beak, ready to strike. Yongyong just lies there, completely oblivious to the predator closing in. The bird is inches away from a snack when Mew suddenly appears in his true god form. He towers over the scene, looking bored as he stares down the bird that dared to interrupt his desert walk. Mew doesn't even break a sweat, delivering a casual kick that turns the predator into a cloud of feathers. The bird gets blasted straight into a cliffside, proving that Mew is the ultimate party pooper for predators. Mew smirks as feathers rain down around him. He looks at the carnage and decides that dinner is officially solved. He's not about to let a perfectly good, freshly kicked bird go to waste in this heat. He notices the tiny green lizard shivering in the yolk. Mew crouches down, poking at the pathetic thing and wondering where it even fell from. It's so small it barely qualifies as an appetizer for a god. Mew reaches down with his sharp-clawed hand. He hovers over the shivering Yongyong, who looks like a wet noodle. Mew decides this little guy is far too puny to eat, but he's interesting enough to keep. He scoops the tiny dragon up, and Yongyong clings to Mew's muscular arm for dear life. Mew gives a predatory grin, realizing he's just found a new pet that might actually be fun to raise. Mew tells the lizard he's now an emergency ration. He plans to raise him until there's enough meat to actually munch on later. Yongyong just stares back, totally clueless that he's basically a walking snack. Back in the present, Behemoth looms over Mew with massive horns and a nose ring. The giant purple monster looks ready to crush everything, but Mew stands his ground, looking tiny but completely unfazed by the beast. The gang jumps into action, activating their special skills. Magic circles erupt everywhere as Blad, Heijin, and the others prepare a coordinated elemental assault to take down the giant purple threat once and for all. Hat Guy charges his absolute zero ice, while Heijin whips up some hellfire. The Orange Kid and Ghidorah join the party with electricity and telekinesis, amplifying their power for a massive, combined blast at the monster. They unleash the chaos, but Behemoth just takes a deep breath and sucks in the flames and energy like a light snack. The monster doesn't even flinch as the student's best attacks hit him dead on. Behemoth exhales a massive shockwave that blows everyone back. The force is so intense it sends the students flying like ragdolls, their coordinated plan falling apart instantly against the monster's raw, overwhelming power. Debris fills the air as the gang hits the pavement hard. Mew stands calmly in the middle of the wreck, watching them fail. He's likely thinking about how much training these kids actually need to survive. Mew starts a casual lesson on body-strengthening magic. He explains how to focus mana into specific muscles to increase strength and elasticity. Behemoth looks down, wondering why this tiny human is talking so much. Mu ignores the monster and prepares his strike. He explains that while he'd normally only strengthen a muscle once, he's about to show off a divine stacking technique that breaks all the standard rules of magic. He breaks down the biology, noting that millions of fibers make up a single muscle. Each fiber is a vessel for magic, meaning he can stack millions of strengthening spells into his arm all at once. Mew stacks millions of spells into his right arm, making the energy glow with a blinding pink intensity. The power becomes so dense it vibrates, looking like it could level an entire city with one tap. The enhancement overflows, turning his arm into a massive pillar of divine energy. He's not just throwing a punch, he's delivering a localized apocalypse. He prepares to launch the most boosted strike in history. Mew delivers the blow and creates a massive shockwave that ripples through the street. He stands there looking cool, admitting that using magic without extra muscle fibers actually feels pretty good for a change. The battle ends with Behemoth face down in a crater. The street is a total disaster zone. Li Hu's soul, still in his hunter gear, starts digging through the rubble looking for something he desperately needs. He panics because his helmet is missing, leaving his face totally exposed. He spots a glow under the rocks and prays it's his gear, but instead, he finds a mysterious purple rift crackling with energy. He heaves a massive boulder over his head with a heave-ho, showing off some surprising strength. Beneath it, the rift pulses, catching his attention even though he really just wants his helmet back right now. He stares at the anomaly as it reacts to the open air. The hunter's suit makes him look serious, but inside he's just a confused teenager watching a dimensional portal do weird things in the middle of a crater. The rift stays open, crackling with purple lightning. It was supposed to close in 5 minutes, but it's staying stubborn. This connection between Earth and Almir is officially broken and stuck in the on position. Over on the Elmure continent, Lucifer stands on a high cliff. He looks out at the prehistoric landscape filled with dragons and floating islands, his long white hair flowing as he plots his next move. Lucifer realizes the two planets are already connected and starts looking for a way to cross over. He's determined to end his ill-fated tie with Mu, looking sharp and ready for some cross-dimensional revenge. 3 weeks later, Lucifer is still stuck and looking miserable. He sits on a barrel in a medieval tavern, head down, admitted to himself that he has absolutely no clue how to actually cross the rift. He figures something went wrong when the barriers merged. Lucifer walks through human town using mimicry magic to hide his horns and hair, blending in perfectly with the crowd of pathetic, nosy humans he hates. Lucifer grumbles about how much humans love rumors. He figures if a place is crawling with them, someone has to know something about the strange technology that's been popping up around the continent lately. A kid with a remote control yells, "Whoa," spotting a high-tech drone in the sky. Lucifer looks up, his eyes narrowing as he realizes Earth technology is officially invading this medieval world to the open rift. The locals talk about the drone coming from Chin Shu's store. They think the high-tech gadgets look like they're from another world. Lucifer overhears them, realizing he finally has a lead on the Earth connection. Lucifer repeats another world to himself, his red eyes glowing with focus. Meanwhile, a flashbulb goes off nearby. Someone is using a Polaroid camera, another piece of Earth tech that definitely shouldn't be here. A hand holds up a developing Polaroid and a villager in a green cap screams in total shock. The technology is completely blowing the minds of the medieval peasants who have never seen a photo before. The villager panics, wondering why he's trapped in a tiny piece of paper. Li Hu's soul is behind the counter, selling off Earth gadgets like phones and binoculars to anyone with enough gold to pay. Li Hu is running Cheonsu's store and absolutely loving life. He's making a killing by selling cheap Earth junk for insane prices. He's even using magic to enhance his face to look more handsome. He's already planning to spend his riches on cosmetic procedures and hair implants. He runs off into the town, laughing about how easy it is to scam people when you have technology from another dimension. High up in the mountains, Li Hu discovers the entrance to my boss's den. The massive cave looms over him, hiding treasures or terrors as the young hunter prepares for his next big move. Li Hu whistles while daydreaming about retiring on a mountain of cash. Just as he thinks about quitting the hunter life, a jagged purple rift tears through the air behind his back. The rift dumps Li Hu out into a desolate, rocky wasteland. He finds a lone metal container sitting in the middle of nowhere and creeps toward the door, hoping for a hidden jackpot. He pulls out a key and prepares to unlock his private prize, chuckling about keeping the loot for himself. The sign on the door marks this place as a high-stakes hunter waiting room. Before the key can turn, a blinding beam of purple energy slices through the air. It cuts the padlock and the entire container in half with terrifying, effortless precision. Li Hu freezes in shock as the metal hisses. Out from the glowing spatial tier steps Lucifer, wielding a crackling energy staff and looking absolutely done with the mortal world's nonsense. Lucifer narrows his eyes, finally locking onto his target with a chilling grin. Nearby, Mui senses the arrival, his secretary Yongyong hitching a ride on his shoulder as the tension hits the ceiling. Mu stands his ground in the middle of the ruined city. Yongyong panics and screams that their guest from the divine realm has arrived, but Mu just wears a sharp, knowing smirk. A purple-skinned titan stomps into the pavement, crushing the concrete beneath a magically enhanced foot. The air vibrates as the full-body physical enhancement skill surges through the attacker's veins. The enhanced beast launches toward the group like a rocket. A massive axe smashes the ground where Hack Guy was standing a second ago, sending shards of the earth flying everywhere. A colossal shockwave erupts, wiping the street clean of debris. The raw power behind the strike levels everything in its path, showing exactly why these gods shouldn't play in the human sandbox. Kang Shul watches from the sidelines as the massive energy construct shatters. The sheer scale of the battle leaves the mortals breathless. Realizing they are just ants watching giants stomp each other, Lucifer looms over the fallen Li Hu, looking down with pure arrogance. He insults the boy, calling him disgusting human scum, before turning his attention toward the real threat hiding in plain sight. Mu laughs through the settling dust, looking more alive than ever. He taunts Lucifer for finally showing some backbone, while a very stressed Yongyong tries to keep his balance on Mu's head. Lucifer lunges forward with a strike meant to end the conversation. Mu barely flinches, his eyes tracking the purple energy staff as it whistles through the air toward his skull. Lucifer realizes that despite the change in skin, the soul underneath belongs to his old rival. He confirms the identity of the god he hates most, pouring more killing intent into his weapon. Blood sprays as the staff grazes Mu's shoulder, but the god only smiles wider. Yongyong claims to Mu's clothes for dear life, screaming while the two powerhouses trade lethal, high-speed blows. Mu focuses his mana, forcing his right arm to swell with dense energy. Text flares in his vision as his muscle fibers multiply, stacking physical enhancements until his limb glows a dangerous pink. Lucifer brings his staff down with the weight of a mountain. Mu meets the attack head-on with a glowing fist, determined to see if his temporary body can handle the divine pressure. The collision shatters the energy staff and sends a massive blast of light across the battlefield. The impact is so intense it nearly disintegrates the surrounding pavement, leaving both gods reeling. Mu slams his palm against the ground, activating the life taxidermy skill. A complex magic circle glows beneath his hand, signaling the start of a much more twisted type of combat. Jagged purple spikes erupt from the earth, skittering across the crater like hungry claws. Mu stands tall in the center of the chaos, seemingly unbothered even as his left arm gets torn away. Mu's face twists into a mask of pure, unadulterated joy. He doesn't care about the pain or the missing limb. He's finally found a thrill that makes this human life worth living. He stands amidst the carnage, wondering if this frail human shell will snap under Lucifer's next move. The variables are piling up, but the uncertainty only fuels his divine adrenaline. Mu admits that the prospect of his own body failing is simply too exciting to ignore. He grins like a maniac, fully embracing the chaos of a fight that could end him. He delivers a punishing strike that creates a series of sonic booms. The air screams as Mu's fist connects, proving that even a broken human body can be a weapon of mass destruction. Mu shouts about how much fun he's having, his eyes wide and crazed. He is completely lost in the rhythm of the slaughter, treating a life-or-death duel like a playground game. He mocks the warriors of Almur, claiming Lucifer is the only one who isn't a total bore. Mu prepares to dive back into the fray, his energy flaring brighter with every second. Another massive punch tears through the air, trailing pink light as it seeks Lucifer's head. Mu pours every ounce of his remaining mana into the strike, ignoring the damage to his own muscles. Lucifer floats above the chaos, summoning a massive magic circle to crush his opponent. Mu lunges from the shadows of the crater, aiming to shatter the spell before it can fire. Their powers collide in a blinding explosion of white light. The force of the impact shakes the very foundations of the city, creating a vacuum that sucks in the surrounding air. Lucifer gets blasted upward, but Mu is already in the air to meet him. He follows up with a relentless series of strikes, refusing to let the second-ranked god breathe for even a second. Mew reels back his glowing fist for a final bone-crushing blow. Lucifer tries to stabilize himself in midair, but the speed of the reincarnated god is starting to overwhelm his defenses. The earth splits open as the final impact hits the ground. A massive crater swallows the street, sending shockwaves through the nearby skyscrapers and turning the battlefield into a graveyard of stone. Dust clouds swirl as Mew walks out of the debris, his clothes tattered but his spirit untouched. He looks for his opponent, his heart still racing from the intensity of the exchange. Lucifer looks down from the jagged edge of the crater, his eyes cold and full of disdain. He mocks Mew's mortal limitations, calling him an insignificant human for trying to play God. Lucifer unleashes a devastating pillar of energy that engulfs the entire area. The blast is so powerful it melts the rock, forcing Mew to brace himself against the searing heat. Mew gets slammed into the rock wall, the stone cracking under the sheer force of the pressure. He grits his teeth, feeling the limits of his human bones as the world shakes. Lucifer lunges through the smoke, his fist glowing with a lethal purple aura. He aims a crushing blow at Mew's chest, determined to end this mockery once and for all. The ground shatters as Lucifer's fist creates a massive fissure. He laughs at the frailty of the human body, mocking Mew for thinking he could survive a real fight in such a weak shell. Mew connects a glowing pink haymaker right to Lucifer's jaw. The impact sends the god flying like a discarded toy, leaving Mew standing alone in a massive, smoking crater. Even with one arm missing, Mew isn't quitting. He pumps mana into his trapezius, mocking the fact that a mere human body is currently thrashing a high-ranking god like a total amateur. Lucifer hovers high, horns out and wings spread. He looks down at the bleeding, grinning mess that is Mew, but the mortal shell doesn't look scared at all despite the damage. High in the purple clouds, Lucifer starts gathering an unholy amount of energy. Below, Mew looks up, his tattered clothes flapping as the air gets heavy with the weight of divine mana. Lucifer's eyes narrow to slits. He's done being played with. He calls Mew an insolent pest, his patience finally hitting zero as he prepares a real attack to end this joke. The god goes full world ender mode. He summons a massive magic circle, looking down with pure disgust at the foolish human trying to survive his wrath while floating above the ruins. Purple energy bolts rain from the sky like a divine execution. They slice through the air with terrifying speed, leaving nothing but scorched paths in their wake as they strike. The battlefield turns into a jagged mess of stone as the beams hit home. Mew stands right at the center of the destruction, looking impossibly calm against the raining purple death. Mew gets peppered by the purple light, but he just tanks the hits. Lucifer dives through his own chaos, determined to erase the cocky god from the face of the planet. A massive explosion of purple light swallows everything. The ground buckles under the sheer weight of Lucifer's mana, turning the area into a literal hellscape of flying debris and dust. Dust clears and Mew is still there, looking shredded. He's missing an arm and his shirt is gone, but that terrifying grin hasn't moved an inch while his abs catch the light. Mew starts laughing through a mouthful of blood. He looks completely unhinged, finding the whole world-ending vibe more funny than scary while he stares Lucifer down through the hazy purple air. Lucifer descends like a falling star, aiming a killing blow. Mew just stands there, watching the god approach with a gaze that says he's got a very painful plan in mind. Lucifer swings his weapon, creating a massive arc of purple energy that cuts the horizon. It's a clean, deadly strike, meant to erase Mew from existence in one swift motion. The attack pierces Mew's shoulder, sending blood spraying into the night. But instead of falling, Mew grabs the weapon with his bare hand, refusing to let his target escape the counter. Mew clenches his fist around the energy, blood dripping from his hand. He ignores the pain, winding up for a counterpunch that feels heavy with enough mana to level a mountain. Mew lunges with everything he's got left. He swings a fist that shatters the air itself, forcing Lucifer to panic and throw up a desperate block against the incoming mortal force. It's a relentless barrage. Mew delivers rapid-fire strikes that create sonic booms, pushing Lucifer back across the ruined landscape with pure, raw aggression and zero regard for his own body. Lucifer grunts as he takes a heavy hit to the ribs. Mew is moving faster than any human should, closing the gap before the god can even process the next blow. Mew follows up with a brutal knee strike to the stomach. The force sends Lucifer reeling, his divine composure starting to crack under the relentless pressure of Mew's close-quarters combat. In a move of pure disrespect, Mew rips one of Lucifer's horns right off. He holds the trophy up, asking the god if this human body is useful enough for his tastes. The severed horn clatters onto the stone. Lucifer stares at it, his pride taking a bigger hit than his body as he realizes he's been humiliated by a one-armed human. Lucifer stands over the broken horn, his body trembling with absolute fury. He calls Mu insignificant, his mana flaring up into a wild purple storm that shakes the very earth. The god finally snaps. He screams about the insult of being touched by a human, unleashing a massive pillar of light that threatens to crack the planet into tiny pieces. Lucifer floats back up, connected to the heavens by a column of raw energy. Mu looks tiny below, but his spirit is still towering over everything in the destroyed city. Lucifer transforms into a literal titan of energy. He looks down with glowing white eyes, having abandoned any pretense of a fair fight to ensure Mu's total and absolute erasure. He raises a hand, and the very sky seems to obey his command. Massive rings of purple energy form around him, prepping for a strike that could end all life. A star-like construct forms above Lucifer, raining down thousands of deadly beams. It looks like the end of the world for anyone caught below this rain of divine judgment. The planetary preservation beam fires, a massive column of light heading straight for the core. Lucifer is done playing around. He's erasing the whole map to bury his humiliation. Down on the street, Hat Guy and Big Mouth panic as their powers glitch out. The world is literally falling apart around them, and they've got nowhere left to run. Mu looks up at the massive mana ball and just laughs. He realizes Lucifer literally gathered every drop of mana on Earth for this one desperate move to save face. Lucifer screams for Mu to die along with the entire planet. He dives down at the head of the energy pillar, looking to crush everything beneath his divine weight. Mu knows he's on his last legs. He decides to burn every remaining bit of mana in his broken body for one final insane gamble against the descending god. He pushes his right arm to the absolute limit. The muscle fibers swell and glow with purple power, turning his limb into a massive energy cannon ready to fire. Mu stands his ground in the crater as the world-ending light descends. He looks like a lone warrior challenging the very sun to a fistfight at the edge of time. Mu puts everything into a full power punch. The air ripples and cracks as he meets Lucifer's ultimate attack head-on, refusing to budge an inch despite the overwhelming pressure. A massive beam of purple light erupts from Mu's fist, slicing straight through the heart of Lucifer's attack. The whole sky turns a blinding shade of pink and white. The shockwave ripples across the entire planet. Mu stands firm as the energies clash, turning the entire crater into a giant beacon of raw, untamed power that defies logic. Mu pours his soul into the strike, screaming as his arm muscles bulge to the breaking point. He's actually pushing the world-ending blast back up towards the sky. With one final surge, Mu shatters the entire sphere of energy. Rocks fly everywhere as he successfully punches a hole through Lucifer's ultimate move, ending the planetary threat. Lucifer mocks Mu, asking how much longer he can survive in that trashy human shell. He thinks he's won because the mortal coil is finally snapping under the pressure of a god's intense wrath. The taunting continues as Lucifer tries to break Mu's spirit, demanding to know if he still has the audacity to call himself a deity while his current form is being pulverized into the dirt. Mu's flesh starts to disintegrate, his body hitting its ultimate breaking point. Instead of screaming in pain, the crazy bastard actually laughs, telling Lucifer that this high-stakes struggle is the absolute best feeling ever. Purple light consumes everything as Mu accepts that this vessel is finished. He stares death in the face with a wide, bloody smile, completely satisfied with the chaos he's managed to stir up. Even with his skin peeling and his life force fading, Mu wears a grin that would terrify a demon. He's found the ultimate thrill in the final destruction of his own temporary human body. Lucifer floats amidst the purple void, but the tide is about to turn. A desperate cry for Yongyong rings out through the energy storm, signaling that the Secretary's secret mission is finally go time. Yongyong reveals the Orb of Banishment, the legendary tool that sent his master to Elmer 4 millennia ago. He clutches the golden, beetle-like artifacts, ready to execute the master plan Mu cooked up. Acting on his master's previous orders, Yongyong releases the beetles, which are buzzing with pre-infused mana. They swarm forward like heat-seeking missiles, ignoring the absolute destruction happening all around the chaotic and crumbling battlefield. The magical bugs dive straight into the purple chaos, closing the distance on Lucifer. The winged god is too busy gloating to notice the tiny ancient traps spiraling toward his back through the air. Everything hinges on this exact second. These bugs represent months of planning and a massive gamble, all designed for the moment Lucifer let his guard down while focusing on Mu's failing human shell. Rewinding a few days, Yongyong's massive red dragon form towers over the shocked high schoolers. Mu looks on calmly from the sidelines, already choreographing the downfall of the gods while everyone else panics. Back in the strategy phase, Yongyong questions the risks of their plan. Lucifer looms in the background of his thoughts as they discuss the unpredictable timing of when the real battle will actually begin. Mu's eyes narrow with cold determination. He isn't the type to sit around waiting for an enemy to show up on their own terms, preferring to force the issue and keep his neck moving. In the present, the energy feedback from the banishment spell erupts violently. The red dragon spirit flares up, signaling that the trap Muse set is finally springing shut with an explosive and final force. Heijun struggles against the pressure while Mo licks his lips in anticipation. The battle he's been craving is finally unfolding exactly where he wants it, and he's savoring every single violent second. Knowing his human body is a ticking time bomb, Mu prepares for the worst. He gives Yongyong his final marching orders, emphasizing that more chances to fight only make the eventual victory sweeter. The golden beetles successfully latch onto Lucifer's back, digging into his energy. They act as anchors for the banishment spell, turning the god's own massive mana output into a beacon for his forced exile. A pillar of blinding purple light erupts as the banishment spell triggers. It carves a hole through reality, catching Lucifer in a trap that sends him spiraling out of the mortal world. High up in the divine realm, a small blue-haired godling watches the worlds collide. She looks down at the mess and complains that someone basically took a massive dump before leaving the area. The little godling looks visibly unsettled as the sky begins to crack and glow. Something massive and uninvited is breaking into their pristine realm, and she definitely isn't ready for the chaos. A streak of light tears through the barrier between dimensions, heading straight for the heart of the divine realm. The observer can only stare in confusion as the piece of her home gets shattered. Mu's wrecked body comes crashing down from the sky, tumbling across the ground like a broken doll. The blue-haired character stands there, completely stunned that a human-looking mess just fell into the god's backyard. A giant purple cone of light descends upon the realm, causing the local godling to scream in terror. She demands to know why such a volatile and dangerous energy was brought into their sanctuary. Despite the brutal landing, Mu's spirit refuses to stay down. He grinds his teeth and tries to find his footing, his silhouette looking small but incredibly dangerous against the backdrop of the celestial world. A defensive aura flares up to protect the realm, but the purple beam is relentless. It slams into the barrier, creating a blinding flash that threatens to split the very foundations of the realm. Mu lies gasping on the cold ground, his energy completely spent. Above him, the distorted spheres of Earth and Elmure hang in the sky, showing just how far he's traveled to finish this fight. Dust and smoke billow everywhere as the shock waves settle. The local goddess can't believe her eyes, calling the newcomers crazy bastards for bringing their world-ending beef into her quiet corner of the universe. Lucifer remains airborne, looking down at the tattered remains of Mu and the trembling goddess. The scale of the battlefield has shifted, but the animosity between the two gods hasn't cooled down. Lucifer finally realizes where he is and grits his teeth in frustration. He realizes that Mu used a bizarre magic orb to drag them both into the divine realm, ruining his perfectly good plan. A massive, spiritual version of Mu appears, bound by glowing purple chains of divine law. Even while restrained, he looks ready to tear the whole place down just to get another crack at Lucifer. Little Yongyong rushes toward the fallen body of his master, crying out in grief. He sees Mu's shell lying there, looking more like a corpse than a living person after that dimensional trip. Inside the battered body, Mu feels the cold grip of mortality. He reflects on his many past lives, realizing that he's never been pushed this close to the edge of permanent death before today. As the light fades from his eyes, Mu whispers that the whole experience was actually fun. He embraces the sensation of his soul slipping away, satisfied with the absolute madness he's unleashed. Yongyong breaks down in tears, his master's body beginning to crumble into dust. The secretary's sorrow quickly starts to morph into a terrifying primal rage that shakes the air around the divine realm. Lucifer laughs like a maniac, celebrating what he thinks is his final victory. He's thrilled to see Mu finally dead, believing he's the undisputed king of the hill now that his rival is gone. Lucifer's celebration is cut short as a massive shadow looms over him. Yongyong's true form begins to manifest, revealing a giant, toothy dragon maw that makes the winged god look like a tiny snack. Lucifer barely has time to react before a heavy blow catches him off guard. The insolent pet he looked down on is suddenly the biggest threat in the room, and he looks very hungry. Lucifer snarls and calls Yongyong an insolent pet lizard, trying to reassert his dominance. Meanwhile, Yongyong is busy charging up a magical circle that glows with the promise of a very painful end. Yongyong lets out a roar that shatters the silence, unleashing a massive tide of dark energy. The blast swallows Lucifer whole, turning the god's arrogance into a pile of charred remains in an instant. Tears stream down Yongyong's face as he continues his assault. He screams about how dare anyone lay a hand on his master, his rage turning him into an unstoppable force of draconic vengeance. Lucifer floats inside his purple rings, acting all high and mighty. He taunts Yongyong for missing his master and tells the dragon to prepare a grave alongside him. He rains down a barrage of purple lasers, trying to turn everything below into Swiss cheese. The sheer arrogance on this guy's face is honestly impressive for someone about to lose. Suddenly, a massive orange blast surges upward, meeting Lucifer's attack head-on. The clash of cosmic energies lights up the entire sky like a deadly, high-stakes fireworks show. Lucifer's jaw drops as the orange pillar shatters his magic circles. He definitely didn't expect a counterattack this big to come roaring back at him from the wreckage. A purple flash cuts through the chaos, slicing Lucifer's wing clean. Mu's spirit manifests midair, moving faster than the eye can track to deliver a precise, punishing strike. The explosion clears, and Mu stands tall, telling Lucifer to stop acting like a pest. Lucifer is reeling, his perfect composure finally starting to crack under the pressure. A purple beam pierces straight into Yongyong's massive open mouth. It looks like a fatal shot, but something powerful is still moving inside the dragon's gullet. The beam goes right through, but instead of a dead dragon, Mu emerges from the shadows. He's standing right in the middle of the carnage, looking completely unbothered. Mu holds the energy beam like it's a toy, standing defiantly in front of Yongyong. The dragon secretary looks a mess, but her boss is finally back in charge. Yongyong starts sobbing like a toddler, blubbering for her master. It's a pretty emotional moment, even if she looks a little ridiculous leaking giant tears like that. Mu just grins, bloody but looking more alive than ever. He crushes the purple energy with his bare hand, ready to finish what the demon god started. Lucifer is sweating buckets, wondering how Mu reclaimed his body so fast. Mu ignores the questions, his aura flaring as he prepares to settle the score for good. A massive rift opens in the sky, and Lucifer realizes the barrier is weakening. The scale of their fight is literally tearing the divine realm's foundations apart. Mu touches a wound on his neck, finding the sensation a bit strange. He's not used to feeling this level of physical damage in his usually invincible godly form. He looks at his mangled hand and realizes his overall power has tanked. Normally, Lucifer's trashy attacks wouldn't even leave a scratch on his skin, but things changed. Despite the nerf, Mu gives Lucifer a predatory grin. He actually praises the guy for playing his hand well, which is just classic, annoying Mu arrogance. Lucifer hovers above, explaining he's been flooding Mu's body with demonic power. He's been trying to melt Mu from the inside out this entire time. Lucifer gets annoyed when he realizes Mu's body is still intact. He calls the vessel absurd, frustrated that his lethal power is taking so long to work. Mu just wipes the blood from his nose and says it's perfect. He's finally fired up and doesn't want the fight to end too quickly or easily. He looks Lucifer dead in the eye and makes a bold claim. In his current weakened state, they're finally on equal footing for a fair, brutal fight. Lucifer loses his cool screaming about Mu's insolence. He charges up a cross-shaped energy blast, desperate to put the arrogant god back in the ground. Lucifer dives like a purple comet, but Mu is already moving. The two gods collide again, and the shockwave shakes the foundations of the entire realm. Lucifer tries a pruning technique to slash Mu apart. Mu doesn't bother dodging, he just powers through the attack with a heavy, blood-soaked fist. A purple beam grazes Mu's face, drawing more blood, but his smile never fades. He's clearly enjoying the pain and the raw thrill of the struggle. The air fills with purple slashes as Lucifer goes into a frenzy. Mu dances through the web of energy, his movements fluid and deceptively fast. Mu springs off the ground, closing the distance in a blur. He's not giving Lucifer a single second to breathe or charge up another big move. Manhwa lunges forward, looking like a total beast hungry for blood. He's abandoned the fancy god stuff for a raw, brutal, and very physical assault. He punches straight through Lucifer's energy blade, shattering the magic like glass. The look of pure shock on Lucifer's face is absolutely priceless right now. Mew swings a heavy blow and Lucifer barely manages to block it. He grunts in pain, feeling the insane weight behind Mew's desperate high-speed strike. Lucifer is sent skidding back, his arms smoking from the friction. He realizes he can't just keep playing defensive against a guy this motivated. A massive pillar of purple energy erupts from the ground, nearly catching Lucifer. Mu is using everything left in the tank to finally pin him down. Lucifer zags through the air to avoid the blast, but Mu is already above him. The god of Earth is literally hunting him through the sky. Mew delivers a crushing punch that breaks through Lucifer's guard. The impact sends a shockwave of purple sparks flying in every possible direction. Lucifer tries a desperate counterslash, catching Mew in the shoulder. Mew doesn't even flinch, using the opening to get even closer for the final kill. Blood sprays as Mew takes a deep cut, but he's still smirking. He grabs Lucifer's arm mid-swing, stopping the demon god dead in his tracks. Lucifer's eyes go wide as Mew's giant hand clamps onto his face. The power dynamic has officially shifted, and it's looking real bad for Lucifer. Mew slams Lucifer toward the ground with enough force to crack a planet. The demon god becomes a purple blur as he's tossed like common trash. Lucifer hits the floor hard, coughing up a lungful of blood. Mew drops down right after him, looking ready to finish the job once and for all. Lucifer tries to scramble away, but Mew lands a heavy stomp on his chest. The crater deepens as the demon god is pinned down like a bug. Lucifer lets out a final pathetic scream as Mew prepares the finishing blow. The battle for the realm is ending with a total one-sided beatdown. Mew continues his absolute beatdown, sending geysers of purple energy erupting from the ground. He isn't giving Lucifer a single second to breathe, making sure every strike leaves a permanent mark on the terrain. AI skipped this row. Another crushing blow lands with a shock wave so loud it practically writes itself in the air. Mu lunges forward with predatory speed, his fist finding its mark while Lucifer struggles to keep his eyes open. Mew laughs through a mask of blood, clearly enjoying the chaos more than any sane god should. Meanwhile, Lucifer's sanity slips as he rants about his lost supreme status while his purple aura flickers. Lucifer whines about how life would be easier if Mu just didn't exist, but Mu isn't interested in the pity party. He grabs the fallen god by the hair, preparing to escalate the violence. With a sickening sound, Mew rips into his opponent, showing zero mercy as the struggle turns even more visceral. Blood sprays across the white void, marking the total collapse of Lucifer's once mighty composure. Lucifer screams in pure, unadulterated rage, but his cries are cut short by a flurry of strikes. Mew remains a relentless force of nature, drenching the battlefield in the results of his brutal handiwork. Mew stares Lucifer down with a wild, terrifying grin that proves he's completely unhinged. He's not just fighting to win, he's fighting because this is the most fun he's had in eons. Suddenly, jagged purple thorns erupt from the spilled blood, catching Mew off guard as they pierce his arms and torso. He looks down at the spikes with more curiosity than actual fear or pain. Instead of flinching, Mew cracks a smile and calls the move refreshing, almost as if he's thanking Lucifer for the variety. He dares the fallen god to stop holding back and bring everything. Mew keeps laughing like a maniac, egging Lucifer on to pour all his power into the attack. Lucifer stands his ground, shrouded in a massive purple aura, looking absolutely done with Mew's taunts. Distorted by pure hatred, Lucifer's face twists as he bellows for Mew to stop his mocking laughter. The tension reaches a boiling point as the second-ranked god prepares a desperate high-output counterattack. The ground shatters as Lucifer's energy finally explodes in a massive, jagged pillar of purple light. He's reached his limit, and he's ready to tear the whole realm down just to kill Mew. Mew stands perfectly still, thorns still embedded in his skin, watching the meltdown with casual interest. He watches Lucifer's desperate power surge as if he's just observing a particularly loud fireworks show. Mew charges through the energy slashes, his feet heavy enough to crack the foundation of the world. He ignores the purple blades cutting the air, closing the distance between him and his target. More blood thorns pierce his chest, but Mew treats them like minor inconveniences as he keeps moving. His lack of self-preservation is terrifying, and it's clearly starting to freak Lucifer out. Lucifer reaches out with a dark, clawed hand, desperate to catch Mew in some kind of final soul-crushing move. The purple energy swirls around them, thick with the intent to end things. Lucifer activates his taxidermy technique, causing massive purple stakes to burst through Mew's limbs. He effectively pins the first-ranked god in place, locking his movements with high-density magical energy. Mew is stuck, held fast by the giant energy stakes that have turned him into a literal target. Lucifer doesn't waste the opening and prepares a final point-blank execution to finish this. Sweating and looking completely drained, Lucifer begs Mew to just die already and end the nightmare. His voice cracks from the exhaustion of trying to put down a god that won't stay dead. A massive sharpened purple beam points directly at Mew's forehead, ready to pierce his brain. Lucifer puts every last drop of his remaining mana into this one final killing strike. The spike hovers millimeters from Mew's eye, the kill shot finally within reach. For a split second, it looks like the first-ranked god has finally run out of luck and clever tricks. Mew calmly activates his third move, and a massive red shield erupts from his body. The force is so violent it shatters Lucifer's concentration and pushes the deadly spike right back. The red energy waves disintegrate the purple stakes like they were made of paper, freeing Mew instantly. The momentum shifts so fast that Lucifer can only watch in horror as his trap fails. The sheer force of the explosion sends Lucifer tumbling backward across the shattered landscape. Mew stands in the center of the blast, looking more powerful and dangerous than he did at the start. Mew prepares his fourth move, and a giant, glowing red fist manifests behind him like a spiritual avatar. He looks at the battered Lucifer and mocks him for thinking that magic was special. Mew taunts his opponent while blood continues to drip from his various wounds. Lucifer can only stare, his red eyes filled with a mix of disbelief and growing, soul-deep terror. A close-up of Lucifer's eyes shows the reflection of the massive fist as it begins its descent. He realizes there's nowhere left to run and no moves left to play against Mew. Mew unleashes a rain of dozens of red fists, pummeling Lucifer for the 328th time in this sitting. The barrage is relentless, turning the sky into a storm of glowing red impact markers. Mew mocks Lucifer, asking if he actually thought there were only two hands to deal with. Lucifer tries to scramble away from the literal rain of punches, but he's far too slow. Mew delivers a final, massive slam that craters the ground and sends a shockwave through the entire realm. The impact is so heavy, it feels like the world itself is finally breaking. The red energy fists continue to rain down like meteors, turning the entire area into a kill zone. Each impact is punctuated by the sound of Lucifer's defenses finally being ground into dust. Lucifer is caught in the middle of a dual-colored energy storm, getting absolutely pulverized by Mew's relentless barrage. He's no longer a god fighting a rival. He's just a victim. Lucifer screams in agony as the red fists continue their work, breaking everything he has left. Mew looks down at him, bored, asking if this is really the best a second-rank god can do. Mew calls the level of the fight disappointing, his gaze wandering toward a massive sword stuck in a floating building. High above the chaos, the environment itself begins to react to the godly battle. The giant sword starts to glow with an intense, holy white and pink light, vibrating with power. It's as if the world itself is calling for a final judgment to end the fight. The massive blade begins its descent, cutting through the purple clouds as it falls toward the battlefield. Its presence is overwhelming, promising to end whatever is left of the two gods below. Lucifer looks up and desperately tries to block the falling glowing sword with his one remaining arm. He's at the end of his rope, facing a literal weapon of the heavens. He barely manages to hold the blade back, panting as the weight of the attack threatens to crush him. He realizes he's exhausted every single move he had saved for this encounter. With his back against a crumbling wall, Lucifer decides on one final, suicidal gambit. He prepares to lunge forward and pierce Mew's heart directly, knowing it's his only path to survival. Mew smashes through the blade, grinning like a madman. He flexes his god-tier muscles, ready to end this drag of a fight with a single massive strike. He admits it's been ages since he's fought using his original body. The power feels nostalgic as he charges forward, shattering everything in his path with pure force. Mew lunges straight at Lucifer, screaming the name of his ancient rival. He pumps his right arm full of muscle fibers, aiming for a total knockout blow that ignores all defense. Lucifer doesn't just sit there. He counters with a wicked purple energy blade. He swings with desperate, jagged force as the entire environment crumbles into dust around them. Lucifer screams his lungs out, claiming he's finally done with Mew's nonsense. His face twists into a mess of pure hatred and exhaustion as he pours everything into one slash. The two gods collide in a blinding flash of red and purple energy. Mew puts everything into his strike while Lucifer tries to slice him in half mid-air. Suddenly, a sharp purple spike pierces Mu clean through the chest. Blood sprays everywhere as the lethal energy exits through his back, marking a direct hit for the underworld god. Lucifer starts cackling like he's won the lottery, shouting about finally landing the blow. Mu just stands there, blood leaking from his mouth while maintaining a terrifyingly wide grin. Lucifer gloats, convinced the Earth God is finally done for. He leans in, savoring what he thinks is the definitive end of their 3 million-year-old grudge match. Lucifer collapses to his knees, completely spent from the effort of his final attack. He watches the blood drip, certain that he's the last god standing in these ruins. The system confirms it. The god of Elmure is officially deceased. Lucifer slumps over, his eyes losing focus as his life force completely evaporates into the cold, empty air. Mu stands tall over his fallen rival, even with a massive hole through his torso. He looks down at the corpse with a strange, satisfied silence, blood staining his skin. Visions of the past start flashing through Mu's mind like a glitchy movie. He feels the sting of old wounds as death finally knocks on his door after eons. He remembers fighting beasts, enduring heavy chains, and taking countless arrows to the back. It's a highlight reel of a life defined by constant, brutal, and lonely struggle. Mu reaches out one last time, his hand trembling as the red energy fades. He's seen it all, from the absolute bottom to the peak of divinity. He scoffs at the idea of a life review, joking that he'd die of boredom before he stopped breathing. Even while dying, the guy is still a massive troll. Mu chooses to ignore the past and soak in the present moment. He wants to feel every bit of the pain because it's finally something new and real. His heart is totally trashed and stops pumping, sending warmth spreading through his chest. For the first time ever, he actually feels like he's finally lived. He throws his head back and laughs at the sky, declaring himself alive until the very last second. The thrill of battle was the only thing he ever loved. Mu vibrates with raw energy, embracing the end with a terrifyingly happy smile. Right to the finish line, only battle was the thing that made him feel truly living. Yongyong spots his master and dives from the sky, screaming in total panic. The little dragon can't believe the strongest god in the realm is actually going down. The dragon lands and begs to treat the wounds, but Mu knows it's useless. Yongyong is a mess of tears, refusing to accept the inevitable end of his master. Mu reaches out and gently stops the dragon, calling his name one last time. He places a bloodstained hand on Yongyong's snout to calm his frantic secretary down. He tells Yongyong that the 4,000 years they spent together were his happiest. He tells the dragon to stop following him and finally find his own path. Mu's final wish is for Yongyong to find his own happiness and purpose. The dragon just sobs, watching his master's eyes slowly start to lose their light. Mu's hand slides off the dragon's face as his strength finally gives out. He goes still, the fierce red light of the Earth God finally blinking out for good. Mu passes away with a peaceful smirk, looking like he finally found the rest he wanted. He lived as a warrior and died in the heat of combat. The system marks the Earth God as deceased, leaving a massive power vacuum. Yongyong lets out a soul-shattering roar that echoes through the entire empty realm. The giant dragon wails in the middle of the wreckage, mourning the only family he knew. The two greatest gods are gone, leaving behind nothing but ruins and silence. Without the gods, the barriers protecting Earth and Elmure start to crack. The two worlds begin to merge, threatening total chaos for every living being left. A blue-haired observer watches the barrier shatter. Looking totally stressed by the situation, she realizes there's no god left to manage the transition between the planets. She explains that the barrier usually only breaks when a god is replaced. But since they killed each other, there's nobody to take the wheel for the planets. The girl facepalms, calling the dead gods idiots for leaving such a massive mess. She has no idea what happens to planets when their divine protections vanish. She rants about the principles, stating that every planet needs a god in charge. She looks at the crying dragon and comes up with a wild plan. She walks up to the grieving Yongyong while he's busy howling at the sky. The little dragon is too heartbroken to even notice her approaching his side. She decides that since Yongyong was Mu's successor, he has sufficient qualifications. Merged planets need a single barrier, and he's the only one left who can do it. She looks the dragon in the eye and names him the new god. She tells him he's now officially in charge of both Earth and Elmura. Yongyong freezes, his mouth hanging open as tears continue to stream down his face. He's gone from a secretary to a supreme deity in a matter of seconds. The girl leaps onto his head and delivers a sharp smack to get his attention. She's got zero patience for his mourning, while the worlds are literally merging. She orders him to stop the waterworks and start building a new barrier quickly. Yongyong stands there, confused and grieving, as his new divine life begins. So looks down at the corpses of Mew and Lucifer, completely unimpressed by the mess. Mew stands there with a literal hole in his chest, still looking cool despite being dead. She mutters about them being bastards. She reaches out, touching Lucifer's head and Mew's mangled chest. It is a cold gesture for the two most powerful beings who just offed each other. She has work to do and no time for a funeral. Suddenly, Mew and Lucifer's souls glow brightly, vibrating with intense energy. Even in death, these two are loud. Their essences flare up one last time before being snatched away for the next phase of their existence. She stands between the two fading lights, looking tiny but completely in control. She gathers the remnants of their power into two small flames, one purple and one red. It is finally a bit quieter now. The scene shifts to an emergency meeting of the gods. The first-ranked god of planet Mugi, sits cross-legged and bored. She drops the bombshell that someone new must take charge of Earth and Elmure. Everyone looks at Yongyong, who is now the seventh-ranked god. He is a sobbing mess, snot dripping as he misses his master. The other gods are just relieved. The two monsters who terrorized them are gone. A red demon god glares at the tiny questioning her decision. He cannot believe a lowly secretary like Yongyong is taking over two planets. Yongyong just sits there, still drowned in his own tears. The demon mocks Mu, calling him the guy who used to clean up after the Earth god. Yongyong's eyes snap open, burning with a sudden, dangerous fury. Nobody talks trash about his master and gets away. Yongyong does not wait for an apology. He opens his maw, charging a massive beam of pure energy. Sosos just watches from the side, completely unbothered by the sudden escalation of divine violence in the room. The demon barely has time to freak out before Yongyong unleashes a devastating blast. A pillar of fire erases everything in its path, proving that the secretary is not someone you want to mess with anymore. The explosion clears, leaving the other gods scattered and face down on the ground. The red demon groans, wondering why he got blasted when he did not say anything. Yongyong's shadow looms large over the wreckage. Now promoted to second rank, Yongyong takes charge of planet Jimure, the forced merger of Earth and Elmure. The two worlds hang together in space, encased in a single, massive, glowing hexagonal grid under his watch. Separating the planets was too hard even for Yongyong, so he just lets them share mana. To stop them from killing each other, he throws up a mana barrier, making travel between the two worlds impossible. Down on Earth, a bald guy in red armor, the reincarnated Li Hu, looks around a crater in shock. He panics because the rift he was using to suck honey is completely gone. His easy life just vanished. He falls to his knees, devastated over his lost honeypot. Just then, a guy with a phone, the original bully guy, comes running up. He is excited about the total mess, looking for some content. Bully guy asks if the bald Li Hu saw the thing in the sky before it disappeared. In a flashback, we see the bully guy doing what he does best, choking out the old version of Li Hu. Bully guy torments Li Hu, even trying to feed him a worm. The current bald Li Hu recognizes this jerk instantly, and his mood goes from bad to absolutely murderous in seconds. He does not hold back, delivering a series of brutal punches that send the bully guy flying. He screams that it is all the bully's fault while the city stays quiet, adapted to the new world. 3 years pass. Earth has established a system for the awakened who appeared due to the new mana. Far away in the freezing Antarctic, penguins waddle across the ice as the world continues to change. Suddenly, a penguin gets launched into the air with a panicked squawk. Something big is happening under the ice. Rocks and shards fly everywhere as a figure emerges from the frozen wasteland with a bang. The penguin goes flying while a familiar face watches. It is Kang Chul, now 22 and a member of the Antarctic expedition. He looks rugged and tired, wondering if his help was all for nothing. Someone screams for help, trapped inside a burning building. Flames lick the walls as the scene shifts back to civilization. A lone figure stands amidst the fire, desperate for a rescue that seems late. Inside the inferno, a young man coughs violently, his head throbbing. He covers his mouth with a cloth, struggling to breathe as the heat closes in. His mind is a hazy mess of pain and smoke. A gloved hand reaches through the fire, glowing with a strange purple light. It pushes aside the flames with ease, slicing through the heat to reach the person trapped inside. The rescue finally arrives. The young man looks up from his knees as a figure in full firefighting gear stands over him. Purple sparks dance in the air as the firefighter looms like a hero amidst the glowing embers. The firefighter removes his helmet, revealing he is Haejun, now 23 and a special ability firefighter. He asks if the guy is okay, his face serious and worn from years of dealing with magical disasters. Elsewhere, a mysterious white egg sits on a cushion, marked with a goofy dragon doodle. Kim Yujin, now 21 and a reptile keeper, stares at it. She has the exclusive skill named Taming. She wonders if the egg belongs to Yongyong as it starts to glow and vibrate. Suddenly, a loud crack echoes through the room. The shell is finally giving way to whatever is growing inside. The egg shatters into pieces, spilling light and energy everywhere. Yujin flinches back, watching the birth of a new creature. The shards hit the floor as the tiny being makes its noisy debut. A small, green, snot-nosed dragon baby Yongyong squeaks at its new master. Yujin blushes a deep red, her eyes wide as she realizes she has just become the dragon master of this little monster. On planet Muge, the Marine Alliance is in full swing. Disciple warriors clash with swords in a massive courtyard under a bright blue sky. It is a world governed by strength and ancient fighting techniques. High up on a roof, a small figure peeks over the edge, grumbling about insignificant humans. This kid looks like he has seen way too much for his age, hiding in the shadows of the temple. It is Lucifer, reincarnated as Jung Chainru, the son of the Marine Alliance leader. He is absolutely livid, fuming over the fact that he has been reborn as a measly human. The indignity is killing him. He calls his new life a curse, staring out over the sprawling complex of the demonic cult. This place is surrounded by jagged, purple-hued mountains, a stark contrast to the alliance he is stuck in. Over at the demonic cult, disciples train hard with wooden dummies. A red-haired kid stands on a roof, looking down at them with a wide, toothy grin that looks way too familiar to be a child. It is Mew, now reincarnated as Hyalhyanmu, the son of the demonic cult leader. He is loving every second of it, wondering if the other guy did something. He is ready to play. He does not hesitate, leaping off the high roof with a wild shout. He drops through the air like a meteor, his red hair flaring out behind him as he targets the training grounds below. He lands with a massive shockwave, shocking the elder cultists who call out for their young leader. Mew stands there, looking absolutely unhinged with a grin full of sharp, predatory teeth. He tenses his muscles, his foot digging into the stone floor as he prepares to lunge. He is not here to talk. He is here to reestablish his dominance in this new, smaller body. Mew lunges forward with a crazed expression, challenging everyone to bring it all on. He is back, he is small, and he is ready to turn this new world upside down, just like the old one. Reincarnated as Hyalhyanmu, Mew flashes a manic, toothy grin as he lunges. He doesn't waste a second, exploding with a wild energy that proves he's still the same battle-hungry god, even in this new body. He makes it crystal clear that his days of clashing are far from finished. This new life is just another excuse to dive back into the fray, proving his soul truly belongs on the battlefield.